Chapter 189. As the sky brightened, rain began to fall near Celestial Demon City. The chill of early spring had yet to fade, so the rain made the sky even colder. Demon God Mountain wasn't actually a mountain, but a valley in the mountains behind Celestial Demon City. It was drizzling incessantly and seemed to be getting heavier. However, the few tall men outside the valley were not in the mood to care about these things. Even when the rainwater had washed their golden hair and stuck it to their faces, and their expensive robes were stained by the mud on the ground, they did not have the mood to care about it. They stubbornly knelt outside the valley and stared unblinkingly at the entrance. Their faces were full of urgency and pleading. They were all peak experts of the Golden Fur Lion tribe. Of course, with their cultivation level, they could casually control their demon energy to blow the rain away. With their status, no one could make them kneel. They hadn't been in such a sorry state for many years. However, they didn't dare to move and willingly knelt. They even wished that the rain would get heavier and make them look even more miserable. In order to avenge his precious son, Yao Xie had disregarded the tribe's opposition and brought two of his subordinates to the fallen god mountain. He had vented his anger, but he had brought the Golden Fur Lion tribe into a dangerous situation where they were on the verge of extinction. The Lion tribe had always been one of the strongest tribes in the demon race. After Yao Xie became a holy venerate a few hundred years ago, he became even more arrogant and had a bad reputation among the demon race. Right now, the dragon had gathered all the experts from the demon god mountain and slaughtered their way over. They had no path of retreat, no path of escape. In the end, they could only lower their old faces and kneel here, hoping that the seniors of the demon god mountain would be able to help them survive this crisis. It was just that, the few top experts who were usually awe-inspiring in the demon god manor had knelt here for an entire night and had been drenched by the rain for an entire morning. Yet, there was still no movement in the valley, not even the sounds of the nearby beasts. Great demon god, please be magnanimous and save your people. My tribe has been deeply indebted to you for generations and will never forget it. As time passed, the demon sages finally lost their patience. The dragon was about to arrive. If they were any later, Celestial Demon City would probably be filled with rivers of blood. The valley was still silent, as if there was no one inside. A demonic saint became anxious. He took out a dagger and said, "Lord Demonic God, if you don't do anything, I will commit suicide here. In any case, I will die anyway." Seeing that there was still no response from the demon saint, he turned around. Gritting his teeth, he raised the dagger and slid it down his neck. However, when his dagger was about to pierce his neck, he suddenly felt that his hand couldn't move. Then he felt an invisible force hit his chest, and he was sent flying. "Don't let your dirty blood stain the land here. Otherwise, I won't wait for the people from the House of Aries to come. I'll directly annihilate your entire lion clan." At the same time, a cold voice sounded faintly. Although the voice was calm, the content of the voice sent a chill down the spines of all the demon sages present. The few of them didn't care about the life and death of the demon sage that was sent flying. They quickly kowtowed again and shouted, "Lord, please save our tribe. Lord, please be merciful. Since we are all from the demon clan, please help us this once." The valley fell into silence once again like a stagnant pond. Occasionally, there would be a ripple caused by a falling rock, but it would instantly die down. The demon sages didn't dare to move. They just stared at the valley, hoping that the voice would be heard again. "Disperse. We won't do anything. Moreover, we can't do anything." After a long time, the voice sounded again. However, it wasn't the same voice as before. Instead, it was a delicate woman's voice. "Can't do anything?" The few of them looked at each other in surprise. They hurriedly asked, "Lord, why can't you do anything? Won't you do anything even if the entire demon clan is annihilated?" Sigh. "You have your rules, and we have ours. If we do anything, those old farts from the House of Aries will have an excuse to join forces with all the god-rank powerhouses of the Flame Dragon continent to kill us. When that happens, I'm afraid the demon clan will really be annihilated." The female demon seemed to be more patient than the owner of the voice. She sighed deeply and explained to them. Could it be that the heavens really want the Lion Clan to die? The few of them understood and instantly cried out in despair. It seemed that God-rank powerhouses had their own rules. They probably couldn't do anything in a secular war. They probably wouldn't interfere even if their tribe was annihilated. However, it was easy to understand after thinking about it. God-rank powerhouses were so powerful that they could probably destroy an entire city with a casual strike. If God-rank powerhouses acted recklessly, the three tribes would probably have been annihilated long ago. Who asked the Lion Clan to be so overbearing? You have only yourself to blame for the current situation. Go back, there's no point in staying here. As for whether the Lion Clan will be annihilated or not, that will depend on whether the Divine City's emissary is fast enough. The delicate woman transmitted this sentence again before completely falling silent. She refused to speak again. The few demon sages shook their heads helplessly. They helped the heavily injured demon sage up and rushed back to Heaven Demon City. Where did the Golden Lion Clan come from? Come out and accept your death. The few of them had just entered Heaven Demon City. Before they could return to the Lion Clan's manor, a group of people flew over from afar. They were like a dark cloud that covered the sky above Heaven Demon City. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky. A violent killing intent instantly enveloped the entire Heaven Demon City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the dark cloud floated over, countless powerhouses had already soared into the sky from Heaven Demon City. However, when these Demon Clan powerhouses saw the mighty House of Ares, they all hid to the side and adopted a posture as if they were watching a show. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, all the powerhouses above the demon arch level rose into the sky and followed their respective patriarchs to occupy a corner of the sky. All the powerhouses of the Lion Clan also rapidly rose into the sky and began to confront the powerhouses of the House of Ares. Today is a battle for revenge. The House of Ares will only take revenge on the Lion Clan. The other clans, please retreat 5 kilometers to avoid being implicated. This dragon is extremely grateful. Once this battle is over, we will immediately return to the House of Ares and will not linger. The dragon bastard's short body passed through the crowd and stood proudly as he spoke leisurely. Although his body was small, none of the demon clan present dared to underestimate him. After fighting him several times in the prefecture battles, they already knew that the outcome of underestimating him was death without exception. Apart from the Lion Clan powerhouses, the other powerhouses all retreated 5 kilometers. At the same time, they issued orders for all the clansmen to quickly leave the city to avoid being implicated. After all, this was a real battle. The battle would definitely be intense later on. Anyone who didn't run would be a fool. The Lion Clan didn't run. As one of the strongest races in the demon god residence, the Lion Clan naturally had their pride. Furthermore, Heaven Demon City was already the headquarters of their race. Where could they run to? Chapter 190. Dragon, don't push us too far. If you push us too far, we'll all perish together. One of the demon saints sighed helplessly. He looked at the surrounding demon clan members and felt dejected. Hand over Yao Xia, or the Lion Clan will be exterminated today. The demon saint's threat didn't faze the dragon in the slightest. He continued to stand proudly in front of him as he spoke coldly. Hand over Yao Xia, or the Lion Clan will be exterminated today. As soon as Dragon finished speaking, the powerful figures of the House of Ares behind him shouted. At the same time, they began to release their murderous aura. It was as if they were determined to take action at the slightest disagreement and dye Heaven Demon City red. Haha, let alone you, if Yao Xia appears now, we'll tear him apart with our own hands. This demon saint laughed bitterly. At the same time, he cursed Yao Xia's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. However, a moment later, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that Yao Xia's ancestors were also his ancestors. After a moment of silence, he looked at the increasingly murderous aura of the House of Ares. He looked at the few demon saints and dozens of demon emperors beside him. He knew that they were definitely not a match for the House of Ares' army. Although the House of Aries said that they would stop the battle if they handed over Yao Xia, he knew very well that this was just an excuse. The House of Aries had made such a big fuss. How could they be satisfied without seeing some blood? The House of Aries had always done things this way. Even if they were prostitutes, they still had to set up a chastity shop, but these idiots from the demon clan actually believed it and cooperated so well. If you want to kill my people, you'll have to kill me first. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in this demon saint's eyes. He suddenly flew out of the Lion clan's army and charged towards the House of Aries alone. Halfway there, his entire body began to release a monstrous aura. At the same time, flames began to appear on the surface of his body. At the same time, the determination and madness in his eyes became more obvious. At the same time, another 2 sacred beasts pounced out from behind him and rushed toward the divine battle manor in a frenzy. Their bodies were also engulfed in raging flames, as if they were going to burn the people of the divine battle manor. Not good, they're going to self-destruct. Run! The experts on the side of the House of Aries reacted one after another. Sensing the surging waves of demonic energy from the 3 of them, as well as the monstrous aura that seemed like it could destroy the world, their expressions changed and they quickly retreated. Some retreated, but of course, some didn't. The saint stage powerhouses of the House of Aries did not move. Instead, they watched as the 3 people charged at them like monkeys. Finally, their gazes fell on Dragon Rider, who was standing in front of them, as well as Yi Tianlong, who took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Dragon Rider. Bang! A khaki-colored light radiated from Yi Tianlong's body. Then, a khaki-colored halo suddenly formed, enveloping everyone in the House of Aries. Beside him, Dragon Rider also moved. His skinny hands quickly formed a few hand seals in the air. At the same time, his body suddenly erupted with an aura that was not inferior to that of the 3 demon saints who had self-destructed. A golden palm of a few meters in size suddenly formed in front of him. The palm quickly left his body and pounced towards the 3 demon saints. The golden palm expanded with the wind and finally turned into a huge palm of more than 10 meters in size. It directly grabbed the 3 demon saints and threw them towards the lion tribe as if they were toys. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds were heard amidst the exclamations of countless demons. 3 huge mushroom clouds appeared in the sky out of nowhere. The loud sounds resounded throughout the world. Even the celestial demon city below seemed to be shaking. At the same time, countless broken limbs began to fall towards the celestial demon city like a rain of blood. The entire sky above the celestial demon city was covered in blood. The other demons who were watching from afar all looked over in shock. At the same time, they were glad that they had made a wise choice. This dragon rider was actually so fierce. His dragon catcher hand could actually directly capture the 3 self-destructing demon saints and then throw them away like sandbags. His cultivation of the law of wood was almost at the great perfection stage. It seemed that this old man had already reached the peak of the sage realm and was half a step into the divine realm. If they were to fight him, they would definitely die. Swish, the 2 lion demon saints who had been blown away by the explosion flew up again in a sorry state. When they saw the sky full of blood and the falling limbs, they could not help but spit out blood. The result of the self-destruction of the 3 strongest demon saints of the lion tribe had actually resulted in the death of more than half of the lion tribe's experts. At this moment, the 2 of them began to have the determination to die. Their eyes turned blood red. They began to gather the few remaining experts and prepared to fight together. They would kill as many as they could. The pride of the lion tribe made them decide that they would rather die in pieces than live in dishonor. Attack. Dragon Rider's expression was calm, but there was a trace of exhaustion in his eyes. He calmly waved his hand, indicating for everyone to attack and kill all the remaining lion tribe members. Then, he would completely end this battle of revenge. All of you, stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the southeast sky. 4 figures instantly flew over. The 2 sides that were originally flying at high speed immediately stopped. When the 2 demon emperors saw the figures, they were immediately overjoyed. They hastily cried out, "Lord Divine Guards, you must help us." Dragon Rider and Yi Tianlong looked at each other. The corners of their lips curled into a mocking smile. Dragon Rider waved his hand, indicating for the experts from the House of Aries to retreat. Then, he cupped his hands towards the newcomers and said, "Dragon Rider pays his respects to the 4 guards of the Divine City. Greetings to the 4 guards of the Divine City. Greetings to the 4 guards of the Divine City." The experts from the House of Aries followed Dragon Rider and cupped their hands in greeting respectfully. Meanwhile, the demon race members that were 5 kilometers away hurriedly flew over and greeted in unison. They all knew that since the Divine City had made an appearance, it was the 4 great divine guards who had made an appearance. This battle was definitely not going to happen. Although everyone appeared to be very respectful towards the 4 guards, they were cursing in their hearts. The battle was almost over, yet they had only arrived. It was obvious that they weren't here to stop the fight. They were here to clean up the mess. Dispense with the formalities. The tall, purple-haired massacre god guard was the leader of the 4. At this moment, he was naturally the one to speak. He looked at the severed limbs on the ground with a pained expression. At the same time, he looked at the experts from the House of Aries with a reproachful expression. He sighed and said, "Old Dragon Rider, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you have indeed gone overboard this time. I have already investigated this matter. The demon race is indeed in the wrong, but you shouldn't have brought people over to exterminate them. If there's anything, you can appeal to the Divine City. We will definitely uphold justice for you." Then, he turned to look at the lion race and sighed again. He said helplessly, "Your lion race is the same. Why didn't you run when they came to kill you? If we had come a step later, would your lion race have rather been exterminated? Wouldn't you be willing to give up your so-called pride? I have already investigated this matter. It was all because of Yao Xia, and we came a step too late. We were also in pursuit of Yao Xia. Although we rushed over as fast as we could after killing Yao Xia, we didn't expect that we would still be too late and cause such a tragedy." Sigh, how sad, how sad. Chapter 191. The god-slaying guard's emotional and compassionate speech clearly stunned all the experts present. Massacre god guards, they really had to pay attention to what they said. The moment they spoke, they pinned the lion race as the guilty party, making it impossible for them to defend themselves. At the same time, they blamed Dragon for being rash and giving the lion race some face. Then, they started to criticize the lion race, pushing the blame onto them, and finally explained why they were late. Furthermore, they conveniently killed Yao Xia and pushed all the blame onto Yao Xia, making it so that there was no evidence. Dragon Weaver secretly raised his middle finger at the massacre god guards, but he still had an ashamed expression on his face. Since most of the people had been killed, Yao Xia was also dead, and the massacre god guards were here to give him a way out. He could only reluctantly step down. After coughing lightly a few times, Dragon Weaver's expression changed for the first time. He frowned slightly and looked ashamed. He cupped his hands at the massacre god guards again and said, "Massacre god guards, you are right. I was too rash. The evil demon committed such an evil act that violated the agreement between the 3 races. I was also muddle-headed because of my anger. Since the evil demon is dead and the main culprit has been killed, then this matter shall be dropped." The 2 demonic beast sages of the lion race were already cursing in their hearts, but they did not dare to show it on their faces. The massacre god guards were obviously condoning the House of Aries to commit murder. Furthermore, they had heard that the massacre god guards were also involved in the Luotian Mountain incident. They were probably afraid that the House of Aries would cause trouble, so they threw the lion race out to help the House of Aries vent their anger. However, the 2 of them had just broken through to demonic beast sage and were the weakest among the lion race demonic beast sages. Since Yao Xia was dead, there was no evidence, so they naturally did not dare to go against the Divine City 4 guards. He had no choice but to suffer in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness. Not only could they not complain, but they also had to smile apologetically. Otherwise, if they angered the Divine City 4 guards, they would wash their hands of this matter. The lion race would really be exterminated. Therefore, one of the demonic beast sages smiled bitterly and said, "Lord, the lion race suffered such a huge loss. So many peak experts died. Alright. I got it." The massacre god guard looked coldly at the demon sage and interrupted his words. It was as though he was blaming him for being so insensible. "I gave you a way out, so just do it. If you continue to be so long-winded, I'll just wash my hands off you." After saying that, he faintly said to Dragon Bastard, "Old dragon, you guys are too ruthless this time. Compensate them for their losses." "All right." The dragon smiled faintly and agreed. His attitude was extremely good as he said respectfully, "I'll go back and hold a meeting right now to discuss an accurate compensation plan. I'll send it to the Lion Clan later." When the two demon saints heard this, they immediately rolled their eyes. Were these two singing the same tune and putting on a show? Go back to the meeting? Even if they waited for tens of thousands of years, they would not be able to come up with a compensation plan. The two of them looked at each other and sighed helplessly. "All right, we'll leave it to the four sirs to decide. And let's drop this matter. Everyone must remember this painful lesson in the future. If there's anything, we can talk it out. If you want to fight, go to the residence to fight. If something like this happens again in the future, the God's city will definitely punish you severely. Alright, you may all disperse." The massacre god guard nodded his head and was very satisfied. Finally, he made a concluding speech. The battle was over, the anger had been vented, and the people were dead. The people in the sky above the Heaven Demon City started to disperse and return to their homes to find their mothers. The Heaven Demon City regained its peace once again. The drizzle that had been drizzling in the morning had stopped, and a red sun appeared in the sky. Rays of dark red sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone down, causing the already blood-red Heaven Demon City to become even more blood-red. Yi Qingwu was in a very bad mood. In fact, she had not been in a good mood ever since she returned from the fallen god mountain. Yi Qingyo had told her that Yi Qinghan had a 60% chance of returning safely from the fallen god mountain. He had also been afraid that she would not believe him and had secretly told her that the Yi family had a god-level expert. He had also told her that the old ancestor was thinking of ways to rescue Yi Qinghan. She had been shocked that the Yi family had a legendary god and had chosen to believe her grandfather's words. However, she could not feel good when Yi Qinghan did not return for a day. At this moment, she was in a daze in the small attic where Yi Qingyu lived in the back mountain of the Yi family. Yi Qingyu had told her that Yi Qingyu had already recovered, but it would probably take some time before she would wake up. Therefore, apart from cultivating in her room, she would come to this small attic every day and stare blankly at this soft and weak white-haired woman in white. She would come once a day to see if Yi Qingyu would wake up. She was very confused. If Yi Qingyu really woke up one day, how was she going to tell Yi Qingyu about Yi Qinghan? Was she going to tell her that her brother had gone to the prefecture battle to save her and was then persecuted? Was she going to tell her that her brother was trapped in a very dangerous place and his life was uncertain? Yi Qingyu had been asleep for a year and suddenly woke up, but she was going to tell her that her only relative, her brother, was facing a life and death crisis at this moment? Wasn't this too much of a blow to her? But, if she did not tell her, how was she going to explain? How was she going to hide it? She did not know how to face Yi Qingyu after she woke up, and was even a little afraid that Yi Qingyu would suddenly wake up, but every day, she hoped that Yi Qingyu would wake up as soon as possible. Because this was Yi Qinghan's wish and what Yi Qinghan looked forward to the most. And Yi Qinghan's wish was also her wish, therefore, her mood was very conflicted and panicked every day, so her mood became worse and worse. Yu Qingqing's mood was also very bad. Although the air on Tranquil Lake Island was still fresh and the scenery on Tranquil Lake Island was still enchanting, these days, she would always wake up from her dreams before the sun rose. After a while, she began to wash up and put on a peach-red robe with a peach blossom on it. Then, she took her zither and walked to the lakeside with her silver sword. She played a tune, danced a sword dance, and recited a poem. The tune was a military song, and the sword dance was the one that caused the chi of heaven and earth to become chaotic during the summer fire festival. And the poem she recited was a masterpiece, breaking the formation. The tune was right, the sword dance was also gorgeous, and the poem, Breaking the Formation, was also undulating. But no matter how she played, how she danced, and how she recited, it did not seem to have the artistic conception of the black-robed youngster on the day of the summer fire festival. The tranquil Lake Island was still the tranquil Lake Island of the past, the wind by the lake was still so refreshing, and the water in the lake was still incomparably clear. Yu Qingqing frowned slightly, and her black pearl-like eyes flashed with confusion. How could the days without Yi Qinghan be so difficult? Feng Zi returned to West Wind City, rejected his old friends, and directly walked into the seclusion place of the family. In his words, he was going to paint the wall with feces, and would never come out of seclusion if he did not become a decent person. Hua Hua also returned to Luohua City. He did not go to the routine of peeping once a day, nor was he in the mood to train the tranquil lake girl that Yu Qingqing gave him. After the trip to the sect battle, he seemed to feel that the things that made him extremely excited in the past had become so boring and childish at this moment. After thinking hard for a few days to no avail, he directly locked himself up and asked for a large amount of elixirs and cultivation experience from the clan. He actually started to cultivate diligently for the first time ever, scaring the old fellow in the clan to the point of being dumbfounded. Long Sainan returned to Dragon City and began to break through to the Emperor realm. She was about to break through and step onto the stage that belonged to the real strong. However, she didn't feel particularly excited. Instead, when she tried to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth several times, the figure of a handsome young man suddenly appeared in her mind. He was a beautiful purple. She was very frightened. She did not know why her heart, which she had guarded for 28 years, would suddenly beat so violently every time she thought of that young man. Could it be? She actually fell in love with a young man who was more than 10 years younger than her, and opened up the heart that she had not opened for more than 20 years? Chapter 192. The outside world was in chaos. Countless people were sad, desolate, and hopeful. Yi Qinghan knew nothing about it, although he really wanted to know. He knew nothing. He only knew that if he did not think of a way to break through the 3 stages according to Yi Ruoshui's instructions, enter the divine pavilion, and obtain the godly sword, he would never be able to leave this place. After a few days of exploration, he was very sure. It was impossible for him to leave this place as soon as possible. He wandered around in the psychedelic realm for a few days and lost track of how much he had walked. He tragically discovered that this psychedelic realm seemed to be boundless and he could never reach the end. After a few days of exploration, other than finding 7 ancient trees and countless spirit fruit trees, the rest of the place was covered in thick white fog. The ground was as flat as the cement road in his previous life. He thought that the god-slaying mountain was only so big. As long as he walked in a straight line, he would definitely be able to reach the edge and find a way to leave. However, after a few days of walking, he was afraid that he would be able to walk from Ecstasy City to Dragon City, but he still could not reach the edge. There was still thick white fog in the same brown soil. Until today, he finally gave up on this idea. There must be a very powerful formation in the psychedelic realm. Of course, this was nonsense. If it was not a powerful formation, how could it create such a terrifying illusion? However, he now knew that there must be a very mysterious illusion in the psychedelic realm that could make people go in circles. If he did not break this formation, he would continue to wander in it for the rest of his life. Of course, it was impossible for him to wander in it for the rest of his life. Yi Ruoshui had said that if he could not break this formation after a year, the killing formation here would directly annihilate his soul. Since he had nowhere else to go, he would just cultivate diligently and try his best to raise his battle chi realm. As his soul realm improved, he would be less affected by the illusionary realm. That way, he would have a higher chance of obtaining the 7 emotions fruits and passing the first stage. Cultivate, cultivate. Other than cultivating, they could do anything else. Of course, he could not do anything here. Fortunately, he had Xiao He to accompany him. Otherwise, if he were to continue living such a monotonous, even depressing life, he did not know whether he would go crazy or develop autism. After a few days of exploration, he had confirmed that other than the illusion attacks 3 times a day, he was very safe at other times. Therefore, unless it was close to the time of the illusion attack, he would let Xiao He come out to play. The large amount of spirit fruits in the psychedelic realm gave him an inexhaustible supply of food and a huge amount of pure energy. Although he only ate spirit fruits 3 times a day, his lower abdomen would generate heat and release pure energy. Furthermore, the amount of energy that gushed out each time was very small. However, this energy was extremely marvelous as it could directly reach his dantian along his meridians and almost integrate with his liquid battle qi. Finally, it would completely transform into liquid battle qi. It should be noted that when a martial artist cultivated, he would absorb the qi of heaven and earth and transform it into battle qi. After the battle qi was stored in the dantian, it would slowly transform into battle qi. Usually, after cultivating and absorbing battle qi for a day, the battle qi that was transformed into battle qi was only 1% of the original battle qi. But now, the pure energy produced by the spirit fruits had directly transformed into battle qi. This was an extremely terrifying situation. The amount of battle qi that Yi Qinghan had transformed from eating spirit fruits in 1 day was almost equal to the amount he had accumulated in 5 days of cultivation. In other words, cultivating here for 1 day was equivalent to cultivating for 6 days. This meant that his cultivation speed here had increased by 6 times. 6 times. This was a terrifying number. Under normal circumstances, when a martial broke through to the Marquis realm, without the help of spirit medicines or spirit fruits, martial artists with poor talent and poor cultivation methods would need at least 10 years. But for people like Yi Qinghan and Long Sainan, with their rare talent and the cultivation methods of their clans, they would need at least 5 years to break through. But in this place, if Yi Qinghan continued, then this time would be terrifyingly shortened. Yi Qinghan did some mental calculations. If nothing unexpected happened, he would break through to the realm of a duke in 8 to 10 months. Breaking through to the duke realm from the martial realm in 8 to 10 months? No one would believe this speed. Of course, it wasn't impossible for the genius young masters and ladies of the major families to break through in such a short time. It was just that, the spirit medicines and spirit fruits required would make even the wealthiest family head of the Yu family frown. "Boss, I'm back." Just as Yi Qinghan was about to rest after cultivating for a while, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in his mind. At the same time, a small black shadow shot out from the dense white mist ahead and threw itself into Yi Qinghan's arms. "Hee, Xiao Hei, you've been running around all day. Don't get lost." Yi Qinghan held Xiao Hei's head dotingly and pinched the black horn on his head. This horn had started growing a year ago, but it had been more than a year, yet it had only grown a little. It was just enough to be pinched with 2 fingers. So full. This fruit is too delicious. I've eaten at least 10 of them. Xiao Hei shook his head affectionately and rubbed against Yi Qinghan's hand. Then, he retracted his front claws and stood up, revealing his round tummy. Yi Qinghan reached out and rubbed Xiao Hei's tummy. He smiled and said, "Hee, don't get too full. Your tummy is so small. Can you eat 10 fruits? I have to eat even if I can't. The heat produced by this fruit is too comfortable. The energy is as pure as the dragon crystal's energy. I have to eat more so that I can reach maturity faster." Xiao Hei reached out his front claws and rubbed his tummy in a very human-like manner. His small mouth chewed a few times, as if he was still savoring the taste. "Maturity? Little brat, didn't you say that you'd almost reach maturity after absorbing the dragon crystal's energy last time? Look, it's been a few months now. Don't talk about maturity, you're still that small." Yi Qinghan smiled and teased Xiao Hei. At the same time, he was very puzzled. Under normal circumstances, if a beast had absorbed such a huge amount of energy from the dragon crystal, even if it didn't reach maturity immediately, its body would at least grow a little, right? But Xiao Hei was still like a little puppy. His body actually weighed only a few kilograms. However, Xiao Hei's strength was indeed constantly improving. Although his body was small, according to him, his current strength had already reached the realm of a 7th-tier magical beast. Therefore, Yi Qinghan wasn't too worried. Perhaps holy beasts were different from other magical beasts. No matter what, he was still a holy beast. Xiao He was also a little puzzled by Yi Qinghan's question. He scratched his little head and his two black eyeballs rolled a few times. He transmitted his voice and said, "Ah. I'm not sure either. Logically speaking, my body should have some changes when I've grown to the strength of a 7th-tier magical beast. Could it be that holy beasts grow slower? Or am I an existence of a higher level than holy beasts? Divine beast? Otherwise, why would my body grow so slowly? Boss, do you think this is possible?" "Yes. It's possible. When I become a god, I'll use my supreme divine power to directly turn you into a divine beast. Alright, you play by yourself. I'm going to train and try to break through to the Duke realm as soon as possible and break this ghostly realm." Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and teased. Divine beast? There were no legends of divine beasts in the Fire Dragon continent at all. Therefore, he decisively cut off Xiao He's lustful thoughts and poured a bucket of ice-cold water over it. Chapter 193. Tsung City, the back mountain of the Yi family. Yi Tianlong looked at the weak girl on the bed with a complicated expression, feeling very puzzled. Looking at Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu beside him, he said, "It's been half a year, why hasn't she woken up yet?" A year ago, in order to win back Yi Qinghan's heart, he took half of the Yi family's property and went to the hidden island alone to ask for a spirit pill. However, he didn't get a spirit pill. Instead, the lord of the hidden island gave him a divine crystal for free. He had never seen a spirit pill before, let alone a divine crystal. In order to preserve the medicinal properties of the spirit pill, he and Yi Qingniu didn't open the jade box to check. They only sensed with their spiritual consciousness that it was full of pure soul energy. After Yi Qinghan was sucked into the god-slaying mountain, he returned to the Yi family to meet the old ancestor and received the war god blood token. He threw the jade box given by the hidden island master to Yi Baihu. But he didn't expect that it wasn't a spirit pill, but a divine crystal. In the end, the old ancestor was alarmed. None of this was important. What was important was that the old ancestor said that he wanted to make Yi Qingniu the next clan leader and that she could enter the god realm in 10 years. What was the god realm? He, Yi Baihu, and Yi Qingniu knew it very well. Ever since they entered the Saint realm more than 20 years ago, they had been pursuing this path. Day and night, they hoped to enter the legendary god realm. The heavenly god state was a state that represented almost immortality. That was a state where one could teleport, possess unparalleled powers, and unparalleled mystic abilities. Which warrior didn't want to become a god? Who didn't want to live forever? But the threshold of the god realm was too high. In the tens of thousands of years of history of the Flame Dragon continent, there had been countless Saint realm experts. But how many had broken through? In the history of the Yi family, there had been countless peak Saint realm experts, but how many had become gods? Only one person, Yi Ruoxue. This dragon was strong, peak Saint realm. With one move of the dragon catcher hand, he could throw 3 self-destructing demon saints around like toys. But, though he was half a step into the god realm, if he wanted to break through the last step, he needed great opportunities and luck. If he was lucky, he could become a god. If he was unlucky, he could only die of old age in Dragon City. The 3 of them were strong and could be considered decent in the divine battle abode, but the 3 of them hadn't even touched the threshold of the heavenly god realm, and they didn't even know if they would have the chance to do so in their lifetime. This was because martial artists below the Emperor realm could probably cultivate to the peak of the Duke realm as long as they worked hard and had a large amount of spirit herbs and spirit fruits. However, cultivators above the Emperor realm not only needed to cultivate battle chi, but they also needed to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Yi Tianlong had started to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth at the age of 40. Up until now, he had only comprehended 2 of the 5 profound mysteries of the earth laws of heaven and earth. He had not even touched the threshold of the other 3 profound mysteries. But now, Ancestor Yi Ruoxue was actually saying that this 15 or 16-year-old girl, who had a half-crippled jade spirit body, could actually become a deity in 10 years after absorbing a god crystal. 10 years? Forget about whether she could reach the peak of the Saint Realm in 10 years, even if she did, could she understand the 5 mysteries of a law in 10 years? One had to know that Yi Tianlong had spent 20 years to complete the first mystery of the Earth Law. Therefore, this was a question worth pondering over, and also a question worthy of suspicion. But the 3 of them didn't doubt it at all. Or rather, they were forcing themselves to believe this fact. Because, this was said by Yi Ruoxue, a person who had broken through to the God realm hundreds of years ago. He had the right to say this and make the 3 of them believe him. Therefore, the 3 of them wanted Yi Qingyu to wake up as soon as possible so that they could see if this miraculous and profound thing would happen. What would happen? Don't worry, Chief. We can't check the girl's condition for some reason, but her body is getting better every day. However, this little girl's physical condition is getting better day by day. This is very easy to see. Perhaps it won't be long before she wakes up tomorrow. Yi Baihu couldn't help but smile and comfort Yi Tianlong when he saw him like this. That's right, Chief. There's no point in worrying about this. We won't die even if she doesn't wake up. Yi Qingmiu looked much more haggard. He saw Yi Qingwu's condition and felt pain in his heart. At the same time, he was inwardly angry at Yi Qinghan. This brat had unknowingly seduced his precious granddaughter. He didn't know what to do to make Yi Qingwu so sad and haggard every day. Don't worry, how can I not worry? The chief said that this girl could become a god in 10 years. Sigh. Yi Tianlong sighed deeply and said helplessly, what do you think this divine crystal is? How can someone who hasn't cultivated before become a god in 10 years? I can't figure it out. The chief didn't even show up. Isn't he trying to make us anxious? How would we know? Didn't you ask Longhua? How would we know something that even he doesn't know? The chief must have been delayed, or else he would have shown up. After all, he cares about this girl a lot. Yi Qingmiu's eyes bulged slightly as he shook his head and sighed. Yi Baihu, however, thought of another problem. He frowned and sighed, sigh. Clan leader, you shouldn't worry about this. You should think about it more. If this girl wakes up, how are we going to explain to her about little Han? Otherwise, if this girl makes a fuss about going to the god-slaying mountain or seeking death, the chief will tear us apart. Yi Baihu's question clearly stunned Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingmiu. This was a big problem. They didn't know Yi Qingyu very well, and it could even be said that this girl didn't exist before the incident at the infatuation garden. However, they could tell from the fact that Yi Qingyu had angrily committed suicide under Yi Qingxia's coercion. This girl looked weak and gentle on the outside, but she was strong and resolute on the inside. If he suddenly woke up after sleeping for more than a year and couldn't find Yi Qinghan, then he might think that Yi Qinghan was already dead and couldn't live alone. In the entire Yi family, there seemed to be no one besides Yi Qinghan that Yi Qingyu trusted. In that case, it was very likely that Yi Qingyu wouldn't believe anyone's words. Baihu, this is going to be difficult. You usually have a lot of ideas, so hurry up and think of a way. If something goes wrong with this little ancestor, I'm afraid that something big will happen. Yi Tianlong said anxiously, scratching his head with a worried expression. What can I do about this? The only way is to make her believe that Yi Qinghan isn't dead, and the only people she can trust are those who are familiar with Yi Qinghan. And the only people who are familiar with Yi Qinghan and have a close relationship with Yi Qinghan are Yi Qingsheng and Yi Qingwu. I can only get them to persuade Yi Qingyu. Yi Baihu shook his head, unable to come up with any good ideas. My brother isn't dead? Just as the 3 of them were deep in thought, racking their brains for a good plan. Suddenly, a weak female voice rang out in the room. This voice came very suddenly, so suddenly that the 3 experts of the Saint Realm trembled. At the same time, their eyes shone with a dazzling light, and expressions of wild joy appeared on their faces. They looked at the bed at the same time. On the large white bed, there was a white-haired girl in white clothes. At this moment, her eyes were wide open, and she was looking at them timidly. Her beautiful face was as smooth as cream, and her eyes were as clear as water, and her hair was as white as snow. She actually had a kind of seductive charm. Chapter 194. Your brother, let's talk about your brother later. Child, don't move for now. You, take a good look at your body and see if you feel uncomfortable anywhere. There's nothing unusual. Qingmyo, hurry and call a few servant girls over, and also call Yi Qingwu over. What's that? Oh, right, hurry and call someone to bring some porridge. Yes, porridge. She's just woken up, so she can't have much nourishment. Yi Qingyu opened her eyes and spoke. The three old men in the room were so scared that their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. The three of them hurriedly stood up. They wanted to surround her, but they were afraid of scaring Yi Qingyu. They wanted to say something, but they felt that nothing they said was right. In the end, Yi Tianlong rubbed his hands and twitched his mouth, trying his best to make his smile more amiable. Then, he opened his mouth to answer Yi Qingyu's question. However, in his haste, his words were somewhat incoherent and he began to babble nonsense. Yes. Don't worry, little girl. Lie down properly. We can talk about anything. I'll call someone over to serve you right now. Yi Qingmyo also rubbed his hands, his face glowing. He nodded and narrowed his eyes, trying his best not to let his bulging eyes scare Yi Qingyu. With that, he quickly turned and ran out of the small attic. Don't be afraid, Yi Qingyu. This is the head of the family, the grandfather of you and your brother, and also Yi Dao's father. Rest assured, just take care of your body first. Don't worry about anything else. And let me tell you, Yi Jian has already been imprisoned by your grandfather. Yi Qinghuang, that bad person, has also been chased out of the Yi family castle by your grandfather, so you don't have to worry about anything. Yi Baihu was clearly very excited. Although the three of them were saints who had seen all kinds of situations and experienced all kinds of things, the three of them did not know how to coax a child. However, the three of them didn't know how to coax a child. Of course, in their hearts, Yi Qingyu was a child. Moreover, she was the kind of child that couldn't be provoked. Therefore, the three of them spoke somewhat incoherently, a little long-winded, and even childish. Yi Qingyu didn't say anything. The three of them passionately confessed. Not only did it not make Yi Qingyu trust them, but it also made her feel like the three of them were wretched old men who wanted to lie to the little girl and buy her candy. Therefore, she began to curl up her body and looked at the two of them even more fiercely. I want to see my brother. You said that he is not dead. Then go and call him here. Otherwise, I will die in front of you. No. Don't. Yi Qingyu's threat was obviously very powerful. Yi Tianlong's and Yi Baihu's hearts were about to jump out of their chests when they heard this. The two of them wanted to do something, but they didn't dare to. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. Yi Tianlong slapped his head and was at his wit's end. Sha. At this time, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the attic. Then, Yi Qingwu's pure and cute appearance appeared at the door. She had a happy and gentle smile on her face. She looked at Yi Qingyu and said excitedly, Little sister Qingyu, you are finally awake. Do you recognize me? Are you Miss Wu? I've seen you before. Yi Qingyu stared at Yi Qingwu for a while, and a smile finally appeared on her face. She had seen Yi Qingwu and her family before, and she had a deep impression of him. After all, Yi Qingwu had a very high status in the family, and her angelic face and devilish figure made it easy for people to remember her. Most importantly, Yi Qingwu had helped Yi Qinghan in the War Beast Academy. Yi Qingyu was very grateful to her. Yi Qingyu's words made Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu heave a sigh of relief. They relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Thank goodness. She actually knew Yi Qingwu and seemed to have a good impression of her. This was good, this was very good. Xiao Wu, take good care of Qingyu. Also, explain to her that little Han didn't die and is now training. Her body is very weak now, so she must take good care of her body. You can move in next door to her for the next few days. Your grandpa White Tiger and I will be leaving first. We'll come see her later. Yi Tianlong hurriedly told Yi Qinggu to comfort Yi Qingyu and clear up her doubts. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Yi Qinggu to temporarily hide the fact that Yi Qinghan was trapped in the Divine Mountain. At the same time, he repeatedly told Yi Qinggu to take good care of Yi Qingyu. After saying that, he left with Yi Baihu. When they faced Yi Qingyu's clear, childlike eyes, they felt more pressure than when they saw Yi Ruoshui. They felt guilty. Big sister Qinggu, tell me the truth? My brother really didn't die? After Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu left, Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Qinggu and asked excitedly. In her memory, under Yi Qingxia's coercion, she angrily hit the wall and fainted. In the intoxicated garden, when she woke up again, she found that Yi Qinghan had actually returned. Moreover, he had come alone to kill Yi Qingquang behind her back. Yi Qingquang was crippled, but the three old guys in the Yi family's back mountain weren't drawn out. Yi Jian and Yi Rong wanted to kill her brother, Yi Qinghan, in a fit of rage. Therefore, she didn't hesitate and directly activated the soul sacrifice skill that she hadn't completely mastered yet. She hoped that it could temporarily increase her brother's strength and allow him to escape. However, after the sacrifice, before she fell into a deep sleep, she realized that her sacrifice was not completely successful. Moreover, with so many experts from the Yi family present, she couldn't be sure if Yi Qinghan could escape. Therefore, after sleeping for more than a year, when she woke up, she heard three unfamiliar old men discussing about Yi Qinghan. Of course, she was anxious and didn't care too much, so she directly asked about it. Although Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu explained a lot, the two were too excited and guilty, so they spoke incoherently and incoherently. Until now, when he saw Yi Qinggu, she impatiently asked again. Of course he didn't die. When you fainted, I was also there. I crushed the jade talisman that my grandfather gave me and drew out my grandfather and the patriarch. The patriarch has investigated your brother's situation. Moreover, your brother is so powerful and has a sacred beast. Why would the patriarch and the family let him die? A hint of sadness flashed across Yi Qingwu's eyes, but she hid it immediately. She smiled and stroked Yi Qingyu's head as she spoke. Where is he now? I want to see him. I feel like I've slept for a very long time. I haven't seen my brother for a very long time. I miss him. A hint of joy appeared in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Only she and Yi Qinghan knew that Yi Qinghan had a sacred beast. Now that Yi Qinggu had mentioned it, it was very credible. However, she felt very empty when she woke up and didn't see Yi Qinghan. Therefore, she urgently wanted to see Yi Qinghan. Hee, little girl, you've slept for more than a year. As for your brother, he has been sent out by the family to gain experience. He's gone to a very far place. Even further than the barbarian city. Let me tell you, your brother is very powerful now. He's now the hero of the House of Aries. I'll tell you about this later. Your main task now is to take care of your body. When your brother returns, he won't be happy to see you so weak. Yi Qinggu saw Yi Qingyu's limpid eyes filled with hope and longing. She couldn't help but feel an infinite amount of love and tenderness for her. When she talked about Yi Qinghan, she seemed to recall the frail figure of Yi Qinghan on the Nether Island. He wasn't very tall, but he was like an invincible god of war, sweeping across the demon race and the barbarian race. She couldn't help but show a look of longing and adoration. I've actually slept for more than a year. My brother has become a great hero now. Very powerful. When Yi Qingyu heard Yi Qingwu's words, she couldn't help but feel excited. A happy smile rippled on her beautiful face. After a moment of silence, she continued, All right, elder sister Qinggu, I'll listen to you and take care of my body. However, you must tell me everything about my brother in detail. Chapter 195. Luotian Mountain, Hallucinatory Realm. Yi Qinghan stood silently as he stared at an ancient tree in front of him with a faint smile on his face. The ancient tree was naturally the seven emotions tree, the tree of fear. Of course, he wasn't here to admire the beauty of the tree. The seven emotions tree was barren and only had a single fruit at the top. Of course, it wasn't a beautiful sight. He came here today to try the hallucinatory realm and pick the seven emotions fruit at the top of the tree. 6 months had passed. He had been cultivating day and night, and he had achieved great success. His battle chi cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the martial realm. Along with the increase in his battle chi cultivation, the strength of his soul had also increased. Therefore, he thought hard for a few days and decided to try the 7 emotions hallucinatory realm. Whether he could succeed or not was one thing. The most important thing was to test the results of his 6 months of cultivation. As for why he chose the tree of wholeness to experiment with out of the 7 ancient trees, there was a certain basis for this. Yi Qinghan knew his personality and the 7 emotions. They represented 7 different emotional hallucinatory realms: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire. Based on his personality and the experience of his 2 lives, this hallucinatory realm had the least impact on his mind. He had already died once, what would he be afraid of? Moreover, he had killed many people in this life and seen many things. There was really nothing to be afraid of. After experiencing a few hallucinatory realms and summarizing his personality, he came to a conclusion. 7 types of hallucinatory realms: joy, anger, wholeness, and evil. These 4 types of hallucinatory realms had relatively little impact on him. On the other hand, sorrow, and desire had a huge impact on his mind. The main reason was that he placed great importance on emotions. As long as the hallucinatory realms involved his loved ones, he would involuntarily fall into them and be unable to extricate himself. Since he had nothing to fear, he would try it. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and took a few deep breaths, allowing his state of mind to reach its most peaceful state. Then, he slowly walked in the direction of the ancient tree. As soon as he stepped in, the scenery started to change. The white mist slowly dissipated and an unfamiliar scene appeared. Yi Qinghan didn't mind and continued to move forward. Although he was only 100 meters away from the ancient tree, if Yi Qinghan ran at full speed, he could probably reach it in the blink of an eye. But of course, he did not dare to run too fast. After all, the illusion was more powerful the closer he was to the ancient tree. If he were to rush over recklessly, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape if he encountered some unknown danger. 1 step, 2 steps, 20 steps. The scenery had already changed countless times. The sky in front of him had already turned blood red, and a deep and strange voice kept ringing in his ears. Most importantly, the trace of fear in the depths of his soul had already begun to invade his mind under the influence of the illusion. Actually, the illusions of the psychedelic realm were not particularly powerful. As long as one could maintain one's heart, any illusions were nothing to Yi Qinghan. However, the illusions of the psychedelic realm had a very mystical effect. It could continuously influence Yi Qinghan's soul. For example, in this illusion of fear, the trace of absolute will in the depths of his soul would be influenced by the illusions and continuously magnify, completely suppressing his other thoughts, causing him to become more and more timid than usual. Ho, do you want to scare me with a bit ghost atmosphere and some ghost music? Yi Qinghan revealed a faint smile as he didn't care about it. Closely after that, he closed his eyes and blocked his sense of hearing and taste using his battle chi. At the same time, he walked straight all the way like a robot. This method was really effective. Of course, if he couldn't see or hear anything, his mind would be less affected. However, after moving forward for over 10 m, he found that this method didn't work anymore. As he approached the ancient tree, the illusion grew more and more powerful. It didn't affect Yi Qinghan's mind by sight or hearing anymore. Instead, it directly formed the illusion in Zhang Tai's mind. As long as Yi Qinghan's mind was running, the illusion would always affect him. However, if his mind didn't run, he couldn't direct his body to move forward at all. The bloody sky grew darker. Yi Qinghan found that he had arrived at a hillside which was full of graveyards. Above these graveyards, there were ghostly white flames floating everywhere. When the wind blew over, it would cause hair-raising sounds, which sounded like the cries of demons in the netherworld, the roars of Yama and the moans of corpses on the roadside. Of course, these things were just tricks for Yi Qinghan. He had watched a lot of horror films in the previous life and killed a lot of humans, beasts, demons, and barbarians in this life. Of course, he would not be afraid of them at all. However, this moment was different than before. At this moment, in the illusion of fear, Zhang Tai became much timid. It was like an adult watching a horror film would not be afraid of anything. However, if a child were to watch a horror film in the middle of the night, he would not be able to sleep for the whole night. Similarly, under the influence of the illusion, the fear in Yi Qinghan's heart was magnified infinitely. Of course, when one sees such a terrifying situation, he would be afraid and frightened. Naturally, he would have the thought of retreating. Naturally, he would have the thought of leaving this place and running away. No. I can't retreat. This is an illusion. I've already died once. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll just die again. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's mind suddenly surged with a crazy obsession. This obsession quickly overwhelmed the fear in his mind. At this moment, he was extremely clear-headed. It could even be said that his courage suddenly grew. Taking advantage of this thought, he began to run. He did not think about anything else. He only wanted to run. He did not look at anything. He only looked at the ancient tree on the tallest burial mound mountain in front of him. There was a dark red fruit on the ancient tree that was emitting a faint red glow. However, as he ran, he felt that his footsteps were being obstructed. He saw white bone claws continuously appearing in front of him. No. He did not see them. Instead, he felt that there were white bone claws constantly reaching out and tugging at his trousers and feet. This feeling was very mystical. He knew that this was an illusion and his body wasn't being hindered at all. However, this illusion of everything made him feel like his body was being grabbed, and his running speed was being slowed down. It's fake. It's fake. It's all fake. Yi Qinghan kept telling himself in his mind. He kept emphasizing that this was fake. It was impossible for his body to be grabbed. However, his movements were involuntarily affected. He began to slow down. I can't go any further. Otherwise, I definitely won't be able to walk out of this white bone mountain. Looking at the increasing number of white bones in front of him, there seemed to be no end to them. Moreover, it seemed like these white bone hands were constantly surging towards him. At this moment, such a thought suddenly appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Moreover, this thought was rapidly expanding in his mind. At this moment, his desire to retreat was extremely strong. He almost lost control and turned around to run. Chapter 196. No, this doesn't feel right. I can't retreat. The ancient tree is right in front of me. I'm still more than 10 meters away. If I retreat this time, I'm afraid I'll forever be obsessed with this place. Fight. Another voice in his heart made him stop running. Yi Qinghan's battle chi flashed. Taking advantage of the fact that this thought had not faded away, Yi Qinghan's battle chi flashed. He hurriedly rushed towards the ancient tree in a frenzy. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. Finally, he approached the ancient tree. Looking at the spiritual fruit on the ancient tree that was emitting a dim red light, Yi Qinghan smiled as if relieved of a burden. However, when he was about to jump onto the ancient tree to pick the spiritual fruit, a sudden change occurred. Countless bloody corpses suddenly appeared from the ground around him. These zombies all swarmed towards him. They used their hands, claws, and mouths to attack him crazily. When Yi Qinghan turned his head to look at these zombies, he discovered something in horror. These zombies were actually people he had killed before. The Snow Brothers, Yi Qingxia, Yi Bao, Yi Rong, Yao Kaka. Yi Qinghan, you've been tricked. Since you dared to enter the 7 emotions illusionary realm, then stay here to accompany us. Yi Rong opened his huge bloody mouth and bit Yi Qinghan's thigh. Yi Qinghan, you're definitely going to die today. I can finally take revenge. Yi Qinghan, die. Yao Kaka, Yi Qingxia, the Snow Brothers, and the countless demons and barbarians he had killed swarmed over from all directions. They surrounded Yi Qinghan and began to attack him crazily. This was obviously an illusionary realm. Yi Qinghan was very clear about this. However, he discovered that his flesh was falling off piece by piece under the attacks and bites of the zombies. Blood flowed freely. At the same time, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his mind. His body became weaker and weaker. Furthermore, he discovered that he could not move. It seemed that he was really surrounded and was about to die. No. Get out of my way. At the last moment, Yi Qinghan had a clear thought in his mind, and his consciousness was clear. This was an illusion. It was all fake. It was just that, the power of this illusion was so terrifying that if he continued, his soul would enter a state of suspended animation. In other words, his body did not receive any substantial damage, but his soul would be affected by the illusion and think that he was really dead. When the soul thought that it was dead, the soul would die along with it and become completely silent. At that time, he might never wake up. The power of this illusion was actually so strong. There's no other way. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Xiao He, come out and fuse with your beasts. Kill. At the last moment, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to activate his beast fusion. This was because he knew that if he really entered a fake death state, he would really die, and Xiao He, who had signed a soul contract with him, would also die. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well give it his all. A faint shadow slowly appeared and quickly drilled into his chest. At the same time, a powerful energy surged into his body. His spirit was immediately uplifted. At that moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that after the fusion of the beasts, the illusion in his mind had actually weakened by a lot. The countless zombies around him had actually become extremely slow, and their bodies had also become illusory. The beast fusion could actually strengthen my soul? Reduce the illusion's influence on me? Yi Qinghan was ecstatic. He did not dare to think too much about it. He leaped up with all his might and stepped on the ancient tree a few times. He quickly reached out and plucked the dark red spirit fruit from the top of the tree. Wang, the world suddenly became quiet, as if time had stopped at that second. After a flash of white light, the entire world suddenly changed. The sky returned to its original white color, the ground turned brown, and a thick white fog shrouded the surroundings. Yi Qinghan's soul was incomparably peaceful at this moment. I've finally succeeded. Yi Qinghan lightly jumped down from the ancient tree. His whole body collapsed on the ground. He looked at the dark red fruit in his hand and smiled bitterly. Then, his head tilted and he fell to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. An hour later, Yi Qinghan suddenly woke up. It was not because he was scared awake, nor was it because he had rested enough. Instead, it was because he had planted a hint in his mind before he fell asleep. Under the influence of his own subconscious, he had forced himself to wake up suddenly. This was like how although you were very tired and slept late, but before you slept, you had repeatedly emphasized that you had something to do tomorrow morning, so you had to wake up early. Therefore, you would definitely wake up very early the next morning. Actually, according to Yi Qinghan's level of weakness, even if he slept for a day and a night, he would still be able to sleep, and sleep very comfortably. It was just that he could not sleep, because the illusion attack from the psychedelic realm would come 3 times a day. He was afraid that he would unknowingly fall into the trap in his sleep, so of course he would not dare to continue sleeping. Rubbing his dizzy head, he was in a daze for a while before his mind gradually woke up. Stroking the dark red 7 emotions fruit in his hand, he looked at the thick and bare ancient tree beside him. Yi Qinghan's heart palpitated. That was close. He was too rash. This illusory realm was so powerful that he almost fell here. This illusion attack could actually make a living person feel as if they were about to die. He knew that people had a body and a soul. Regardless of whether the body died or the soul perished, the person would die. And if a person's soul thought that they were already dead, then that person would really die. The logic was very simple. It was like a very classic story that Yi Qinghan had read in his previous life. One person was tied up and blindfolded, but his blood vessels were cut off. Blood began to drip down slowly, dripping into the basin on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Therefore, this person began to feel fear. There would be a kind of awareness in his mind that he would eventually bleed to death. An hour later, this person would really die. Actually, this person's wound was only dripping blood at the beginning, but then it was quietly stopped by someone. And the continuous dong-dong sound was actually a leaking bottle at the side. At the last moment, Yi Qinghan's soul began to have a kind of feeling that he was about to be torn apart, bitten to death, and clawed to death. This feeling was very real, and it was about to completely occupy his soul. If this feeling continued to develop, Yi Qinghan's soul would fall into a state of suspended animation, and finally die completely. Fortunately, at the very last moment, he had forcefully activated the fusion of beasts. At the moment of fusion, his soul's strength had increased greatly, allowing him to be extremely clear-headed. He had finally obtained the spirit fruit on the tree of everything, thus breaking the illusion of everything. Chapter 197. I still have to thank Xiaohe. It seems that after merging with the beast, the strength of my soul has also increased along with my battle chi realm. This strengthened soul was able to resist the illusions here today. Xiaohe, come out. It's all thanks to you this time. Yi Qinghan thought of Xiaohe, who had helped him through this dangerous stage, and hurriedly summoned him. A shadow quickly flashed out of his chest and Xiaohe's body slowly condensed, revealing Xiaohe's worried and somewhat blaming eyes. He transmitted his voice, "Boss, I've already said that every time the illusions attack, I'll summon my beast to merge with. It was too dangerous just now. I was worried to death." Xiaohe was Yi Qinghan's beast. If Yi Qinghan didn't summon him, Xiaohe wouldn't be able to leave the beast space. The situation just now was too dangerous, so Xiaohe didn't dare to transmit his voice to Yi Qinghan to avoid affecting his mind. Otherwise, it would be even more dangerous. I'm sorry, Xiaohe. Yi Qinghan gently stroked Xiaohe's head and said apologetically, I didn't know before. I thought that if we merged with the beast, the illusions would attack our souls separately. I didn't expect that our souls would actually fuse together. This is great. In the future, every time the beast attacks, I'll merge with the beast. This way, we'll be able to pass the first stage more easily. Yi Qinghan had always thought that if he summoned Xiaohe, the illusions would attack Xiaohe and his soul separately. Xiaohe was still so young and had so little experience. He didn't know if the strength of his soul could withstand the strange illusion's attack. Therefore, he obviously didn't dare to summon him. But now, he understood that after merging with the beast, his soul and Xiaohe's were actually fused together. This was an unexpected surprise. According to the body integration realm, his battle chi would reach the terrifying third level of the Marquis realm. If his soul realm was the same as his battle chi realm, his soul strength would reach LV3 of the Marquis realm after combining with it. By then, he would be more confident to break through the 7 emotions dreamland and get the remaining 6 fruits. Yes, let's quickly break through the first stage. This place is too strange, I don't want to stay here for even a second longer. Xiaohe rolled its small black eyes as it stared at the thick white fog around it with lingering fear. Alright, I'll cultivate for another 2 months and reach the Duke realm. When we merge, our soul realm will probably reach the strength of the Emperor realm. Then, we'll break through this stage together. Yi Qinghan nodded as his eyes glowed with a fiery light. He had stayed here for half a year. He was eager to get out of this godforsaken place and return to the back mountain of the Yi family. He wanted to see if his delicate younger sister had woken up and was standing foolishly in the back mountain, waiting for his return as well. Tsung City, the back mountain of the Yi family's castle. The autumn wind blew gently from the other side of the mountain, causing the green grass on the mountain to sway and the small lake in the center to ripple. It also caused the clothes and hair of 2 young girls by the lake to flutter. One of the young girls had a pure face and a sexy figure. She wore a fiery red dress. The other one had gentle eyes and a delicate expression. She wore a snow-white robe. The most eye-catching thing about her was her pitiful face and her hair that was even whiter than her robe. They were Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu. Yi Qinggu still liked to wear a fiery red dress. However, ever since she returned to the Yi family, she only wore robes and no longer wore tight leather clothes or pants. She had also become more docile and virtuous. Yi Qingyu's body recovered very quickly after half a month's recuperation. She could get out of bed and walk after a few days. Today, Yi Qinggu couldn't resist her begging and decided to take her out for a stroll nearby. Sister Xiao Wu, when do you think brother will come back from the dense fog forest? Yi Qingyu stood by the lake and looked into the distance. Her limpid eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy. I can't say for sure. Perhaps the end of this year, or perhaps next year. After all, we are going to train. Yi Qinggu sighed and said helplessly. In order to conceal the fact that Yi Qinghan was trapped in the Divine Mountain, Yi Tianlong had issued a gag order. Therefore, everyone had agreed on a slogan. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was being led by the elders of the Yi family to train in the periphery of the dense fog forest. The dense fog forest was one of the 3 great danger zones of the Fire Dragon continent. It was rumored that there were many powerful magical beasts in the center of the forest, and there were even a few sacred beasts. Moreover, the king of the dense fog forest, the Blue Dragon, was rumored to have already taken half a step into the realm of a divine beast that could transform into a human. It could even fight against a deity rank expert. However, the periphery of the dense fog forest wasn't dangerous. Low-level magical beasts were everywhere. It was one of the favorite places for the warriors of the House of Aries to train. Yi Qinghan's current realm wasn't low, and he was accompanied by the elders of the Yi family. Yi Qingyu wasn't worried about his safety. It was just that, she had been asleep for more than a year and had just woken up. Naturally, the person she wanted to see the most was her only family member, Yi Qinghan. When she heard Yi Qinggu say that Yi Qinghan might only return before the end of the year, and it was very likely that he would only return next year, she naturally felt very bitter and empty in her heart. That, is Yi Qingqing beautiful? Yi Qingyu frowned slightly and turned her head to ask another question. These few days, Yi Qinggu had told her many things about Yi Qinghan. Other than the matter of Yi Qinghan being trapped in the Divine Mountain and going to the dense fog forest to train, she had told Yi Qingyu everything else. Of course, she didn't tell her about that drunken night in the Yi family's manor in the Divine City. She also didn't tell Yi Qingyu about her relationship with Yi Qinghan. Hee. Little girl, you're starting to get jealous. Don't worry, I know your brother. Presumably, all the beauties in the world have married him, but the one he likes the most is still you, his little sister. Yi Qinggu smiled. She clearly knew the weight of Yi Qingyu in Yi Qinghan's heart. She also understood the feelings Yi Qingyu had for Yi Qinghan. She also admired Yi Qingyu for not hesitating to give up everything for Yi Qinghan, including her life. At this moment, seeing Yi Qingyu actually ask about Yi Qingqing, she teased, what does Yi Qingqing say? You clan's saintess, regardless of beauty, talent, or cultivation, they are all top-notch. However, she is a very good person. I believe that you two can get along well in the future because you two have many similar characteristics. For example, you two have a kind heart and a gentle temperament. Big sister Qinggu is speaking nonsense. When was I jealous? After being teased by Yi Qinggu, Yi Qingyu's face showed a hint of shyness and 2 faint blushes appeared on her cheeks. Her eyes evaded for a while, but she suddenly blinked her big eyes at Yi Qinggu and said with a smile, actually, big sister Qinggu is also very good. You have a kind heart and you're so beautiful. I think big brother must like you very much. Chapter 198. Damned girl, what nonsense are you spouting? There's nothing going on between me and your brother. Yi Qinggu looked at Yi Qingyu's limpid eyes and felt guilty, so she hurriedly explained. Elder sister, I didn't say there was anything going on between you and my brother. Why are you so nervous? A crafty glint flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes as she giggled and said, but even if there's something going on, I don't mind. As long as big brother likes it, I like it. Yi Qingwu fell silent. Yi Qingyu was aloof from worldly affairs and wholeheartedly thought for Yi Qinghan. This was probably what Yi Qinghan liked the most about her. She had just explained a little when she saw Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu walking over together from the corner of her eye. She hurriedly closed her mouth and pulled on Yi Qingyu's sleeve. The two of them turned and walked toward Yi Tianlong and the others. "Greetings, clan leader." "Hee, grandfather, you're here too." "Greetings, clan leader, grand elder." Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu bowed respectfully. Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu had helped Yi Qinghan a lot, so Yi Qingyu was very grateful after learning about it. However, she was still not used to Yi Tianlong, who had suddenly appeared as a grandfather. Every time she called Yi Tianlong, she would only call him clan leader and not grandfather. No need to be so courteous in the future. "Qingyu, your body is recovering well, right?" Remember, don't call me clan leader, call me grandfather." "Qingwu too, don't call me clan leader. Just call me great-grandfather and White Tiger third grandfather. Got it?" Yi Tianlong said with a kind and amiable expression. Yi Qingyu nodded and narrowed his eyes. Yes. Both of you have to change the way you address me. Yi Qingyu, call me second grandfather from now on. And, big grandpa, are you satisfied now?" Yi Qingwu playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a smile. "Big grandpa. Second grandpa." Yi Qingyu lowered her head shyly and finally called out. Good. This time, we're here to see how Qingyu's body is doing and to give her something." After hearing that, Yi Tianlong burst out into laughter as he stretched out his left hand and put 2 fingers on Yi Qingyu's pulse. He wanted to test Yi Qingyu's physical condition using his battle qi. However, the moment his faint battle qi flowed into Yi Qingyu's arm, it was suddenly rebounded by a powerful and overbearing energy which bounced off his arm. Patriarch, what's going on?" Yi Qingyu immediately noticed this strange situation and was greatly alarmed. He widened his eyes in astonishment and asked, "What is it?" Yi Tianlong didn't speak. He continued to stretch out his arm and run his battle qi again, drilling into Yi Qingyu's arm through her pulse. This time, he increased the intensity of his battle qi, wanting to force it into Yi Qingyu's body to check out this strange situation. However, the situation was still the same. The battle qi was forced out of Yi Qingyu's body by a powerful and overbearing energy, and Yi Tianlong's arm bounced off again. Strange, very strange. There's actually an extremely powerful and overbearing energy in Qingyu's body that can even bounce off my battle qi. This situation is simply unheard of. Yi Tianlong didn't dare to test it anymore. This time, the battle qi he had released was already very powerful. If it was any more powerful, he was afraid that he would hurt Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingyu exchanged a glance and both felt the shock and doubt in each other's eyes. At the same time, they both felt a surge of wild joy. The stranger the situation was, what did it mean? It meant that Yi Qingyu had become an immortal in 10 years was more and more reliable. "Whisper, can you feel the domineering energy in your body? Also, is there anything special in your mind? I mean, something that you didn't have before, knowledge that you didn't have before." Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu exchanged a glance, and after a moment of silence, they began to question Yi Qingyu, hoping to obtain some useful information from her. Yi Qingyu's current body was too strange. They couldn't use their spiritual senses to check it, and now, they couldn't even use their battle qi to check it. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu didn't dare to say anything, and Yi Qingyu didn't dare to interrupt because Yi Tianlong was asking questions. As for Yi Qingwu, she didn't know the cause and effect of the matter, and seeing the serious expressions on Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu's faces, she naturally didn't dare to say anything. Actually, I'm also very curious, but I haven't figured it out yet, so I don't dare to ask. There are indeed many things in my mind, and they seem to be related to cultivating martial skills." Yi Qingyu muttered to herself for a moment, then decided to tell Yi Tianlong about this. After she woke up, she discovered that there were many more memories in her mind, but they were all related to cultivating martial skills. She thought that these were the inherited memories of his jade spirit constitution, so she didn't dare to ask. But after thinking about it for the past few days, it seemed that she had already digested the inherited memories of her jade spirit constitution a year ago. So where did this extremely profound martial skill knowledge come from? Now that Yi Tianlong had asked, she naturally threw out the question. Hearing this, Yi Tianlong became spirited and hurriedly asked, "What is this martial skill knowledge about? Tell me in detail." "Yes, don't be hasty. Think about it carefully, this is very important." Yi Qingmyo's face was also flushed as he pressed on. Yi Qingmyo muttered to herself again, blinked, and thought for a moment, then said, "It's very complicated. There seems to be some kind of battle qi absorption, opening the meridians, forming the dantian, forming the core, so many. I can't explain it clearly either. Secret martial skill cultivation manuals." Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingmyo looked at each other again, both ecstatic. Yi Qingmyo had never cultivated martial skills before. This was something they knew. Now, not only did Yi Qingmyo's body contain a powerful energy, but countless martial skill cultivation manuals and knowledge had also suddenly appeared in her mind. This clearly had a lot to do with that mystical divine crystal, and this further confirmed Yi Ruoshui's words. Becoming a god in 10 years, perhaps something similar to a miracle, or a divine miracle, would really happen. At the very least, these strange circumstances of Yi Qingmyo's gave them a glimpse of the whole picture. Good, very good. Qingmyo, your most important task now is to digest the knowledge in your mind, and then try to cultivate according to this knowledge. Cultivate diligently. If you have any requests, just let me know. As long as the family can do it, we will promise you anything." Yi Tianlong nodded and began to try to get Yi Qingmyo to cultivate. He was very much looking forward to what would happen when Yi Qingmyo cultivated. Would she bring him as many surprises as Yi Qinghan had? Yi Qingmyo also nodded like a chick pecking at rice. If Yi Qingmyo could really become a god, then he and Yi Tianlong would definitely be recorded in the family's annals. After all, they had created a god. Cultivate? Why should I cultivate? I don't like cultivating, and I don't like fighting and killing. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingmyo shook her head and rejected their suggestion. In fact, when she was young, Yi Qinghan had also given her martial skill manuals to cultivate, but she was naturally indifferent and did not like fighting. She also hated fighting, so she rejected it. Chapter 199. This martial technique is good stuff. Once you learn it, you'll be able to soar into the sky and dig into the ground. It also has many other miraculous functions. You have such a good opportunity, you can't miss it. Yi Tianlong became anxious when he heard this and hurriedly tried to persuade her. However, he did not know how to persuade her at the moment, and could only coax her as if she were a child. Yi Qingmyo was also anxious. If Yi Qingmyo did not cultivate, then everything else would be for naught. Not to mention 10 years, even 100 years would not be enough. He hurriedly tried to persuade her, "Girl, you must cultivate. Even if we beg you, just treat it as if you have nothing to do and practice for fun." "Bah, no, that's not right. Sigh, in any case, you must cultivate." Yi Qingmyo was also anxious. She looked at the two timidly, then looked at Yi Qinggu, lowered her head, and said in a very small voice, "Grandpas, I know that cultivating martial techniques is very powerful, but I just don't want to learn them. Moreover, even if you want to learn more than me, I'm not interested. This cultivation can't be very powerful or very high, right?" Yi Tianlong let out a deep sigh. He was at his wit's end. Yi Qingmyo was not interested. This was indeed troublesome. If she were to force him to learn this martial skill, she would definitely not be able to force him to learn it. "Xiao Wu, think of a way to persuade Yi Qingmyo to work hard at cultivating martial techniques. I'll explain the reason to you later. This is very important." Yi Qingmyo was also at his wit's end. His pair of ox eyes turned, and finally looked at Yi Qinggu. He immediately became spirited and hurriedly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinggu, asking her to persuade Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qingyu in confusion, but in the end, she still nodded. She did not know what had happened to Yi Qingyu. Why did the clan leader and her grandfather want Yi Qingyu to learn martial techniques when she was already so old? Cultivation of martial techniques had to start from a young age. Moreover, the younger one was, the faster one could break through realms, and the higher one's achievements would be in the future. Yi Qingyu was already 15 years old, soon to be 16. What kind of achievements could he have if he was only learning martial skills now? But even though she was confused, Yi Qingyu had sent her a telepathic message, and she felt bad for seeing how anxious Yi Tianlong was. Therefore, she thought for a moment and said, "Little sister, you really have to practice this martial skill." Sister Qinggu, why do you say that? Yi Qingyu looked somewhat doubtfully at Yi Qinggu, wanting to hear her reason. There are many reasons. Yi Qinggu smiled sweetly and said, "First of all, your brother is getting stronger and stronger, but he can't stay by your side forever. If there is a bad guy like Yi Qingxia next time, and you can use martial arts to protect yourself, the tragedy won't happen, right? Secondly, cultivating martial skills can increase your lifespan and prevent you from aging easily. Your brother is getting stronger and stronger, and his lifespan is getting longer and longer. Don't you want to become an old woman in a few decades, and your brother will still be the same as a young man? Therefore, if you want to be with your brother for a longer period of time, and if you want to stay young forever, practicing martial arts is a good path. Thirdly, your brother is getting stronger and stronger, and of course, he will come into contact with stronger and stronger enemies. Don't you want to help him when you have the ability? Also, don't you want to give your brother a surprise when he comes back? Fourthly, Yi Qingwu spoke with fervor and assurance. She was very clear that if she wanted Yi Qingyu to cultivate, she had to be interested in cultivation. And the only person who could raise Yi Qingyu's interest was Yi Qinghan. Moreover, she threw out the bait of cultivating to not age, which was a temptation that no girl could resist. "I'll practice." Yi Qingyu's answer was very straightforward, and it sounded full of interest without any reluctance. Time flew by like a white steed passing through a crack. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, and winter had quietly arrived. White snow had begun to fall from the dark forest in the north, and the entire fire dragon continent was shrouded in a biting cold wind. However, Yi Qinghan did not feel a trace of cold. It was not because his realm was so high that he was no longer afraid of the cold. Instead, it was because the layer of white fog outside the god-slaying mountain seemed to isolate everything from the outside world. There was no cold wind, no autumn rain, and even the daytime sunlight that shone and was dim. Yi Qinghan did not know that the people outside had already put on thick sweaters, nor did he know how long he had stayed in the god-slaying mountain. In the first few months, he carefully counted the days, but later on, he was too lazy to count. He only knew that his days in the land of illusion were too boring, and the surrounding environment was too monotonous, so monotonous that it was driving him crazy. Thus, he cultivated day and night, striving to break through from the martial realm to the duke realm as soon as possible. Today was the day he would condense his core. As long as he successfully condensed his core, he would enter the duke realm. Most importantly, as long as he entered the duke realm, he was confident that he would be able to break through the sixth brother's illusion and obtain the remaining 6-7 emotions fruits, passing the first stage. The endless spirit fruits in the land of illusion allowed him to accumulate battle chi at a terrifying speed. In just 8 months, he had broken through from the martial realm to the peak of the martial realm. No one would believe him if he told others about this. This was because no one in history had been able to continuously consume such spirit fruits for as long as 8 months. "Xiao He, I'm going to break through the final stage and condense my core. Remember, if I don't succeed in 4 hours, you must inform me." Feeling the solidified battle chi in his dantian that was like quicksand, Yi Qinghan smiled and transmitted a message to Xiao He. He wanted Xiao He to remind him the next time the illusions attacked. "Good job, boss. You must succeed. Let's try to break through this stage tomorrow. This place is too boring." Xiao He chuckled and transmitted a message. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a happy smile. He then relaxed his entire body and immersed his consciousness into condensing his core. Condensing his core was very simple. His dantian was currently filled with grains of sand-like battle qi. What Yi Qinghan needed to do now was to control these grains of sand to constantly squirm in a regular pattern in his dantian. He had to make these grains of sand continuously squirm in a certain direction, and finally circulate in his dantian. Constantly rotating, constantly accelerating, and finally forming a whirlpool. This was like stirring water in a plate with one's hand. Constantly stirring and rotating would automatically form a whirlpool in the center of the water. Forming the whirlpool was only the first step. Next, he had to make the whirlpool rotate faster and faster. This way, he could drive the grains of sand in his dantian to rapidly rotate with the whirlpool. This way, they would get closer and closer to the center of the whirlpool and be compressed. At the same time, the density of the grains of sand would increase. When these grains of sand were compressed, they would become more and more sticky. Finally, they would completely fuse with each other and form a ball. When they couldn't be separated, the core would be formed. This sounded easy, however, it was very difficult to do. Chapter 200. At this moment, Yi Qinghan deeply felt the difficulty of this thing. His dantian was only a little bit free, yet he needed to control the solid battle qi to continuously move it in a circular trajectory, finally forming a circular rotation. This required a very strong control. With great difficulty, these grains of sand started to move and slowly formed a pattern. However, in a moment of carelessness, he only paid attention to the front, but not the back. As a result, he stopped moving and collided head to tail, causing all of them to run around randomly. Phew! Damn it, this thing is like a woman's embroidery, it's even finer than a needle. After a few failures, Yi Qinghan's heart was stifled and he withdrew his consciousness. He opened his eyes and let out 2 long breaths. This work was too fine. It was like a person who had never used chopsticks before using chopsticks to pick up rice. It was simply maddening. Boss, don't rush, don't rush. Actually, I feel that this thing doesn't require any technique at all. It's just a matter of practice, practice makes perfect. Practice slowly. Xiao He and Yi Qinghan's souls were connected, so of course he knew Yi Qinghan's every move just now. He hurriedly advised. Practice slowly. Yi Qinghan helplessly looked at the white fog around him. He could only force himself to calm down and continue the fine work of embroidery. Once, twice, thrice, 90 times. Until Xiao He transmitted his voice to him again, saying that the illusory attack was coming. Only then did he withdraw his consciousness. After 4 hours of continuous practice, he had only grasped a little bit of the knack. He couldn't even form a whirlpool. He immediately merged with his beast and passed the illusory attack without any danger. Yi Qinghan stretched his body and went to pick a few spirit fruits with Xiao He. After eating them, he sat cross-legged and continued to condense his core. The sky gradually became darker and the white fog was gradually swallowed by the boundless darkness. Night had arrived. However, Yi Qinghan didn't notice it at all. He still calmly fought with the naughty grains of sand in his dantian. It's done. A whirlpool was spinning rapidly in his dantian, driving the nearby grains of sand to spin continuously. Finally, the grains of sand in his dantian were driven up, and it was about to take shape. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. However, his joy turned out to be a disaster. Due to his agitation, the thread of consciousness that was controlling the rotation of the sand grains also became slightly agitated. As a result, the vortex that he had painstakingly formed collapsed just like that. Damn you, F***ck. Yi Qinghan slapped his forehead. He really wanted to slap himself. Damn it, again. Yi Qinghan clenched his teeth. Regardless of his physical and mental exhaustion, he made up his mind and continued with the first round of playing with sand. Once, twice, 110 times, 380 times. Finally, as the white fog of the land of illusion began to be illuminated and the night slowly faded, Yi Qinghan finally opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched and curved into a smile. After a day and a night, he finally succeeded in condensing the core. However, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, his eyes rolled back, and he directly fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qingwu's emotions were surging at this moment. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't around. It wasn't that she couldn't bear the loneliness, so she comforted herself to let her emotions and body surge. The reason why she was surging was because of Yi Qingyu. 2 months ago, the clan leader and her grandfather strongly urged Yi Qingyu to cultivate. Although she didn't understand the intention of the 2 old men, she still persuaded Yi Qingyu to cultivate diligently. Under her persuasion, Yi Qingyu also became interested in cultivating. She decisively decided to cultivate and directly entered the small attic where she lived to go into seclusion. She said that she would cultivate diligently so that when Yi Qinghan returned, she would give him a surprise. Today, 2 Moon Queen days later, Yi Qingyu came out of seclusion. Today, she finally understood why Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu urgently needed Yi Qingyu to cultivate. 2 months. 2 months' time. Yi Qingyu, a commoner who hadn't cultivated any battle chi or martial skills, had directly entered the general realm. Looking at the white battle chi emerging from Yi Qingyu's palm, Yi Qingwu rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Today, when she saw Yi Qingyu come out of seclusion, she just casually asked her, "How's your cultivation going? What realm have you reached?" Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyu was completely ignorant about the cultivation realms of warriors. She just ran her battle chi and released a wisp of white battle chi from her palm. Then, she foolishly asked Yi Qingwu, "What realm is this?" What realm was this? Releasing battle chi was, of course, the most obvious sign of reaching the general realm. However, no matter how hard Yi Qingwu thought, she couldn't understand how she could open 12 meridians in 2 months. Moreover, she had condensed her dantian. It should be noted that the most abnormal genius in the history of the House of Aries, a young genius from the Feng clan, needed a whole 3 months to break through to the general realm. However, without the guidance of a teacher, Yi Qingyu only used 2 months to break through to the general realm. This talent was even better than that peerless genius from the Feng clan. Without a doubt, she was the #1 cultivation genius in history. The Yi clan unexpectedly gave birth to another peerless genius, one who was even more abnormal than Yi Qinghan. If this news was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the House of Aries. If the clan master and Yi Qingyu knew this, they would definitely be ecstatic. When Yi Qinghan came back, he would probably be shocked by this surprise. "Sister Xiao Wu. What's wrong? You still haven't answered me. What realm is this?" Yi Qingyu blinked her large eyes and asked Yi Qingwu, who had been in a daze for a long time. "Ah." Yi Qingwu was awakened by Yi Qingyu's question. She tried her best to suppress the surging excitement in her heart. She took 2 deep breaths and said to Yi Qingyu word by word, "Wait here." With that, she ran out of the small pavilion like a gust of wind. Then, she quickly ran to the small pavilion where Yi Tianlong's group was cultivating. She opened the door with trembling hands and directly entered. She shouted at Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Baihu, who were sitting in a meditative pose, "Grandpas, wake up, something big has happened." The 3 of them opened their eyes at the same time. 3 rays of light shot out from them as they looked at the breathless Yi Qingwu. Their expressions changed instantly as they shouted, "Girl, don't panic." "What happened?" Yi Qingyu has come out of seclusion. She has directly broken through to the general realm. Yi Qingwu said excitedly. Let's go and take a look." Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu looked at each other. Their hands trembled slightly, and their faces suddenly flushed red. They quickly stood up and quickly walked out of the house. Swoosh! Yi Qingyu and Yi Baihu didn't say anything. Instead, they turned into a shadow and followed Yi Qingyu toward Yi Qingyu's small pavilion. Chapter 201. When Yi Tianlong and the other 2 saw the ball of white battle chi emerging from Yi Qingyu's hand, their expressions became very interesting. In just 2 months, Yi Qingyu had actually advanced 4 levels, 12 levels, and directly cultivated to the general realm. She was actually 1 whole month behind the number 1 genius in the history of the House of Aries. This was such a terrifying thing. At the same time, the 3 of them were even more confident in the prophecy of Yi Ruoxue. Perhaps this miracle would really happen, because the current Yi Qingyu was already a miracle. Damn. Head. How did you cultivate? After a while, Yi Tianlong moved his lips and actually made himself speak more calmly, but he still stuttered when he spoke. Yi Qingyu also swallowed his saliva and asked, "That's right, girl, how did you cultivate? Tell us in detail." "How did I cultivate?" Yi Qingyu blinked her eyes and asked timidly. The 3 old men could only look at her as if she was a rare animal. This made her feel a little unnatural and a little shy. She gently rubbed the corner of her clothes and said, "I just cultivated like this. I cultivated according to the memories in my mind. Why am I not good at it? Is it bad?" Yi Tianlong hurriedly waved his hands, then gave a thumbs up and praised, "No, no. You've cultivated very well, very well. I'm asking, for example, when did you learn to absorb battle qi? When did you open up the 12 meridians in your body, and condense the dantian?" "Oh, you're asking about this. This is very simple. It took me a month to digest the martial arts knowledge in my mind. It seemed like I only took 1 day to absorb battle qi, and after that, it took me half a month to open up the meridians in my body, then a few days to condense that dantian, and a few days to learn how to make this battle qi emerge from my hands." Yi Qingyu extended her slender, lily-white hands and began to explain bit by bit to the 3 of them as if she was counting her family treasures. However, her words once again caused the 3 of them to sweat profusely. This girl actually used a month to digest the knowledge in her mind. In other words, he had only cultivated for a month. Oh, heavens! Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingyu, and the others felt as if they were beggars who had suddenly been hit by a gold bar falling from the sky, stars appearing before their eyes. Just as Yi Tianlong and the other 3 were standing there in a daze, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew from the small pavilion, waking them up. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of them, giving them a fright. "Greetings, great ancestor." When Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Baihu saw this, they were overjoyed and immediately knit. On the other hand, Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu stood at the side and frowned in confusion. Yi Tianlong said, "Yi Tianlong," and of Yi Tianlong said, "Yi Baihu and Yi ancestor Yi, you don't have to kneel when you see me in the future. I don't like these common etiquettes." The newcomer was Yi Ruoxue, who had disappeared for 8 months. Yi Ruoxue waved her hand, but her eyes were fixed on Yi Qingyu. After a while, she smiled and said, "What's your name?" When Yi Qingyu saw an unfamiliar middle-aged man suddenly appear in the small pavilion and stare at her, she couldn't help but shrink back. Now that he was asking her a question, she was even more afraid. She saw that Yi Tianlong and the others respected this person so much that they even called him great ancestor. She thought that this person must be an important person. After a moment of silence, she replied, I am Yi Qingyu." "Yi Qingyu. Good name." Yi Ruoxue smiled faintly and nodded. Then, she walked out of the small pavilion. As she walked out, she said, "The 3 of you, come with me." Yi Tianlong and the other 2 hurriedly gave some instructions to Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingyu. Then, they followed Yi Ruoxue outside. Yi Ruoxue slowly walked forward. The 3 people behind her didn't dare to speak and just followed her carefully. The 4 of them walked until they reached the small lake in the center of the mountain before stopping. Yi Ruoxue didn't say anything and only stared blankly at the lake. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Tianlong and the others naturally didn't dare to speak first. They could only respectfully stand to the side. This girl isn't a member of the Yi family? After a while, Yi Ruoxue asked a question. Yi Tianlong quickly replied, "Great ancestor, Yi Qingyu was adopted by one of my sons. I don't know where she is from or who her parents are. That's a pity. Remember, you must win over this girl's heart at all costs. Yi Ruoshui sighed lightly as she spoke. This Tianlong knows. However, this girl and Yi Qinghan have depended on each other since she was young. Moreover, she has vowed to marry him. She doesn't ask for anything else. As long as Yi Qinghan returns safely, Yi Qingyu will never betray the Yi family. Yi Tianlong continued to speak. Moreover, he changed the topic to Yi Qinghan. It seemed that he wanted to get some accurate information about Yi Qinghan from Yi Ruoshui. Yi Qinghan. When Yi Ruoshui talked about Yi Qinghan, the smile on her face became even wider. She raised her eyebrows and said, originally, I estimated that he had a 40 to 50% chance of escaping. Now, it seems that he has at least a 70 to 80% chance. You don't have to worry, this child is very lucky. That's good, that's good. When Yi Tianlong and the other two heard this, their faces immediately bloomed with joy. Since the elder ancestor was so sure and directly increased the probability by 30 to 40%, then presumably, Yi Qinghan should be safe. After a moment, Yi Tianlong thought for a moment and once again asked a question that puzzled the three, elder ancestor, why were you gone for so long this time? Did you get a definite answer? Also, what is a divine crystal? It can actually make a person directly become a god? Yi Ruoshui was a god realm warrior and could teleport. Logically speaking, although the hidden island was very far from Tsang City, Yi Tianlong, a saint realm warrior, only took half a year to go back and forth. As for Yi Ruoshui, a god realm warrior, why did she also need such a long time? Moreover, they urgently wanted to know what this divine crystal was. It could actually make an ordinary person, who had never cultivated before, reach the general realm in a month. Moreover, she could become a god realm warrior in 10 years. The way of heaven was vague, and it was difficult to enter the god realm. Of course, the three of them also wanted to become gods and live forever. Therefore, they naturally wanted to ask Yi Ruoshui what magical use this divine crystal had. Do you have this divine crystal or not? If you give each of us one, then wouldn't there be 4 god realm warriors in the Yi family after 10 years? Or in other words, Yi Ruoshui took out a large pile of divine crystals and gave one to each of the talented disciples of the Yi family. Then, countless god realm warriors would be created. Then, the Yi family could casually unify the mainland and be done with it. Chapter 202. Don't even think about it. I don't have the divine crystal. Yi Ruoshui coldly glanced at them as if she had seen through their thoughts. She said indifferently, moreover, it's not about me. That old fart of the hidden island doesn't have it, and the old farts of the 3 mansions don't have it either. So, if you want to use the divine crystal to become a god, don't even think about it. Even the hidden island master doesn't have it? Then, Yi Qingyu's divine crystal. Yi Tianlong was confused, interrupting the conversation. It's not his. He doesn't have it, unless he's dead. Yi Ruoshui coldly smiled and continued, the divine crystal is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. In the entire Fire Dragon continent, only 2 people have it. One is the God City Master, and the other is the King of the Dark Forest, Lord Devour. Lord Devour asked the Hidden Island Master to give this divine crystal to you. Lord Devour? Yi Tianlong and the other 2 were shocked, dropping their jaws, unable to utter a word. Yi Tianlong somewhat understood. This divine crystal was given to him by Lord Devour, the most low-key god realm expert on the continent, through the Hidden Island Master. No wonder why the Hidden Island Master didn't have it when he went to ask for the Spirit Dan. Then, he suddenly appeared and passionately exchanged this divine crystal for the Spirit Dan. However, Lord Devour had always been low-key and rarely appeared on the continent. Of course, he didn't have any relationship with the Yi family. Why did he suddenly give such a precious divine crystal to him? Moreover, he sent it through someone else in a roundabout way? Yi Ruoshui saw the 3 of them looking at her with puzzled faces. She shook her head and sighed, don't ask me, I don't know. I went to the Hidden Island and asked the Hidden Island Master for a long time. He told me that this divine crystal was given to me by Lord Devour. So, I went to the dark forest in the north of the continent. I didn't expect that I didn't even see Lord Devour. He just sent me a message and said something strange. What did he say? Yi Qingmiu curiously asked. Yi Ruoshui's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Yes, Yi Qinghan. Yi Tianlong and the other two looked at each other in shock. What was going on? How could Yi Qinghan be related to the mysterious Lord Devour? This Lord Devour was a tough character that even Yi Ruoshui didn't want to meet. How could he know a kid with a low realm? And they seemed to have a deep friendship. I've asked Yi Qinghan, but he has no impression of Lord Devour. Therefore, Yi Qinghan might need to figure this out himself. Yi Ruoshui was also confused. She slightly shook her head and said with a smile, of course, it's a good thing, a very good thing. I said that Yi Qinghan has a 70 to 80% chance of getting out of the God-slaying mountain because of Lord Devour's attitude. If Lord Devour is willing to help, Yi Qinghan will have a 100% chance of getting out. If Lord Devour is willing to help, he can definitely save Yi Qinghan. The three of them were shocked and confused again. Yi Tianlong immediately asked, this. Forefather, didn't you say that no God Realm warriors could enter the God-slaying mountain? What? Is Lord Devour that strong? Of course, Lord Devour is strong. He's not only the king of the dark forest, but also the king of the fire dragon continent. He's the invincible existence in the fire dragon continent. Yi Ruoshui's eyes sparkled with a gleam of admiration, her face excited. The God-slaying mountain's restriction formation is really strong. I can't get in, and none of the God Realm warriors in the fire dragon continent can. But Lord Devour can. However, Lord Devour has always been low-key, and he doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. During the Great War between the three clans, many people died, but he didn't take action. The city lord of the God City came to kill the experts of the three clans, but he didn't take action. I think he won't take action even if the warriors of the three clans are all dead. As for why he broke the rules and gave a divine crystal to Yi Qinghan, I don't understand. So fierce? Even the city lord of the God City isn't his match? Yi Qingmiu's lips twitched, asking in astonishment. The city lord of the God City? Lord Devour can kill him with one slap. Yi Ruoshui snorted disdainfully. The three of them were dumbfounded. Yi Ruoshui had given them so many shocks that they were numb to it. The city lord of the God City was such a powerful man. Under the supreme power of the fire dragon continent, the city lord could almost command the three mansions, and no one dared to disobey him. The prestige of the God City was built on one expert, and that person was the city lord of the God City, Tuesday, and now, Yi Ruoshui said that Lord Devour could kill him with one slap. How could they accept it? Forefather? Lord Devour is so strong. Why does he allow the city lord to be so overbearing in the fire dragon continent and kill the warriors of the three mansions? Why doesn't he take action to destroy the God City? It was the first time Yi Baihu spoke, but he asked the key question. With your current realm, it's useless to know more about these things. When you break through to the God realm, I will tell you. Also, you don't need to know about the divine crystal. Knowing it will only bring harm to your comprehension of principle. Yi Ruoshui shook her head, avoiding the topic as if she didn't want to talk more. God realm? Yi Qingmiu's eyes bulged, a gleam of desire flashing in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice, Forefather, do you think we have a chance to enter the God realm? How long do we need to enter? You guys? Yi Ruoshui threw him a glance then said coldly, the three of you, all have a chance to break through to the God realm. I left my family's godly ascension note. Didn't it say that as long as you enter the Saint realm, you have a chance? However, whether you can break through to the God realm or not depends on your comprehension of the principle. If it's fast, it will take a few years or a dozen years. If it's slow, it will take 100 years. Of course, you might not be able to break through even after you die of old age. After all, this thing depends on great opportunities and personal comprehension. It can't be forced. Heir. Forefather, who in the house of Aries has the highest chance to enter the god realm? Are there any of the 5 great clans? Yi Tianlong had also asked this question. Since Yi Ruoshui was here and seemed to be in a good mood, he naturally wanted to ask this question. After all, this concerned the future development of the Yi family. The highest chance? Heir, there are 2 people. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 will definitely be able to enter the god realm within 30 years. Yi Ruoshui thought for a moment, then slowly said, that little fellow from Dragon City has a decent comprehension of the principle of wood, so he has the highest chance. And, that young lady from the Yu clan has a decent comprehension of the principle of water, so she has a good chance as well. Old Dragon. And someone from the Yu clan? Old Dragon and the other 2 did not find this strange, but they knew that the Yu clan's experts did not seem to be very proficient in their usage of principal powers. The 3 of them were confused, but they eventually thought of one person, the Yu clan's current clan leader, Yu Shishui. Yi Tianlong asked again, is the Yu clan's current clan leader, Yu Shishui? I don't know. I don't know her, but that young lady is currently living in the Yu clan's Joyful Heart Pavilion. Yi Ruoshui said calmly as she shook her head. The Joyful Heart Pavilion. It really is her. A strange light flashed across Yi Tianlong's eyes. The Joyful Heart Pavilion had always been where Yu Shishui lived. The Yu clan's clan leader had always lived in seclusion and kept a very low profile. Who would have thought that she would comprehend the principal powers of heaven and earth so quickly, and that she was about to become a god? It seemed like Su Chen needed to improve his relationship with Old Dragon, Yu Shishui. Old Dragon was easy to handle, and they had always had a good relationship. And this time, Yu Shishui had directly chosen Yi Qinghan to be the Holy Maiden's guardian. As soon as Yi Qinghan came out, he would immediately be able to marry Yu Qingcheng, and their relationship with the Yu clan would take another step forward. But Yi Qinghan, sigh. Yi Qinghan. Yi Tianlong thought of Yi Qinghan and sighed deeply. He didn't know what this grandson of his, who he had neglected for more than 10 years, was doing right now, or what kind of calamity he was going through. Chapter 203. Yi Qinghan was indeed suffering a calamity, and he had suffered it countless times over the past few days. He was trying to break through the first stage, the 7 emotions illusion. After fighting day and night for 8 months, Yi Qinghan finally broke through the martial realm a few days ago and stepped into the Duke realm. He had only stepped into the Duke realm half a month after his 17th birthday. A 17-year-old Duke realm expert, Yi Qinghan had once again broken the House of Aries' record. Of course, his achievements today were directly proportional to the effort he had put in. It was also inseparable from the spirit fruits that could be found everywhere in the psychedelic illusion realm. If any of the 5 great clans used all their resources to exchange for large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit fruits for their genius youths to consume, they could also create an exceptional genius. However, no one was willing to use all the treasures accumulated by a clan over thousands of years to exchange for a 17-year-old Duke realm expert. After all, a Duke realm expert could only be considered a youth, while an Imperial realm expert could be considered an adult. If a clan used all its resources to create a genius youth, it would be a huge loss if this youth stagnated on the path of comprehending laws in the future. Of course, if Yi Qinghan couldn't break through the 3 stages and ultimately died on the Fallen God Mountain, then it would be useless even if he became a 17-year-old Imperial realm expert. A god-rank expert who died would at most be a pile of bones. Thus, after resting for a day, he decided to attempt the 7 emotions illusion realm. He obtained the remaining 6 fruits and broke through the first stage. The soul strength of a Duke realm expert was indeed more than twice as strong. Through repeated experiments, he confirmed that his soul strength would double again if he merged with his battle beast. On the first day, he only used 5 minutes to break through the illusion of joy and obtain the spirit fruits on the tree of joy. After resting for a day, he continued. On the second day, he spent another half an hour to break through the illusion of evil. On the third day, today was the 6th day. In the previous 5 days, he had broken through the 5 illusions without any mishaps. At this moment, he was standing outside the tree of desire and meditating. He was prepared to break through the last illusion, the realm of desire, and obtain the fruit of desire. Then, he would be able to collect all 7 emotions fruits and pass the first stage. Yi Qinghan knew very well that the illusory realm of desire had affected him the most. He was only 16 or 17 years old, and had only experienced walking on Mount Wu twice. He was the least resistant to these lustful and evil illusions. Some people say that men are animals with the lower half of their bodies. Yi Qinghan felt that this statement was very reasonable at this moment. He even felt that whether it was in his previous life or this life, the person who was not lustful was not Lu Xiaohui, but the eunuchs. Why were brothels and prostitutes so popular in every dynasty, every world, and every country? Why are prostitutes, politicians, and assassins the 3 oldest professions? He believed that everyone was not lustful in the beginning. What was lustful was the male hormones in the body. What was lustful was the promiscuity of human society. The male hormones caused every man to have an instinctive need for the female body. And the promiscuity of human society created every man's spiritual need for the female body, or rather, the graceful female body. It was a very simple example. If a savage living alone in the mountains suddenly came to human society and it was the season of estrus, he would only care if the other party was female. He would not care if the other party was female, and would not care if the other party's face was beautiful or if the other party's figure was alluring. He would simply follow his body's instincts and find an outlet to vent the male hormones in his body. And human society had civilization, beauty and ugliness, interests, and social classes. Of course, there was female culture. The upper class monopolized most of the resources in society, and of course, they monopolized most of the beauties. Under the situation of unequal supply and demand, the profession of prostitute was born. And women had always been physically weak, which led them to rely on men and use their bodies to obtain more material barriers. Therefore, female culture began to become promiscuous. Under the influence of the body's instinctive needs and social customs, Yi Qinghan believed that there was no man in the world who was not lustful, unless he was a eunuch. Without tools, of course, he would not be able to work. Therefore, Yi Qinghan felt that men could and should be lustful, and he had always been lustful. In the backyard of the barbarian city's Dark Moon Hotel, he climbed onto the pink bed without hesitation. At the foot of Duanren Peak, he waved at Yu Qingxing without hesitation. Then, he returned to the temporary base and began to explore the mystery of the Yu clan's saintess. In the divine city's manner, he had broken Yi Qingwu's chastity. What he thought most was how to settle the matter, take down Yi Qingwu, and have a good night with Yi Qingwu. Instead of thinking about how to commit suicide to make it more comfortable. But, at this moment, because of the word lustful, he encountered the biggest problem, the illusion of desire. It was not that he had never experienced the illusion of desire before. It attacked 3 times a day, and he could occasionally enjoy the wonderful feeling of a hero's grave in a gentle village. But it was different this time. This ancient tree of desire grew stronger the closer he got to it, and it would not stop. He did not know what would happen later. He was very afraid of sinking into it, although he was looking forward to it in his heart. Tui. Yi Qinghan, you beast. Yi Qinghan shook his head and scolded himself. He was about to enter the illusion of desire, but he was actually looking forward to it. Wasn't this just courting death? He slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate his battle qi. When he cultivated, his mind was completely in a meditative state, eliminating all distracting thoughts. Walking is meditation, sitting is meditation. Walking, standing, sitting, lying down, the body is at peace. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Buddha. Flowers turn green when spring comes, leaves fall when autumn comes. Endless prajna heart is at ease, silent movement, the body is at peace. After circulating his battle qi 12 times in his body, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes and silently recited a Buddhist saying from his previous life. His mind became empty. Without desire, he would be firm. Without any thoughts, he would be strong. If he didn't think about anything, the entire world would become quiet. Battle Beast Fusion. Yi Qinghan slowly stood up and directly merged with his battle beast. He calmly walked towards the Tree of Desire. As soon as he stepped in, the scene immediately reversed. He felt as if he had returned to the red light district in his previous life. On a dark street, countless small shops lit up with an ambiguous red light, and under the red light, beautiful girls in revealing clothes were flirting with him. Pairs of seductive eyes seemed to be silently calling out to him, "Color is emptiness, emptiness is color. The emptiness of color is called vacuum. The color of emptiness is called true color. The true color is formless, everywhere is red and green. The emptiness is gone, the water is wide and the mountain is high." Yi Qinghan looked straight ahead and recited the Buddhist saying as he walked forward quickly. After experiencing countless high-level pleasures, he naturally did not feel the slightest ripple in his heart towards such a low-level seduction. Chapter 204. However, as he walked forward quickly, the scenery changed rapidly. After just a few steps, he felt that he had walked out of the red light district and arrived at a high-class nightclub. Under the suggestive lights, under the intoxicating smell of perfume and liquor, under the sultry and flirtatious songs, a few beautiful and flirtatious young ladies began to twist their bodies to the music. As their bodies danced, the clothes on their bodies were constantly being taken off. The scene was extremely exciting. I'm afraid this lady's appearance would cost at least a few thousand. Damn, this is too exciting. Such a thought quickly appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind, but he quickly killed it. He knew that he was slowly falling into the trap. He quickly steadied his mind, closed his eyes, sealed his ears, and began to run. After closing his eyes and sealing his hearing, Yi Qinghan entered a short period of darkness. Of course, his mind was still very clear. Subconsciously, he kept approaching the Tree of Desire. Pa! After a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if a pink light had suddenly lit up in the dark night. He knew that this was the environment of desire that had begun to directly create illusions in his soul to attack. He did not want to look, nor did he want to listen. However, the scene directly appeared in his mind, and he could not avoid it no matter how hard he tried. And most importantly, his heart began to produce a kind of desire, a kind of anticipation. It was as if someone had led his eyes, and he could not help but want to look. As a result, his eyes could no longer avoid it. He was very familiar with the layout of the room. This was the Moon Tower, the top brothel in the House of Aries. The room was set up very lovingly. Most importantly, the beautiful woman lying on the bed in the room was very lovely. The beauty of this beautiful woman was enough to cause the downfall of a city. She was on the same level as Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingguo. At this moment, this beautiful woman was lying on her side on the bed naked. Her body was only covered by a thin translucent scarf. The patterns on this scarf happened to cover two of the most attractive parts of the beautiful woman's body, revealing half of her snow-white chest and a patch of green grass. When a woman is at her most beautiful, it is not when she is completely naked. Instead, her half-naked state gave off a strong temptation. He had the urge to tear off her cover and completely strip her to see what was going on. The fact that the porn films in his previous life were not as good as the R-rated ones proved this point once again. Oh. Yi Qinghan's arrival seemed to have awakened the sleeping beauty on the bed. The beauty's long eyelashes fluttered, revealing a pair of beautiful limpid eyes. Her seductive double lips gently opened and closed, and a soft and numb voice sounded, "Young master, please be gentle when you're having sex with me. My sister said that it will be a little painful." Yi Qinghan looked at the slightly swaying body of the beauty on the bed, as well as the shy and astringent expression on her face. He quickly felt a warm current in his lower abdomen. This warm current quickly spread from his lower abdomen to his entire body. His breathing began to accelerate, and his Adam's apple kept trembling as he swallowed mouthful after mouthful of saliva. Yi Qinghan started to move, but he didn't walk towards the beauty on the bed. Instead, he walked towards the door in front of him. The beauty was very tempting, and she was still a virgin. However, as a guest elder of the Yu family, Yi Qinghan still had some resistance towards going to the lunar brothel before he married Yu Qingcheng. Therefore, his clear mind quickly took the upper hand. He resolutely shook off the beauty in front of him and continued to run forward. However, after running for a while, he stopped again because a few heavyweight beauties were walking towards him. This caused him to open his mouth wide in shock, and he was stunned for a long time. In front of him was the scene that he had dreamed of for a long time in his previous life. It was a super large movie studio, and the female lead was already in place. It seemed like they were waiting for the male lead to start filming. Male lead Yi Qinghan, what are you standing there for? Quickly take off your clothes and go into battle. Prepare to start filming. The director's words made Yi Qinghan's blood boil once again. I'm actually the male lead of this movie, and there are so many female leads. Sora Aoi, Akira Yoshizawa, Muda Ran, Maria Ozawa, Kid Matsushima. I'm actually going to film a movie with so many superstars. And it's even going to be a chaotic war movie? Looking at the otaku goddesses in all kinds of uniforms and posing in all kinds of seductive poses, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt his nose become sticky, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nostrils. Isn't this happiness, coming too suddenly? Just as Yi Qinghan was standing there in a daze, he suddenly felt a chill on his lower body. His pants had actually been taken off by someone. Then, he felt his burning lower body suddenly being grabbed by a small, smooth hand. Yi Qinghan was shocked and hurriedly lowered his head to look, only to discover an incomparably pure face sticking out a pink tongue, slowly licking his lower body. A moment later, his lower body was completely enveloped by a warm and moist thing. Yi Qinghan's body shuddered and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes gradually became blurry and he began to sink into an endless desire. Yi Qinghan had the memories of 2 lives, and in his previous life, he was an orphan and an otaku. In the illusion of desire, the most erotic scenes in his soul would involuntarily appear, causing him to completely sink into it. In his previous life, he was an otaku, and his biggest hobby was to turn on the computer in the middle of the night and watch the nude performances of these women on the screen. He also fantasized about having intimate contact with these otaku goddesses in his dreams. However, every time these women appeared in his dreams, he would be woken up by wet underwear and bed sheets. Now, in the illusion of desire, he finally got what he wanted. Of course, it was easy for him, and he fell into it without any resistance. This was dangerous, extremely dangerous. This place was already very close to the ancient tree, and the power of the illusion was very strong. If Yi Qinghan didn't wake up, he would continue to interact with others in the illusory realm. His body would continue to tremble, until he died. Boss, hurry and wake up. Of course, Xiao He knew that Yi Qinghan was already deeply immersed in it. Although he didn't understand, touching, kissing, and thrusting, why was it so tasty? But it didn't stop him from knowing very well what Yi Qinghan's current situation was. But he kept passing on the information, telling and begging. Yi Qinghan's eyes were still blurry, and his body was still shaking, especially his buttocks, which were shaking quite violently. Boss, it's thunder. It's raining, I'm going back to collect the clothes. Boss, I've advanced, I've become a divine beast. Boss, help, someone is trying to kill me. A female beast is trying to molest me. Xiao He kept passing on the information to Yi Qinghan, using all kinds of words and methods, as if he wanted to wake Yi Qinghan up. But it seemed that Yi Qinghan was completely immersed in the illusion and had no intention of waking up. He actually didn't respond at all. He just kept laughing, shaking, and shouting, Yama daddy. Second master, speak Japanese to me, I don't understand, speak Chinese. Chapter 205. There was a cave in the mountain behind the Yi clan. This cave was located halfway up the mountain behind the Yi clan. It was located in the north, facing south. Its position was actually very conspicuous. From the Yi clan's castle, it could be easily seen from the back of the mountain. However, no one in the Yi clan knew about this cave. They had never discovered it. The inside of the cave was decorated very simply, but it was very clean. There was a fist-sized luminous pearl at the top of the cave. It emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. There was a huge white jade bed in the middle of the cave. At this moment, it was emitting a faint white mist. There was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the white jade bed. The middle-aged man's appearance was ordinary. His eyes were closed, and he had a pair of long white eyebrows. The middle-aged man was like an old monk in meditation. He sat motionlessly, but the white mist emitting from the white jade bed strangely followed his breathing, constantly drifting left and right. After a long while, the middle-aged man's long white eyebrows suddenly moved. Immediately after, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea. This is bad. How could this kid's soul realm be so high? How could he have fallen into a state of desire? Yi Ruoshue's two long white eyebrows slightly trembled. Her expression was a little worried. However, she knew that Yi Qinghan had already fallen into a state of illusion. Even if she transmitted a message to him, it would probably not be able to wake him up. It's been a few hundred years since a good seedling finally appeared. It would be too much of a pity if it were to be wasted like this. Sigh, forget it. I'll help him. At worst, I'll just go into seclusion for another 50 years. Yi Ruoshue let out a heavy sigh and shook her head helplessly. Her entire body emitted a golden radiance, illuminating the entire cave even more brightly. Immediately after, a small golden light broke through the air and flew out of the cave. It flew straight towards the southwest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boss, quickly wake up. Could it be that you've forgotten about your younger sister, Yi Qingyu? Have you forgotten about Yi Qingsheng? Have you forgotten about Yi Qinggu? Many people are waiting for you to return. You can't continue to fall into depravity like this. Xiao He helplessly transmitted his voice over and over again. However, every time he transmitted his voice, it was like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. It didn't cause even the slightest ripple. Of course, Yi Qinghan would not forget Yi Qingyu and the others. His conscious thoughts were also very urgent and painful. However, at this moment, the desire in his mind had completely occupied his heart, and it was growing stronger and stronger. If it completely occupied his mind, then he would never wake up until he died. This kind of situation was actually very common. In his previous life, there were many rapists who clearly knew that they were committing a crime when they committed a crime. If they were caught later, they would definitely be sentenced to death. However, at that moment, his mind was already muddled by lust, and his actions were no longer under his control. There seemed to be only one word in his mind, F***ck. Who cares if the sky falls and the earth sinks, or if the earth crashes into the moon, buzz. At that moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly heard a loud noise in his ears, and then the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He and Zhangzheng suddenly disappeared without a trace, and a large word suddenly appeared in the sky in front of him. Dao. A large Dao word suddenly filled his mind, shattering all the thoughts in his mind. His mind became completely empty, and only a large Dao word hung in his mind. Swoosh. Immediately after, the nameless ring on his left hand coincidentally emitted a white air current at that moment. The air current quickly passed through his arm and directly entered his mind, completely surrounding his soul. His soul suddenly trembled, and he suddenly woke up. So dangerous. Ha! Yi Qinghan had no time to think. He sighed inwardly, and the qi in his body circulated rapidly. His eyes stared at the pink fruit on the tree of desire a few meters in front of him, and with a push of his legs, he leaped forward like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, in just a short second, the large Dao word in his mind instantly shattered into pieces. The incomparably beautiful scene from before appeared in his mind once again, and the desire in his mind began to stir. Too late. Yi Qinghan yelled crazily, and his speed increased again. Before the desire completely occupied his mind, he plucked the pink fruit of desire. Buzz. The moment the fruit of desire was plucked, the surrounding illusion quickly collapsed, and the entire world became peaceful again. The tree was still the same tree, the white mist was still dreamy, and the soil below was still flat. Whoosh whoosh. Yi Qinghan let out a long breath, and his eyes widened with lingering fear as he looked at the pink fruit of desire in his hand. The situation just now was the most dangerous he had ever encountered in the land of hallucination. If not for the sudden appearance of the word, Tao, he would not have been able to gain a brief moment of clarity with the help of the white air current from the bronze ring. Although it was only for a short second, it allowed him to break through the most dangerous illusion of desire. Boss, you've finally succeeded. Sob sob, I thought you would never wake up. You scared me to death. Xiao Hei's joyful yet worried voice immediately rang out in Yi Qinghan's mind after he completely broke through the illusion. Xiao Hei, come out. I must have made you anxious. I didn't expect this illusion to affect me so much. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It was more daunting than dangerous. Right, did you feel that large Dao word just now? Who helped me? Yi Qinghan summoned Xiao Hei apologetically, and at the same time, expressed his doubts. I felt it too. It was such a powerful aura, but I'm not sure. Xiao Hei blinked. After being summoned, he immediately pounced into Yi Qinghan's arms. I was the one who transmitted that Dao word. Just as Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei were feeling puzzled, Yi Ruoshui's faint voice rang out. Although her voice was still amiable, it seemed to be somewhat tired and powerless. Ancestor. So it was you. When Yi Qinghan heard this, the doubts in his heart immediately disappeared. That's right, besides a god-level expert, who else could have such great magic power? He hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, Ancestor. Ancestor, I've broken through the 7 emotions illusion. How do I break through the first stage? Cough. Cough. Very good. Don't speak first, listen to me carefully. You must remember every word that I say. Yi Ruoshui paused for a moment before continuing. It's very simple to break through the first stage. Eat all 7 emotions fruits, and you will be teleported to the second stage. There is also a very strong restriction between the first and second stage. With my cultivation, I am unable to break through the restriction of the second stage. Therefore, after you are teleported to the second stage, I will not be able to transmit my voice to you. Furthermore, I will not be able to detect your situation. Therefore, you will have to rely on yourself for the rest of the journey. We call the second stage the puppet passage. As the name suggests, the second stage is a passage that leads straight to the top of the mountain. This passage has 12 caves, and each cave is guarded by puppets of varying strength. The further you go, the stronger the puppets are. Apart from these 12 caves, every other part of the puppet passage is safe. Only by defeating the guards of each cave can you find a place to rest. Otherwise, you will definitely die. If you want to pass through all the stages of the puppet passage, you will not have any hope of passing through just by relying on martial skills. Only by comprehending a trace of the laws of heaven and earth will you have any hope of breaking through. As for the third stage, I have passed through it, but I did not succeed. The third stage is. Remember, you only have 3 years in the second stage. After 3 years, if you have not passed through, you will definitely die. Alright, remember every word that I say. When you break through, I will bring everyone to welcome your return outside the god-slaying mountain. Do your best. Yi Ruoshui explained to him in detail for half an hour. She clearly explained all the tricks that he needed to pay attention to and how to break through the stage. Yi Qinghan listened carefully and remembered every word that she said. However, the more he listened, the more shocked he became. He secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. Would he be able to pass such an abnormal stage? Chapter 206. After carefully digesting Yi Ruoshui's words, Yi Qinghan fell into a deep sleep. Yi Ruoshui's words were very clear. If he ate all 7 emotions fruits in one go, he would immediately be teleported to the puppet passage. Furthermore, the puppet passage could only go forward and not backward. Furthermore, he could not stop for even a moment. This was because if he stopped for even a moment on the mountain path, countless puppets would pounce on him. The puppets at the beginning might be easy to deal with, but as time passed, a second wave of puppets would appear, and then a third wave of puppets would appear. Furthermore, they would become stronger and stronger until they completely tore you apart. Thus, he decided to rest for a day in the psychedelic realm and wait for his energy to completely recover and reach his peak before proceeding to the second stage. After resting for a day and a night, Yi Qinghan once again ate more than 10 spirit fruits. According to Yi Ruoshui, the spirit fruits in the psychedelic realm would be completely eroded after leaving this place. Thus, he obviously had to eat a few more. He didn't know when he would be able to eat such delicious fruits again after leaving this place. Kacha. At the side, Xiao He was also holding a few spirit fruits and munching on them non-stop. His small stomach was already very round. After eating, he rested for another half an hour and recalled Xiao He back to the beast space. Yi Qinghan took out 7 emotions fruits from his bosom and looked around without any hesitation. He opened his mouth and bit down on one of the fruits. Kacha. After eating the last fruit, Yi Qinghan felt as if the entire psychedelic realm suddenly trembled. Then, he suddenly realized that the white fog above his head suddenly became thinner, while the white fog around him became thicker. Buzz, the sky above his head suddenly lit up. No, it wasn't just a light, it was a beam of light. This beam of light was like a super strong searchlight in the sky, enveloping Yi Qinghan's entire body. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if he was standing on a stage. His surroundings were pitch black, and only his side was shining with light, dazzling and eye-catching. What was even stranger was that Yi Qinghan was slowly rising into the sky under the cover of that beam of light. Then, the speed became faster and faster. Yi Qinghan was affected by the strong wind and bright light. He couldn't help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. Xiao. A moment later, Yi Qinghan felt his feet land on the ground. Under the immense force, he involuntarily shrunk his feet back and stabilized his body. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. This is the puppet channel? Heavens, I can actually see sunlight. This sunlight, it's so comfortable. There are flowers and plants, wild beasts. Yi Qinghan seemed to be unable to believe her own eyes as she happily meowed everywhere. He discovered that he had actually been teleported to a path that was several hundred meters wide. Both sides of the path were surrounded by a faint barrier of light, and he couldn't see the scenery outside clearly. Although the light barrier also covered the top of the path, the top was completely transparent. The warm sunlight shone through the transparent light barrier onto the path and onto Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan had been living in the thick white fog for more than 8 months in the land of fantasy. The sky had always been gloomy. He couldn't see the blue sky, the white clouds, or the warm sun. Now that he was suddenly bathed in the warm sunlight, he felt very comfortable and warm. It was as if a baby had returned to his mother's embrace. The road meandered all the way up, finally disappearing into a dark cave entrance. On the path that was several hundred meters wide, there were all sorts of flowers, small trees, and countless small animals in the grass. There were rabbits, wolves, bison. These small animals didn't seem to be afraid of Yi Qinghan's arrival. Instead, they looked at Yi Qinghan curiously. Ho, no matter what, the environment of this puppet channel is much better than that of the land of fantasy. Yi Qinghan was like a prisoner who had stayed in the prison for 8 months. For a moment, he felt an indescribable sense of happiness and bitterness when he saw this very ordinary scenery outside. Things that were lost and then regained would always make people feel happy, Before Yi Qinghan fully enjoyed this happiness, he had been awakened by numerous berserk and ferocious roars from his back. He looked back as he changed his face at once. Closely after that, he took out his blue dragon dagger and ran his battle chi as he ran forward at full speed. Behind the main road, countless magical beasts suddenly surged out. At a glance, there were at least several hundred of them densely packed together. Yi Qinghan recognized many of these magical beasts. Among them, there was a magical beast of the 5th rank, a shadow wolf, a magical beast of the 6th rank, a 3-eyed blood eagle, and a magical beast of the 6th rank, a giant spike dragon. These weren't important. Yi Qinghan was confident that he could easily exterminate them no matter how many of them there were. However, There was a red python that was as thick as a human head and tens of meters long at the very front of the group of magical beasts. After combining with his battle beasts, Yi Qinghan's battle strength had reached the peak of the Marquis realm. If it was any other top LV7 magical beast, Yi Qinghan wouldn't care about it at all. However, this fire python was extremely poisonous. If he was bitten by it, he would definitely die. Yi Qinghan had just entered the Marquis realm and hadn't had the time to release his aura yet. Facing such a poisonous creature, he would naturally be afraid. Most importantly, Yi Ruoshui had once told him that the magical beasts in the puppet tunnel were all controlled by an indescribable power. They had no consciousness of their own and would only wildly tear apart the people in the tunnel. Otherwise, they wouldn't stop. Because they were all puppets, they didn't have their own souls. In other words, Yi Qinghan's combined body technique had no effect on them at all. Yi Qinghan was incomparably powerful and invincible below the Emperor realm on the Netherworld path. In actuality, Yi Qinghan could only use the combined body technique. He could only rely on the combined body technique. In the puppet tunnel, he was actually just an ordinary Marquis, or perhaps it could be said that he wasn't even comparable to an ordinary Marquis. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Qinghan did not hesitate to turn around and run. He turned around and ran straight towards the dark hole in front of him. Roar! Roar! It was obvious that Yi Qinghan's speed was still very fast. He gradually pulled away from the magical beasts behind him. Only the upper 7th rank magical beast was shockingly fast. It twisted its body and quickly closed in on him. Yi Qinghan didn't use the shadow step. He only separated a part of his battle aura on his feet and raised his speed to the peak. His hands weren't idle either. He directly released his battle aura and formed a purple palm that fiercely slammed towards the fire python that was chasing behind him. The purple palm was very large, at least 1 square meter. Such a large palm and its speed was extremely fast. The fire python couldn't dodge it. Seeing the situation, the fire python didn't want to dodge either. Just like that, it collided head-on. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Yi Qinghan glanced at it and was secretly shocked. The fire python was actually unharmed in such a strong explosion. Only its triangular head was slightly black. Its eyes were still blood red. After a pause, it once again rushed towards Yi Qinghan. Hee, again. Yi Qinghan didn't take it seriously. He let out a long laugh and waved his purple palm again. Although the projectiles couldn't harm the fire python, they could stop it from chasing after it. After waving his palm, Yi Qinghan rushed forward without looking back. Walking like this and waving his palm, Yi Qinghan finally reached the entrance of the cave after a few minutes. Looking at the dark hole that looked like the mouth of a monster, Yi Qinghan's eyes shone with a fiery light. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His figure flashed and he directly entered the cave. Chapter 207. As soon as Yi Qinghan stepped in, the world began to spin around him, and his surroundings began to change. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled, and yellow sand filled the sky. This was a desolate desert world. The wind swirled the yellow sand, causing the world to blur, and the heat waves caused the air to distort. Yi Qinghan didn't feel strange at all, because Yi Ruoshui had once said that the 12 caves of the Golem Passage were all created by the supreme power of the creator of Mount Luotian. Every cave was a small parallel space, and they were all real spaces. There were all kinds of strange terrains, magical beasts, and monsters. If one wanted to leave this space, they had to find the entrance to the space. And there were countless dangers in this space, so the only safe place was within a radius of several dozen meters around the entrance. There's a magical beast there. Yi Qinghan could clearly see that in the distance, there was a hideous magical beast hundreds of meters tall with a triangular head roaring. Its scales glowed with a metallic luster, and its sharp fangs were covered with mucus. This is a magical beast. It seems to be very powerful. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly grasped the blue dragon dagger, surrounded by battle chi, and prepared to fight. But a moment later, he discovered that a lot of the yellow sand had actually passed through the body of the hideous magical beast. Only for a moment. The hideous magical beast had actually disappeared. An illusion? Yi Qinghan somewhat understood. This was a desert terrain. Yellow sand filled the sky, and space was distorted. It was very easy for illusions to appear, just like a mirage. But this made it even more difficult to tell which was real and which was impossible to guard against. Let's go. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Right now, the most important thing was to find the entrance to this space. Otherwise, there could be danger everywhere. The blade of the dagger was constantly swallowing waves of saber energy, guarding against any sudden danger. Yi Qinghan's figure moved rapidly as he strolled around. The scorching heat waves seemed to burn the surrounding air. However, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to be affected by the heat at all. Yi Ruoshui had once told him that the 7 emotions fruits that he had eaten contained an enormous amount of energy and a miraculous ability. It allowed him to not need to consume any food or fresh water for 3 years, and he would not be affected by the weather or terrain in the puppet tunnel. For example, the current temperature was at least 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Although all of this made Yi Qinghan feel very magical, he felt that this was not a magical ability that a human could have. But the various things that happened on the God-slaying mountain, the strange restrictions, the mysterious white mist, the mysterious 7 emotions dreamland. Everything that happened was not something that could be created by humans. Of course, this itself was not created by humans. In Yi Ruoshui's words, the God-slaying mountain was originally created by a god-level expert who possessed boundless magic power. And Yi Qinghan believed that since it was created by an omnipotent almighty, then everything that happened on the God-slaying mountain was normal and understandable. Swoosh! At that moment, a ray of light suddenly emerged from the sand in front of Yi Qinghan. Then, 2 yellow shadows broke through the ground and shot directly at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. In fact, when he entered this place, he had always been careless and had been carefully paying attention to the situation around him. He reacted at the first moment. With a flicker of his shadow step, his figure quickly shifted a few steps to the side. At the same time, he brandished his dagger. The tip of the dagger emitted a long sharp edge and fiercely covered the yellow figure. Bang! The yellow figure was fiercely struck by the sharp edge and was sent flying. As soon as it landed on the ground, it quickly disappeared. When Yi Qinghan reacted, he only saw a tail covered in scales quickly drilling into the ground. What monster? Pangolin? Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. This monster's defense was so strong and it could drill into the ground. It seemed that he had to be careful and guard against underground attacks. After carefully observing and making sure that the monster did not appear again, Yi Qinghan could only sigh and continue to move forward. The yellow sand covered the sky as far as the eye could see. It was as if there was no end to it and he could not tell which direction he was going. As he walked, even Yi Qinghan did not know which direction he was going. In the end, he simply did not know which direction he was going and just randomly chose a direction to move forward. After walking for a while, he stopped and sat cross-legged. He diverted half of his attention to cultivate his battle aura and restore the battle aura that he had just consumed. Meanwhile, he diverted the other half of his attention to observe the situation around him. Although it was very slow and the effect was not good, it was still safe. After resting and cultivating for a while, he continued to move forward. After walking for a few hours, Yi Qinghan suddenly discovered a black staircase in the distance. At the top of the staircase was a dark exit. The sky was filled with yellow. The black staircase and the exit were naturally very obvious. He immediately discovered it. His spirit was lifted and he hurriedly sped up in that direction. However, after a while, he suddenly realized that the black staircase suddenly disappeared and was slowly replaced by yellow sand. Sigh, it's an illusion again. Yi Qinghan sighed and powerlessly sat on the hot sand. This desert terrain was simply too detestable. Not only did it make people easily lose their way, but it was also very common for illusions to appear. Whoosh! 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 Just as Yi Qinghan was cursing the creator of the god-slaying mountain in his heart, he suddenly heard countless sounds of air being torn apart. Several black shadows emerged from the yellow sand around him and shot straight at Yi Qinghan, who was sitting on the ground. What the f***ck, so many? Whirlwind slash. Yi Qinghan was shocked and did not dare to be careless. He reached out and slapped the ground, using the counterforce of the ground to bounce up. At the same time, the dagger in his left hand spat out a blade light. The dagger spun in the air with the blade light and used the whirlwind slash of the Night Emperor's 7 forms to hack at the yellow shadows that were pouncing at him from all directions. At the same time, he released his battle aura, forming a battle aura shield around his body to block the black shadows' attacks. Bang! Ugh! The blade light and the yellow shadows collided, knocking the surrounding monsters away. At the same time, Yi Qinghan felt his battle aura shield being torn apart by a few sharp claws on his side and back, leaving a few bloody scratches on his skin. He could not help but groan in pain. He did not care about his wounds and instead stared at the 4 monsters in front of him. His wounds would naturally be healed by the white air coming out of the bronze ring, but the 4 monsters made him secretly apprehensive. These 4 monsters were somewhat similar to the crocodiles from his previous life, but their tails were much shorter and their limbs were slightly longer. Their front claws were especially sharp, as if there were several steel blades stuck in them. Their heads were sharp, and their eyes were blood red. Their bodies were covered in yellow scales that were slightly darker than the yellow sand. Soul confusion, earth splitter. Yi Qinghan did not dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that the sounds of battle would attract more and more crocodiles. His body lit up with a demonic purple light, and with the dagger in his hand, he slashed at the crocodile monster closest to him. Chapter 208. Yi Ruoshui had said that the monsters in the puppet mountain did not have souls, so his body fusion technique would be ineffective. However, Yi Qinghan was not willing to give up and wanted to give it a try. At the same time, he did not miss. The saber light left his body and slashed at the monsters in front of him. As expected, a purple light flashed, and the black fog enveloped the crocodile-like monsters. They did not react at all, and continued to stare at Yi Qinghan with their bloodshot eyes. However, Yi Qinghan discovered another advantage. This black fog could actually affect the monster's vision, but his own vision was not affected in the slightest. Bang! The saber light slashed down, and the crocodile-like monster that was closest to it dodged to the side. The saber light was not concentrated, and it only pierced the side, sending the crocodile-like monster flying. As for the other 3 monsters, their bloodshot eyes looked around randomly. In the end, they did not care about anything else and directly charged at the place where the sound came from. Their 6 sharp front claws danced wildly. Shadow step. This time, Yi Qinghan was much more relaxed. His footsteps swayed with the wind, and he easily dodged the attacks of the 3 monsters. Then, he waved his left hand and fiercely hit the body of one of the crocodile-like monsters. Bang! The monster was fiercely knocked down on the yellow sand, causing a cloud of dust to rise from the ground. It shook its head, then directly burrowed into the ground, leaving behind only a large tail. With a wave of its tail, it quickly disappeared under the yellow sand. Bang, bang, bang! Yi Qinghan did not hold back and directly hit the remaining 3 crocodile-like monsters, sending them flying. The 3 monsters were very strange. Once they were hit, they quickly escaped and did not continue fighting. After a while, there was only a sky full of yellow sand and Yi Qinghan alone in the vicinity. Phew! Yi Qinghan let out a long breath. The defense of this crocodile-like monster was too strong. His heavy strike at such a close distance did not even break a single scale. It probably only escaped because its internal organs were slightly injured by the battle aura. His attack power was still too low. Most importantly, his martial skills were too weak. Yi Qinghan sighed to himself. He had no choice. He had been considered trash in the Yi family since he was young. He had never been bestowed any high-level martial arts skills. The only way he could attack was the Night Emperor's 7 styles that everyone in the Yi family knew. Although the Night Emperor's 7 styles was rumored to be the ultimate skill of the Yi family's founding ancestor, it could split mountains and split the earth. But no one had ever practiced this martial art to this level, or rather, the family thought that the real Night Emperor's 7 forms had long been lost, and this was just a fake substitute. Before the mansion battle, his family had indeed given him a saint-level secret manual and countless cultivation experiences. However, these were only for life-saving techniques such as shadow step and battle chi cultivation. There was not a single high-level offensive or defensive martial skill. Ever since Yi Qinghan had obtained the body fusion battle technique, soul dizziness, he had never thought of practicing martial arts. He had only been focused on improving his battle chi and soul realm. At that time, he felt that he might as well practice his battle chi instead of martial arts. After all, with the body fusion battle technique, he could instantly kill a fighter with the same soul realm as him. And if his soul realm was higher than his, it would be useless even if he knew martial arts. They could instantly kill him. At this moment, he was very regretful that he didn't ask Yi Shisan and Yi Qinggu about their high-level martial techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been at such a disadvantage here. His realm was clearly much higher than this crocodile's, but he ended up in such a sorry state. Yi Qinghan decided that he had to find the passageway to this space as soon as possible and then cultivate for another year and a half. Even if he didn't improve his shadow step and Night Emperor's 7 forms, he had to at least learn the aura that a marquis could grasp. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan began to move forward. He was heading in the direction of the passage where the illusion had appeared. In his previous life, he had learned some knowledge about mirages. This thing was formed by refracting light, but there was a high chance that his real location was in a straight line between the person he saw and the mirage. Whoosh whoosh. But after walking for an hour, several crocodile-shaped monsters emerged from the yellow sand in front of him. These monsters broke out of the ground and attacked Yi Qinghan. Whoosh. With 2 battle experiences, Yi Qinghan naturally didn't care and immediately used the body fusion battle technique, soul dizziness. He used the black mist to affect the crocodile-shaped monsters' vision and judgment. He quickly repelled the crocodile-shaped monsters and continued to move forward in a straight line. But along the way, he found that more and more monsters were attacking him, from a few at the beginning to more than 10. After repelling the last crocodile-shaped monster, Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly. His clothes had been torn to shreds, and he was covered in blood and wounds. The wounds that hadn't been completely healed had opened up again. Helplessly tearing off the shredded clothes, Yi Qinghan took out a golden leather armor from the bag on his back. This leather armor was obtained from extortion during the prefectural battle. He hadn't worn it because it was too big, but now he had to put it on. Ugh! He couldn't really put it on, but wrapped it around his body like a bath towel and tied it with shredded clothes. Although it looked a little funny, there was nothing he could do. After all, although he could heal every time he was injured, he was made of human flesh and was afraid of pain. As he continued forward, Yi Qinghan had a feeling that he was close to the end. Although this feeling was a little ridiculous, he decided to follow it. The crocodile-shaped monsters were appearing for shorter and shorter periods, and their numbers were increasing. However, after putting on the leather armor, Yi Qinghan's defensive power had increased greatly. He only needed to protect his head, and the rest of his body was completely protected by the leather armor and the battle chi shield. It made things easier for him, but he had consumed a lot of battle chi and spirit. Phew! After moving forward for half an hour, Yi Qinghan finally saw the black staircase and the dark cave entrance. He was very sure that it wasn't a mirage, so he raised his middle finger at the top of his head. Damn you, don't play like this. In the distance, outside the staircase and the dark cave entrance, there was a translucent light cover that was exactly the same as the one outside the puppet tunnel. This was why Yi Qinghan was sure that it wasn't a mirage, because the mirage just now didn't have such a light cover. However, apart from the yellow sand outside the light cover, there were also countless crocodile-shaped monsters. Numerous crocodile-shaped monsters were squatting on the ground around the translucent light cover. There were at least tens of thousands of crocodile-shaped monsters. I found the tunnel, but how can I get there? So many crocodile-shaped monsters have surrounded the light cover. Even if they don't attack me, it would take me a lot of effort to squeeze in. Yi Qinghan scratched his head, his dandruff falling off. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Chapter 209. What should I do? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. Wasn't the elder ancestor saying that the checkpoint in the cave ahead of the puppet passage was very simple? Didn't they say that it would be automatically generated by the challenger's own strength? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he was secretly delighted. He felt that this puppet mountain would be very easy to pass. On the surface, his strength was only at the first level of the Duke realm. With the addition of a holy beast, he was at the peak of the Duke realm. However, how could he pass these mountainous crocodile-shaped monsters with his current strength? He would need to at least reach the Emperor realm in order to pass this test. Actually, Yi Qinghan had miscalculated on one point. He didn't have any powerful offensive or defensive skills. If he was at the peak of the Duke realm, he could use his powerful offensive skills to easily sweep through the monsters. Moreover, if his defensive skills were strong, these crocodile-shaped monsters wouldn't be able to harm him at all. However, the god-level expert who had set up this checkpoint probably didn't expect that a warrior at the peak of the Duke realm would only know a very ordinary offensive skill, the Night Emperor's 7 forms, and an incomplete footwork technique, the shadow step. Yi Ruoshui also thought that since Yi Qinghan was a genius disciple of the Yi family, the elders of the family would definitely give him all the high-level skills. Since the combination skills were useless here, the only offensive skill that Yi Qinghan could rely on was the Night Emperor's 7 forms. Of course, he could only stare at the densely packed monsters. He regretted not asking Yi Qingmiu for more offensive martial skills, and also regretted that he had refused Yi Qingwu's offer to teach him martial skills after the Battle of Duan-Ren-Feng on the Prefecture Battle Island. Actually, if he used spiritual confusion, no one in the Netherworld path would be able to stop him. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to learn it. Moreover, his relationship with Yu Qingxing was at its peak. They were intimate all day and couldn't wait to explore each other. Where would he have the time to learn these things? Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only slowly retreat. He wasn't a fool. He knew his own strength. Although he has a very magical ring that can quickly heal his injuries, in the face of so many monsters, he can't do anything. He was afraid that the wound that the bronze ring had yet to heal would be continuously scratched by the crocodile monsters that swarmed toward him. At that time, he might bleed to death. Moreover, there were so many monsters. If he wasn't careful, his limbs would be torn off. Even the bronze ring's aura wouldn't be able to regrow his limbs. He slowly retreated a few hundred meters until he could no longer see the black stairs and the entrance. He heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the sand. What should we do? What should we do? Yi Qinghan started to scratch his head again. Although he had eaten the 7 emotions fruit, he didn't feel hungry or thirsty. As long as he didn't get too close to the front, with his strength and the bronze ring's insane healing ability, he probably wouldn't be in too much danger. But people need to rest, right? With his current realm, it was indeed possible for him to not sleep for 10 days and half a night. Occasionally, he would meditate to recover his energy and battle qi. It was just that, this couldn't last long. If a person were to continue like this for a long time without rest, their mind would be greatly exhausted. They would become fatigued and dispirited. What would they do then? This was like a young man staying up all night and sleeping during the day. Indeed, a young man's physique was good. It wouldn't be a problem for him to stay up for 3 to 5 days. But try continuing like this for a few months. As long as there wasn't a problem with their mind, their body would definitely collapse. Taking a step back, even if they could persevere. But if they didn't break through the translucent barrier of the entrance, this place would never be safe, then they couldn't just stay like this forever, right? After staying for 3 years, they would die of hunger or thirst here, becoming a few grains of sand in the sky. Think of a way, he had to think of a way. Yi Qinghan rubbed his face, trying to wake himself up, pull himself together, and think of a way. But the more he thought, the more confused he became, and the more his imagination ran wild. Boss, don't panic, calm down. There's no point in panicking. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly transmitted his voice. Although Xiao He's voice was slightly anxious and worried, it still caused Yi Qinghan to become alert. He hurriedly said, "Xiao He, do you have a way? This ghost falling god mountain is too abnormal. Which bastard designed it? I'll *CK him up. I don't have a way, but I know that if you continue to panic, we will die here." Xiao He continued to transmit his voice. "I also felt the situation just now. I feel that you can only solve this crisis from two aspects. First, attack. You have powerful battle chi, but you don't know how to attack. Second, defense. This leather armor doesn't fit you, and it doesn't have a comprehensive defense. Only by strengthening your defense or attack can you rush through." Attack? Defense? After listening to Xiao He's transmission, Yi Qinghan began to calm down and think carefully. He knew that his battle chi was already very high, but he didn't know any high-level martial skills, so he could only display about 50% of his strength. But if he learned a high-level martial skill, he could display 100%, 200%, or even 300%. As for defense, unless he could learn how to release his aura in a short period of time, there was no other way. Moreover, could he withstand the crazy attacks of so many monsters just by relying on his aura? He shuddered at the thought of the crocodile monsters that covered the mountains and plains. If he only relied on his aura, if his attack was not strong enough, he probably wouldn't be able to break through the monster horde and reach the safety barrier. After thinking hard for a long time, Yi Qinghan felt that other than training his aura and strengthening his attack, there was no other way. His aura could temporarily defend against attacks from all directions, and he had to master an offensive martial skill that could sweep through a large area and temporarily block the monster's attacks. This would give his aura time to buffer, so that it wouldn't break under continuous attacks. Using attack and defense in a cycle, he could break through the monster horde and reach the safety barrier at the entrance of the passage. He knew the principle of training his aura. Aura was actually an enhanced version of Battle Chi Shield. Releasing Battle Chi to form a Chi Shield could defend against strong attacks. Aura was a step further outward release of Battle Chi, forming a larger Chi Shield around the body. This Chi Shield was larger and could completely envelop the body, and its defense was further enhanced. Moreover, he could control the aura to distort the enemy's attack. Well, the principle was simple, but it was very complicated to use. Moreover, the aura formed at the beginning was very unstable and could easily break, and its defense was not as strong as the Chi Shield. This was another problem of practice makes perfect. As for offensive martial skills, Yi Qinghan thought about it, and tragically realized that other than the 7 forms of the Night Emperor, he didn't seem to know anything else. Thus, he helplessly began to practice the 7 forms of the Night Emperor. The 7 forms of the Night Emperor was the famous martial skill of the founding ancestor of the Yi family, the Night Emperor. It was said that when mastered, it could split mountains and split the earth. However, it was unknown whether the descendants of the Yi family were too weak, or the 7 forms of the Night Emperor was a knockoff. Since the Night Emperor, no one had been able to master it. Of course, the ancestors' things could not be forgotten. Thus, regardless of the identity of the Yi family, the first martial skill they learned was the 7 forms of the Night Emperor. Even the chores of the Yi family knew half a form. When Yi Qinghan found out that his sister was being teased by Xue Wuhan on the cowherd street in Sang City, he turned his palm into a blade and slashed at Xue Wuhan with the Night Emperor's 7 forms of the Earth Splitter slash. Thus, Yi Shanhu, who was patrolling nearby, immediately discovered that it was a descendant of the Yi family who was sent flying by Xue Wuhan. Heaven Splitter slash, Earth Splitter slash, Swimming Dragon slash. In the following days, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to bitterly practice the Night Emperor's 7 styles while starting to cultivate his aura, hoping to make a breakthrough and charge through the horde of monsters to reach the entrance of the passageway. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would die of exhaustion in this sky full of yellow sand. Chapter 210. Sky-Splitting Slash. Yi Qinghan fiercely slashed down towards the sky. The long saber aura at the front of the blue dragon dagger instantly left the blade and expanded against the wind, turning into a semicircular saber aura that collided with the crocodile monster in front of him. Bang! A crocodile monster in front of him was directly hit by the oncoming saber aura. The powerful impact of the energy caused it to directly roll in the air, flying backward for more than 10 meters, and finally fell into the yellow sand and rolled again. Yi Qinghan nodded in satisfaction. However, from the corner of his eyes, he saw that the remaining crocodile monster had suddenly pounced from behind, and its sharp claws were about to directly scratch the back of his head. Buzz! Yi Qinghan frowned and did not dodge. Instead, his body emitted a burst of brown light. A light shield like a bubble suddenly formed and completely enveloped his body. This light shield was about 1 meter in diameter, brown in color, and there was a faint purple airflow surrounding it. Poochie! The crocodile monster behind him directly clawed at the brown light shield with its 2 sharp claws. Unexpectedly, this light shield was like a slippery ball, and actually slowly slid the 2 sharp claws to the side. Bang! The crocodile monster's powerful claws slashed on the yellow sand, scratching 2 deep grooves on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The crocodile monster turned its body again and continued to attack the light shield. However, this light shield was very strange, it could actually distort attacks. Every time the crocodile monster attacked, it would be diverted by this light shield. It would either attack the air or the ground. Every time it seemed that it was about to attack Yi Qinghan inside the light shield, it would slowly slide away. Ao. The crocodile monster was like a machine, never tiring and constantly attacking. And Yi Qinghan stood inside the light shield, his eyes slightly narrowed, motionless, as if he was admiring the monster's attack. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not admiring, nor was he resting. He was controlling the aura field, distorting the monster's attack. After half a month of fumbling, he finally learned how to release the aura field a few days ago. However, he had just learned it and was not proficient in controlling it, so he could only release the aura for about 1 meter. Moreover, every time a monster attacked, he would only have 1 monster left. Instead of attacking it, he would let it attack while he continuously controlled his aura, familiarizing himself with how to use his aura to distort the monster's attacks and protect himself. Half an hour later, Yi Qinghan's forehead began to break out in cold sweat. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he smiled helplessly. He waved his left hand, and with a flash of the blade, the monster in front of him was sent flying. It rolled a few times on the yellow sand before burrowing into the ground and disappearing. Phew! Yi Qinghan also slumped down on the ground powerlessly. Constantly manipulating and twisting the qi field to attack like this consumed a lot of mental energy, battle qi, and physical strength. Xiao He, come out and play. A shadow emerged from his chest, and Xiao He appeared in front of Yi Qinghan. It twisted its little arms and legs and stretched its body in a very human-like manner. It said through telepathy, "Not bad, boss. You've lasted another 10 minutes today. Keep up the good work. Sigh, this is only 1 monster's attack, and I only lasted for half an hour. If it was a group of monsters, I don't even know if I could last a minute." Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't rush, boss. You've only learned to use your aura for a few days. You'll slowly get used to it. I think if you can withstand a group attack for half an hour, we'll have a chance to break through the monster's encirclement and reach the safe zone at the entrance of the passage. Xiao He blinked its little eyes, and rubbed the little horn on its head against Yi Qinghan's thigh. It suddenly thought of something and said through telepathy, "Boss, is the 7 forms of the Night Emperor effective? I've watched you practice for so long, and other than being more familiar with it, I feel like the power of your sword has not increased at all." Huh? The 7 forms of the Night Emperor. Speaking of this, Yi Qinghan felt helpless again. For half a month, he had fought a few battles with the monsters every day. Although he had practiced the 7 forms of the Night Emperor with ease, he felt that it was the same no matter how much he practiced. It did not increase his attack power. But he remembered the rumors of the Yi family, and said with some anticipation, according to the rumors of the 7 forms of the Night Emperor, if the 7 forms can be fused into one, then the power will increase by 10 times. But these 7 forms feel completely different, how can they be fused? Fused? This martial art can be fused? Even if it can be fused, it will be quite difficult. No one in the Yi family has ever succeeded in fusing it. Xiao Hei shook its little head and said doubtfully through telepathy. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and said in a self-deprecating manner, I also know that it's impossible. The Yi family has had many strong warriors in the past, but no one has succeeded in fusing it. Even ancestor Yi Ruoxue has never heard of a successful fusion. Sigh, but I don't practice this. What do I practice? I don't know anything. Yi Qinghan began to repeat his boring and monotonous life. Every day, apart from cultivating, he would fight monsters, constantly familiarize himself with the way to control his aura, and practice the 7 forms of the Night Emperor, hoping to comprehend the rumored 7 forms of the Yi family and increase his attack power by 10 times. Then, he could easily sweep away a group of crocodile monsters and break through their encirclement. Yi Qinghan practiced day and night in the god-slaying mountain, living a monotonous life. There was no time in the mountain, so he did not know what season it was and what day it was. But the fire dragon continent was very lively. Time flew. After Yi Qinghan went to the god-slaying mountain, another year had passed. The Fire Dragon Festival was approaching. This Fire Dragon Festival was different from his old age. This time, it was year 10,000 of the Fire Dragon calendar. It had been 10,000 years since the beginning of the Fire Dragon continent. The 3 residences began to celebrate joyfully. Although the 3 residences had different levels of culture, the Fire Dragon Festival was a festival that all 3 clans believed in. Tsang City also became lively, and the Yi family castle was of course no exception. The place was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the atmosphere was joyous. However, the back mountain of the Yi family castle was quiet as usual, and the atmosphere was even a little solemn and depressing. Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu, and Yi Qingniu were not in the mood to practice. Instead, they gathered together. The 3 of them stood by the lake helplessly, looking at the entrance to the back mountain. They felt a little sad and helpless. The entrance to the back mountain was a long flight of stairs. Standing at the entrance, one could see the entire Yi family castle, half of Tsang City, and the most prosperous south gate of Tsang City. At the top of the stairs, there were 2 graceful women. One of them was dressed in white and had white hair. She stood on the stairs with a lonely and stubborn expression, looking into the distance in the direction of the south gate of Tsang City. She did not say a word. This person was Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingwu stood beside her, a little disappointed. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and no one knew what she was thinking. Go back, Qingyu. It's getting dark. I don't think your brother will come back. Besides, even if your brother comes back, once the family receives the news, they will immediately report it. There's no point in you standing here like a fool, right? After a long time, Yi Qingwu sighed softly and advised Yi Qingyu. This little girl, other than practicing, she had been standing here and looking at the south gate of Tsang City like a fool. It seemed that she thought her brother would come back when the Fiery Dragon Festival was coming. Little did she know, Yi Qingyu did not reply, nor did she turn around. She only shook her head slightly and continued to stare blankly in front of her. A pair of clear eyes without any impurities were filled with faint sadness and melancholy. The wind began to pick up. The cold winter wind caused Yi Qingyu's white dress to flutter in the wind. Her silver hair danced in the wind and the cold tears hidden in the corner of her eyes were blown into the distance. Chapter 2:11. In the small loft, Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu, and Yi Qingniu, as well as Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu, sat around a large table, preparing to have a reunion dinner. Tomorrow was the Flame Dragon Festival, and according to the customs of the continent, the night before the festival, families would gather for a reunion dinner. Originally, Yi Tianlong had a reunion dinner with the elders of the family last year. But this year was different. In order to make sure that Yi Qingyu would not feel left out, Yi Tianlong had already ordered the Yi family castle to send over a large table of delicacies. He called over Yi Qingniu and the others to accompany Yi Qingyu for the reunion dinner. Yi Qingyu was now extraordinary. 3 months ago, She had come out of seclusion and broken through to the general realm from an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, shocking him, Yi Qingniu, and the others. And in these 3 months, Yi Qingniu's cultivation speed had left him dumbfounded. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu were so shocked that their jaws almost fell off, and Yi Qingwu felt ashamed of herself. It also made Yi Ruoshui come out of seclusion once again. After checking Yi Qingniu's realm and cultivation from afar, she left with a smile on her face. 3 months, just 3 months. Yi Qingniu had actually broken through from the general realm to the 2nd level of the martial realm. She had broken through more than one realm to the 5th level. Yi Qinghan was amazing, wasn't he? A genius? But when he returned from the Savage Mountains, he was already a 1st-level general. How long had it taken for him to break through to the martial realm? 8 months. 3 months on the road to Dragon City, 5 months on Nether Island. And most importantly, it should not be forgotten that Yi Qinghan had only broken through to the martial realm after absorbing the energy of the dragon crystal. Yi Qingwu was amazing, right? Before Yi Qinghan became stronger, she had always been the most talented girl in the Yi family. However, at this moment, she felt inferior in front of Yi Qingyu's cultivation speed. After Yi Qingwu returned from Nether Island, she cultivated diligently and finally broke through to the 2nd level of the martial realm. A 21-year-old 2nd-stage martial was indeed one of the most talented people in the House of Aries. But in front of Yi Qingyu, it was nothing. Yi Qingyu was only 16 years old, and she was already a level 2 martial realm martial artist at the age of 16. This was already a historical record. Even Yi Qinghan's talent was inferior to hers. But most importantly, Yi Qingyu had only been cultivating for 5 months, and she was still improving at such a terrifying speed. 10 years to become a deity. Yi Tianlong believed in these words because he had witnessed so many miracles. And these miracles were still happening. He believed that in 10 years, this crazy miracle would be born. Yi Tianlong and the others were also very curious about the strange and illogical things happening to Yi Qingyu's body. At the same time, they were even more curious about the divine crystal that caused these miracles. What was this thing? However, Yi Ruoshui did not say, so they could only keep it to themselves. Of course, although they did not understand what was happening to Yi Qingyu's weak body, it did not stop them from treating Yi Qingyu like a treasure. Actually, not to mention the fact that Yi Qingyu could become a deity in 10 years, just because she was Yi Qinghan's younger sister was enough to make the 3 old men pay attention to her. Moreover, Yi Qingyu had suffered so much, and her body emitted a weak and pitiful aura. This made Yi Tianlong and the others like and love her from the bottom of their hearts. Eat more. Lass, your body is too thin. You need to nourish yourself. Yi Tianlong sat next to Yi Qingyu, constantly putting food into her bowl and ladling soup. He was no longer stubborn and inflexible in the past. Instead, he was like a kind old grandfather. That's right, little girl. You have to eat more, eat more. Yi Baihu and Yi Qingniu chimed in with smiles on their faces. Yi Qingwu smiled as she watched from the side. She did not feel a trace of jealousy or disappointment. Yi Qingyu's weak and gentle temperament could touch the soft part of everyone's heart. They could not help but feel a trace of love and tenderness towards her. Yi Qingyu did not move her chopsticks. Instead, she sat at the table in a daze, her head lowered, and she did not speak. After a moment, she suddenly began to cry silently. 2 clear streams flowed down her cheeks, wetting her face, her clothes, and everyone's hearts. Huh? What's wrong, lass? Why are you crying? If you have something to say, tell Grandpa. Don't cry, don't cry. Yi Qingyu's sudden tears startled them. Yi Tianlong hurriedly stood up and asked anxiously, what's wrong? Yi Qingniu also stood up and said with concern, yes, lass, tell Grandpa Qingniu if you have something to say. I'll help you settle it. Yi Baihu and Yi Qingwu did not speak, but their expressions were very ugly. They vaguely understood why Yi Qingyu was crying, but there was nothing they could do. Yes. Yi Qingyu took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her face, stopping her tears. However, she did not reply to Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingniu. Instead, she stood up and took a step back. Then, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the three of them. After kowtowing 3 times, Yi Qingniu raised her head and looked at the three of them with piercing eyes. She bit her lip and asked, "Grandpas, can I ask a favor of you?" Yi Tianlong hurriedly helped Yi Qingniu up and said anxiously, "Oh, lass, what are you doing? Get up and tell me. If I can do it, I'll promise you anything." Yi Qingniu also walked over and raised his hands anxiously. "Yes, lass, why are you kneeling for no reason? The ground is cold. Get up and talk." "No. Promise me, and I'll get up." Yi Qingniu shook her head and pushed Yi Tianlong's hands away. She said firmly, "I want you to tell me everything about my brother. Don't hide anything from me. Things about Yi Qinghan." Yi Tianlong sheepishly withdrew his hands. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu looked at each other, their expressions changing slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu sighed softly and her eyes became complicated. It seemed that Yi Qingniu had sensed something. The 4 of them fell silent, not knowing what to say. After all, they did not know what kind of intense reaction Yi Qingniu would have if she knew that Yi Qinghan's current situation was unknown. Yi Qinghan looked at the silent expressions of the 4 of them. His expression gradually dimmed and his eyes became a little misty. After a long while, he said in a trembling voice, "My brother, is he dead?" Your brother is not dead. I can absolutely guarantee this. As for Sai, Xiaowu, you tell him." Yi Tianlong hurriedly said. However, as he spoke, he let out a heavy sigh, flicked his sleeves, turned around, and let out a long sigh. "Sister Qingwu, quickly tell me, what happened to my brother? Where is he now?" When Yi Qingwu heard this, her complexion became slightly better, and she looked at Yi Qingwu with eyes full of hope. "Your brother is now at Luotian Mountain. Actually, Xiao Yu, what I told you is true, except for the part where we went to the Mist Forest after returning from the Divine City after the prefecture battle. The only thing I hid from you is that when we returned from the Divine City, we were attacked by the demon race. Your brother was accidentally trapped in Luotian Mountain." Yi Qingwu frowned slightly, a trace of pain and longing flashing in her eyes. She seemed to remember the scene at the foot of Luotian Mountain when Yi Qinghan was slowly sucked into Luotian Mountain. Her expression gradually became lonely. Chapter 212. God-slaying Mountain? The place where father died. Big brother was trapped there. How could he still be alive? No, you must be lying to me again. I don't believe you. Yi Qingyu knelt on the ground powerlessly, shaking her head and murmuring. Xiao Yu, I really didn't lie to you. Last time, because you had just woken up and your body was weak, we were afraid that you would be agitated, so. Your brother really didn't die. This was what the elder ancestor said. If you don't believe me, you can ask the 3 grandfathers. Yi Qingwu hurriedly explained. I promise you with my honor as the head of the Yi family that what Xiao Wu said is true. Yi Tianlong understood Yi Qingyu's personality and was afraid that she would overthink things and do something wrong, so he solemnly promised. Yi Qingyu also hurriedly said, I also promise that this is true. Moreover, your brother's elder ancestor said that there is an 80% chance that he will return safely, so you don't have to worry too much. Yi Baihu did not say anything and only nodded sincerely. Elder ancestor? Yi Qingyu did not understand and asked doubtfully. Seeing that Yi Qingyu was somewhat convinced by their assurances, Yi Tianlong hurriedly explained again, Elder ancestor is the god of the Yi family and is a heavenly god like the city lord of God's city. Do you think the words of a god are false? God? Can I see him? Yi Qingyu was slightly shocked, but still asked anxiously. Yi Tianlong forced a smile and said, In fact, you've already met him. 3 months ago, when you finished your cultivation, the one with white eyebrows. As for now, it's a little difficult for you to meet him. Yi Qingyu frowned slightly. She remembered that Yi Tianlong had asked her and Yi Qingwu to kowtow. And that person had even asked for her name. However, she could not see him now and ask him personally about Yi Qinghan's situation. She was somewhat worried and disappointed. Whoosh! At this moment, the air in the room suddenly trembled, and a figure appeared out of thin air. It was white-browed Yi Ruoxue. Greetings, old ancestor. Apart from Yi Qingyu, the other 4 people in the house hurriedly cupped their hands and greeted. Speak of Yi Ruoxue, and she will arrive. However, Yi Ruoxue had originally instructed them not to kneel and pay their respects, so they could only bend their bodies to pay their respects. Yi Qingyu, right? Yi Ruoxue had a gentle expression on her face as she casually waved her hand at them and smiled at Yi Qingyu. It was obvious that Yi Ruoxue had been paying attention to Yi Qingyu's situation and was very concerned about her. Her sudden appearance at this moment showed her attitude. Old ancestor, how is my big brother now? Can you tell me? Yi Qingyu was startled by Yi Ruoxue's sudden appearance. After seeing her clearly, she happily asked. Your brother is fine now, and he has already broken through the first trial of Mount Luotian 3 months ago. His cultivation has also greatly increased, and he has broken through to the Duke realm. So you don't have to worry. Yi Ruoxue seemed to understand Yi Qingyu's thoughts and directly told her everything. Upon hearing Yi Ruoxue's words, everyone in the room was wild with joy and beamed with joy. Yi Qinghan had actually broken through the first trial so quickly, and had directly cultivated to the Duke realm. This was great news. Then when will my brother return? Yi Qingyu had witnessed Yi Ruoxue's miraculous abilities and somewhat believed her words. She asked worriedly once again. When will he return? Yi Ruoxue frowned slightly and said again, I cannot completely guarantee you. I can only give you a rough estimate. Your brother has an 80% chance of returning safely when you have cultivated to the Saint Realm. 80%. Yi Qingyu bit her lip and exhaled. She said, 80%. Then I will work hard to cultivate to the Saint Realm. So what? How long will it take for me, your ancestor, to cultivate to the Saint Realm? At most 6 to 7 years, at least 4 to 5 years. This will depend on your comprehension and how hard you work. Yi Ruoxue smiled and her long eyebrows arched. She said again, so you have to cultivate quickly. Even if your brother successfully breaks through Mount Luotian and returns to the Yi family, he will definitely be in some trouble. When that time comes, he will need our help to defend him against external enemies. Sky Dragon and the rest of you as well. If Yi Qinghan succeeds in breaking through, the Yi family will face a calamity. So all of you have to work hard in your cultivation. Yi Qingyu did not say anything else. Her eyes were filled with unswerving determination. All of you continue eating. I'm going into seclusion. Yi Ruoxue smiled faintly and disappeared into thin air. Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu, and the rest looked at each other and became serious. Since the ancestor had spoken, if Yi Qinghan returned, the Yi family would definitely face some trouble. Although they did not know what kind of trouble it would be, if Yi Ruoxue, a God Realm warrior, thought that it would be trouble, then it would definitely be big trouble. So they all made up their minds to go into seclusion after the new year and strive to make a breakthrough in a few years to deal with the calamity. On the tranquil lake island of Ecstasy City, Yu Qingxing did not go to the reunion dinner with the family elders. Instead, she sat alone by the side of the mirror lake, playing the Chinese zither, dancing the sword dance, and chanting, breaking the formation. She wore a peach blossom robe, a tacky peach blossom, an otherworldly beautiful face, a pair of dull black eyes, and a calm lake. The scene was extraordinarily beautiful. Feng Zi and Hua Chao came out of seclusion. With the support of the family's large amount of spirit medicine and their hard work, their realms increased extremely quickly. They broke through 2 realms and reached the 2nd level of the martial realm. However, when the two received the compliments from the elders of the family, they surprisingly did not feel happy. Instead, they thought of the young man in the Luotian mountain. I wonder, if this monstrous young man did not die, what realm would he have reached? In Dragon City, Old Man Long was overjoyed. His only daughter, Long Sinan, had successfully broken through to the Emperor realm a month ago. She became the second genius in 100 years, other than Yi Dao, to break through to the Emperor realm before the age of 30. Old man Long was overjoyed and held a banquet to celebrate Long Sinan's birthday. Long Sinan was not very happy, but she felt a little stifled in her heart. She hurriedly left the banquet. Sitting alone in her room, she stared at herself in the mirror in a daze. She furrowed her brows. Her eyebrows furrowed as if she was pondering whether a woman's love or career was more important. The divine city was also very lively. This was because a miracle had occurred in the divine city again today. The citizens of the divine city once again felt the power of the gods and the miracles of the gods. Miracles were naturally created by gods. Although there was more than one sky god in the divine city, there was only one person who was qualified to create miracles, the divine city lord, Tuesday. The miracles were very beautiful. The colorful light shrouded the entire divine city above the divine city lord pavilion. This lasted for about half an hour. A vast, majestic, and sacred aura shrouded the entire divine city and did not dissipate for a long time. The citizens of the divine city collectively knelt in the direction of the light. They prayed continuously and expressed their loyalty and faith to the gods. The 4 divine guards and hundreds of divine city messengers did not go for a reunion dinner. Instead, they all knelt in front of a huge teleportation array in the divine city lord pavilion the moment the light shone. They knew that this multicolored light was not a miracle, but the light of the teleportation array. However, this vast, majestic, and sacred aura was the aura of a person. This person was the peerless expert, Divine Master, too. The light slowly dissipated, and the majestic, sacred aura slowly dissipated. The huge teleportation array shone with the back view of a tall, demonic god. On the back of the figure was a huge bald head, a bald head with a strange tattoo. The bald head slowly turned around, revealing a pair of strange eyes. They were actually the same as Xue Wuheng's eyes, but one of them was black and the other was red, looking extremely terrifying and ferocious. Greetings to the Divine Master. The Divine Master is mighty and invincible. When the divine guards and the rest saw this pair of strange eyes, they hurriedly knelt down and prostrated on the ground. Their attitudes were extremely respectful. Chapter 213. Divine City, City Lord's Pavilion, Study Room. The study room was huge and had a huge collection of books. A few tall sandalwood bookshelves were neatly arranged with countless books. There were about a few thousand books. There were people in the study room. 1 was sitting and 4 were kneeling. The person sitting there was a bald man with a strange tattoo on his bald head. His eyes were even more strange. 1 was black and 1 was red, and they shone with a faint light, making people feel that he was powerful without being angry. Tell me, what happened in the fire dragon dimension when I was not around? Also, why were there so few souls collected in the previous residence battle? I need an explanation. The bald man was the city lord of the divine city, too, the uncrowned king of the fire dragon dimension. We are guilty. Please punish us, Divine Master. The 4 were the 4 guards of the divine city. When they heard the anger in Tu's tone, they hurriedly kowtowed and asked for forgiveness. Only then did the massacre god guard raise his head and hurriedly replying to Divine Master, nothing major happened before the prefecture battle. During the prefecture battle, a genius youth appeared in the Yi clan of the battle god residence. He possessed a beast that was at least at the upper 8th tier. Furthermore, he even produced a heaven-defying fusion technique that instantly killed a large number of demonic emperors and barbarian emperors. Therefore, there were almost no casualties in the battle god residence. This was why there were so few souls that died in this prefecture battle. During the residence battle, this disciple from the Yi family killed Yao Xie's son. Hence, the residence battle ended at the Luotian mountain. Killing this disciple from the Yi family caused a disaster. In the end, all the experts in the House of Ares were mobilized to seek revenge at the demon god residence. However, they were appeased by me. The massacre god guard started to explain in detail, basically talking about everything that had happened in the past 1 year. Of course, he didn't dare to say that Tu Qianjun plotted against Yi Qinghan and instigated Yao Xie to destroy the Dragon City's teleportation portal. He had seen many of the Divine Master's methods. He was afraid that the Divine Master would exterminate him and his entire family in a fit of anger. Yi family has another genius young man? There's actually such an insane fusion skill? Yi Ruoxue must be overjoyed. Divine Master Tu waved his hand lightly and gestured for them to stand up. I don't think Yi Ruoxue will be happy. That disciple of the Yi family was sucked into the fallen god mountain and is probably dead. The god master's reply surprised the massacre god guard, but he still answered truthfully. Oh. If they entered the god-slaying mountain, they would not be able to survive. The god-slaying mountain will open the heavenly path in 4 years. Prepare a group of elites and continue to challenge the checkpoints to obtain the divine sword. As usual, whoever obtains the divine sword, I will directly confer him the title of the 5th guard of the divine city. Accept him as a direct disciple and give him a chance to go up. Divine Master Tu continued to speak calmly. He seemed to be very interested in obtaining the divine sword of the god-slaying mountain as he actually offered such a price. Yes, I will do my best to complete this task. I have already prepared 30 Peak Emperor Realm experts and will continue to select more. The Massacre God Guard hurriedly nodded. Seeing that the Divine Master, Massacre God, didn't pursue the Demon God Residence battle and the House of Ares battle, he couldn't help but feel relieved. What are the movements of those little things and that old fart from the dark forest recently? Master God Tu asked after a moment of silence. Little thing? Old fart. The Massacre God Guard was sweating profusely. Of course, he knew about the little things that Tu was referring to. He was referring to the god-level experts from the 3 residences and the other side of the sea. Of course, the old fart was referring to Lord Devour, the king of the dark forest. However, the oldest god-level expert from the 3 residences and the other side of the sea was only over 2,000 years old. To Tu, who had thousands of years of battle experience, they were indeed little things. The Massacre God Guard pondered for a moment and said, nothing big. Not long ago, Yi Ruoxue went to the hidden island and then to the dark forest. As for what they were discussing, I have no idea. You guys can leave. Divine Master Tu waved his hand lightly, indicating that he understood. He didn't ask any more questions and ordered the few of them to leave. Yes, I will leave now. Seeing that the Divine Master Tu didn't ask too many questions and didn't intend to reprimand them, the 4 guards of the Divine City were overjoyed. They bowed and left respectfully. In the future, don't play any tricks. I'll give you a chance this time. Next time, you can commit suicide. Also, bring that dual-pupiled youth to me. He's born with dual-pupiled eyes just like me. Interesting. The Massacre God Guard's joy did not last for even a minute. A faint voice transmission appeared in his mind, scaring him so much that his soul nearly left his body. He staggered, and his back broke out in cold sweat. He quickly replied with a voice transmission and left with large strides. The appearance of the miracle in the Divine City had caused the heaven and earth essence energy in the Divine City to be slightly disturbed. Of course, this couldn't be hidden from the god-level experts of the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Ruoxue opened her eyes slightly and then closed them again. The few old fellows of the Dragon City left hurriedly before the banquet ended. A slightly surprised voice rang out from the Demon God Mountain and broke the silence in the valley. The hand of the old man who was fishing on the hidden island trembled slightly, and ripples appeared on the calm lake surface. Firecrackers and fireworks were set off all over the continent to celebrate the arrival of the year 10,000 of the Fire Dragon calendar. They were also celebrating the things that they felt should be celebrated. It was very lively outside. Fireworks were everywhere, and the sky was colorful. However, Yi Qinghan couldn't see anything. He could only see the yellow sand that filled the sky and the crocodile monsters that kept popping out from under the sand. No. He could not see anything in his eyes or in his mind. The only thing he could see was his cyan dagger, as well as the glints of saber light that were produced as his arm continued to dance. Through his daily cultivation and continuous exploration, he had mastered the 7 forms of the Night Emperor to the point of perfection. However, no matter how he practiced the 7 forms, it was still the 7 forms. It couldn't become the 6 forms, nor could it become the 1 form. It was just that, today, when he was fighting with the crocodile monsters, he suddenly felt that the 7 forms of the Night Emperor that he casually performed were a little different from the ones he had performed in the past. There seemed to be a slight change. It seemed like the 7 forms had become the 8 forms. Why did it become the 8 forms? After Yi Qinghan quickly finished off the last crocodile monster, he began to slowly dance the dagger. At the same time, his mind was blank. There was only the 8 forms that he had accidentally performed. When he was fighting just now, he used the wandering dragon slash to attack a monster on the side. Suddenly, a monster appeared from the ground. In a moment of desperation, his dagger involuntarily floated down in an arc. As a result, the crocodile monster on the ground was directly smashed into the ground, and it even smashed a hole in the ground. This move was very powerful. It wasn't weaker than the Earth Splitter, but it was also different. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was very puzzled. Why didn't he fuse it as he practiced? Instead, it was getting older and older. He couldn't figure it out, so he started to stop thinking about it. Instead, he waved the dagger and began to practice slowly. He felt that since he couldn't practice too little, it wouldn't be bad to practice more. It was always good to have changes, therefore, he began to immerse himself in deducing every move. He believed that since the wandering dragon slash could be derived into 1 form, then the heaven splitter, the earth splitter, the wind chasing strike, these could all be derived into 1 or more forms. He decided to thoroughly explore it. Moreover, he had a vague idea that these derived forms seemed to contain the true secret of the 7 forms of the Night Emperor. However, unbeknownst to him, a white light flashed across the restriction of Mount Luotian. The heaven and earth yuan qi above his head rapidly thickened when he was completely immersed in it. He suddenly entered the state of soul stillness that he hadn't entered since leaving Tranquil Lake Island. Chapter 214. No, this wind-chasing slash can actually derive 3 styles. Then other styles can continue to derive. This Night Emperor's 7 styles has actually become the Night Emperor's 13 styles after being deduced by me. Interesting, continue deducing. I want to see how many styles can be derived in the end. In the yellow sand, Yi Qinghan's eyes were closed, but his limbs and body were constantly waving. From time to time, the dagger would suddenly slide out a strange light, and from time to time, he would suddenly open his mouth and mutter a few words. It was as if he had already become mentally deranged and absent-minded. Unknowingly, he had already continued like this for 3 hours. The chi of heaven and earth continuously gathered above his head. And completely unbeknownst to him, his body was constantly absorbing the chi of heaven and earth, converting it into battle chi, and finally gathering it on his core. And at this moment, his soul also emitted a gentle light, like a bamboo shoot after the rain that received nourishment, and began to slowly grow. Yi Qinghan had fallen into a state of spiritual silence, and was unaware of what was happening outside and in his body. But Xiao He, who was in his war beast space, was completely aware. Moreover, he seemed to enjoy the feeling of this state very much. His whole body was lying in the war beast space, and his whole body was enveloped by a soft white light. It was warm and comfortable to the extreme, almost making him want to sleep soundly. However, he knew that he couldn't sleep, because this place was full of danger. He had to use his soul to explore the surrounding situation, so that he could wake up Yi Qinghan at the first sign of danger. Another hour passed. This magical state, as well as this peaceful time, was finally broken by a yellow figure that suddenly appeared beside him. "Boss, stop cultivating, it's dangerous." Xiao Hei's voice immediately sounded in Yi Qinghan's mind, waking up Yi Qinghan, who had fallen into a state of spiritual silence. "Xiao." Yi Qinghan woke up, and without thinking much, he saw a yellow figure on his left and subconsciously swung his blade. Bang! The brown blade energy left the dagger and directly hit the yellow figure that was rushing over. The strong energy sent the figure flying. The blood mist that filled the sky scattered and was instantly absorbed by the dry yellow sand. The yellow figure was a crocodile monster. After the monster attacked, it quickly escaped. However, the crocodile monster had already fled, but Yi Qinghan was still staring blankly ahead. He had yet to come to his senses. Something seemed to be wrong. Blood mist. That's right, it's the blood mist. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Smelling the faint salty smell in the air, he finally understood what was wrong. His casual slash had actually caused the crocodile monster to bleed. After all, he had been in this damned place for a few months. He had fought off countless crocodile-like monsters, but he had never made the crocodile-like monsters shed a single drop of blood. This time, a casual slash actually made the crocodile-like monsters bleed. This meant that his attack power was increasing, and it had already increased. Swish, swish, swish. Just as he was pleasantly surprised and wanted to further investigate the condition of his body, several figures appeared beside him and broke his contemplation. Helpless, he could only use his body fusion combat technique and aura to repel the attacking monsters. Bang, bang, bang. After a battle for half an hour, Yi Qinghan finally cleared all the attacking monsters. At the same time, he confirmed one thing. The 6 techniques that he had derived from the Night Emperor's 7 forms seemed to be more powerful than the Night Emperor's 7 forms. Every time he used the Night Emperor's 7 forms to attack the monster, he would at most be sent flying. However, the derived techniques were able to injure the crocodile monster a few times. Looking at the yellow scales on the ground, Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a happy smile. There's hope. The derived techniques were actually so powerful. He felt that what he was looking at was not a bloody scale, but a path, a hope. A golden path that could increase his attack power and break the puppet channel, a hope to return home. In the following period of time, Yi Qinghan became immersed in the deduction of the Night Emperor's 7 forms. He forgot the time, forgot everything outside, forgot everything. He knew that only by constantly practicing could he break the puppet channel, have the opportunity to enter the 3rd level, and finally leave the god-slaying mountain. He didn't know that every time he was completely immersed in the deduction and cultivation, the white fog restriction of the god-slaying mountain would flash inexplicably. He didn't know that every time he was completely immersed in the deduction and cultivation, the chi of heaven and earth above his head would inexplicably become denser. He didn't know that his battle chi would increase by dozens of times when he was deducing. He didn't know that his sea of soul was constantly expanding and growing. He only knew that when he was deducing, his body and his soul would be completely open. He enjoyed this state very much. He liked this comfort and was very immersed in this state. Therefore, he didn't want to think about anything except for the time when Xiao He reminded him that there was a monster attacking him. After that, he would quickly solve it and immerse himself in the deduction. Half of the Moon Queen, the Night Emperor's 13 forms became the Night Emperor's 24 forms. 1 Moon Queen, the 24 forms became the 33 forms. 3 Moon Queen, the 33 forms became the 33 forms. As time passed by, the derived techniques became fewer and fewer. However, Yi Qinghan was not anxious at all and didn't want to stop. Because he had a vague feeling that he had not reached the limit yet. Moreover, he felt that once he completely derived the Night Emperor's 7 forms, his attack power would at least increase by 2 times, or even more. He knew that he had dug up a treasure trove, and he had a faint feeling that this Night Emperor's 7 styles wasn't that simple. If he worked hard to explore it, there might really be hope for him to reach the height that the founding ancestor, Yi Huang, had used the Night Emperor's 7 styles. 3 months passed. 5 months passed. Half a year passed. Yi Qinghan finally stopped. It wasn't that he felt tired from practicing and deducing, but because he felt that he had reached a bottleneck. He had not made any progress in the past half a month. It seemed that he had reached the limit. No, this isn't the limit. If the heaven-splitting slash can be derived into 7 forms, shouldn't the other moves also be derived into 7 forms? Isn't the limit the 7 by 7 49 forms? It's only the 38th form now. Why can't I deduce the remaining 9 forms? Yi Qinghan sat lazily in the hot yellow sand. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. The Night Emperor's 7 forms became the Night Emperor's 38 forms. The heaven-splitting slash became the heaven-splitting 7 forms. The earth-splitting slash became the earth-splitting 6 forms. Wind-chasing slash, in the past half a month, there was no progress at all. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to stop deducing. He knew that this was something that could only be found by chance. It was already very good that he could deduce so many moves. As for the remaining 9 forms, it would depend on luck and a certain moment of enlightenment. Forget it. After practicing for so long, it's time to rest. Rest. Hee hee. The Night Emperor's 7 forms became the Night Emperor's 38 forms. My attack power will probably increase by at least 3 times. I should be able to pass this stage easily. Yi Qinghan stretched and fell straight to the ground. He smiled and suddenly said to the air, "Xiao He, come out and have some fun. This cultivation must have taken a lot of time. You must be bored." Chapter 2:15. Hee hee. Boss, you finally remembered me. Xiao He transmitted his voice full of complaints as soon as he appeared. At the same time, he roared a few times and began to run wildly on the yellow sand. After running for more than 10 minutes, he finally ran back to Yi Qinghan in satisfaction and lay on top of him. "Xiao He, how long have I been cultivating this time?" "I think it's been at least 2 or 3 months." Yi Qinghan extended a hand and stroked Xiao He's head, feeling the comfort of his smooth fur as he asked with a smile. Xiao He pursed his lips and actually rolled his eyes like a human. He transmitted his voice back, "Air. Boss, you're no ordinary bull. You actually don't know how long you've been cultivating. You've been cultivating for more than half a year." "Damn. It's actually been half a year and I really don't know. I've only been thinking about the 7 forms of the Night Emperor. Fortunately, I didn't waste any time and made some small progress." Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment and smiled with some shame. "Small progress? Boss, you'll be struck by lightning if you act tough. Don't you know that you've cultivated your battle aura to the 2nd level of the noble realm after cultivating for half a year? That's not important. The most important thing is, the strength of your soul has at least reached the pinnacle of the noble realm." Xiao He's words shocked Yi Qinghan. He was so frightened that he hurriedly sat cross-legged and looked at Xiao He with some confusion for a while. Then, he hurriedly meditated and examined his body with his inner vision. After a moment, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock, ecstasy, and confusion. "What's going on? My core has actually doubled in size and my soul ocean has also expanded by a 1/3. This is simply unbelievable. This doesn't make sense. I haven't even cultivated, I've only derived martial arts, but my battle aura and soul have actually strengthened so much." This inexplicable situation made Yi Qinghan completely dumbfounded. This was like a poor man who bought 100 yuan of stocks 10 years ago, and then suddenly found out that the stocks had increased by tens of thousands of times. Yi Qinghan was pleasantly surprised by this sudden windfall, but he also felt a trace of panic. It was as if this was not something he had painstakingly cultivated for. He was not used to it and did not dare to accept it. In fact, Yi Qinghan did not know that he had unintentionally entered the state of soul stillness again. This state was the most mystical realm for martial artists. Cultivating for 1 day was equivalent to cultivating for 10 days. Most importantly, in this state, the speed of the soul's movement became tens or hundreds of times faster than usual. Otherwise, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be able to deduce these 38 styles even if he spent several years deducing them. Soul stillness, as the name suggested, had the greatest impact on the cultivation of the soul. In this state, the soul would involuntarily strengthen, and the soul ocean would slowly expand unconsciously. In this state, the body would automatically cultivate, absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth and transforming it into battle aura in the body. In the state of soul stillness, the heaven and earth above his head and around his body would be 10 or even 100 times denser than usual, so of course his cultivation would be fast. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration for Yi Qinghan to achieve such results after cultivating in seclusion for half a year. After all, in the history of the House of Aries, only one person had successfully comprehended this state of soul stillness. That person was the Yu clan's Moon Queen, who could single-handedly fight against the founding ancestors of the 4 great clans, the 4 great saints. Boss, don't be silly. This is the result of you entering that kind of soul-silent state to cultivate. Furthermore, this is not all. You don't know, Xiao He, I have also gained a lot in this half a year. My soul has already reached the level of a level 8 beast, and my body's strength has also reached the level of a level 7 beast. If I go out now, I would be able to sweep away this kind of crocodile monster by myself. Hee hee. Xiao He saw Yi Qinghan's silly expression and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Bakaska laughed and threw out another huge surprise. The strength of a level 8 battle beast? Then, does that mean that our body fusion can instantly kill an Emperor Realm warrior? Yi Qinghan was once again shocked by Xiao He's words. He swallowed his saliva and asked hesitantly. I think an ordinary Emperor Realm warrior can be instantly killed. However, those with a strong soul and a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth are probably not enough. Xiao He's reply caused a huge wave to surge in Yi Qinghan's heart. He could actually kill an Emperor Realm warrior in an instant? What did this mean? This meant that he had finally become a powerful warrior of his generation. It meant that he had finally become a big shot that could look down on all the warriors in the House of Aries. Of course, the 7th master of the Yi family had not only become the 7th young master of the Yi family, but also the 7th master of the Yi family. Even though Yi Qinghan had killed an Emperor Realm warrior in the past, he was still an Emperor Realm warrior. The scene of Yi Rong being stabbed to the ground by his dagger was still vivid in his mind. However, that was a temporary strength that his sister exchanged for with her life. It was like the epiphyllum in the night, appearing and disappearing after a short while. Now, he had finally become a powerful warrior. He had become a powerful warrior that could look down on everyone else. Of course, Yi Qinghan was excited. The oath he made in front of his mother's coffin, the narrow escape from death in the barbaric mountain range, the blood splattered in front of the enchanted garden. Everything flashed in Yi Qinghan's mind. Unknowingly, he had grown up. Unknowingly, he had become so powerful. At this moment, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. If he could leave the Ghost God Mountain? After returning to the Yi family, would he suddenly capture Yi Jian alive in front of the elders and Yi Tianlong? Would this make the Yi family's eyes and jaws drop to the ground? Let's go, Xiao He. Let's go out and bask in the sun and roast some wild animals. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more excited he became. He let out a long roar, jumped up, and ran straight to the exit of the tunnel. After staying in this never-changing desert for 7 months, he was starting to miss the taste of flowers, trees, and beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! A man and a beast swaggered towards the entrance of the passageway. Xiao He took the lead and transformed into a black shadow, rushing straight ahead. Yi Qinghan casually followed behind. After this period of training and fighting against the crocodile monster for so long, he was now very clear about the attack power of this monster. He was very confident that he could easily kill his way in and out. Xiao He's arrogant figure easily angered the countless crocodile monsters outside the tunnel. In an instant, all the monsters straightened their bodies, and 2 pairs of red eyes glared at them. A cruel and bloodthirsty aura immediately enveloped the surrounding space. However, it was very strange that although these crocodile monsters were restless and looked like they wanted to devour human flesh, they did not leave their original spots. Instead, they were constantly baring their fangs and brandishing their claws and roaring. "Boss, I'll take the lead, let's kill our way in." Xiao He shouted excitedly and rushed into the group of crocodile monsters. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly followed. Xiao He was like a sharp sword, shooting straight towards the group of crocodile monsters. His small body rolled up and down in the group of crocodile monsters, swaying left and right, like a lonely boat in a raging sea. However, among the monsters that were constantly attacking him, not a single one of them could touch his small body. And its two small claws were like divine weapons. With a simple swing, a grab, a lift, or a slap, the monsters nearby were sent flying. Some of their scales fell off, and arrows of blood flew into the air. Ah! Xiao He was actually so fierce? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. However, when he remembered that Xiao He had said that his body had already reached the level of a level 7 magical beast, it was obviously very easy to deal with this group of peak level 5 crocodile monsters. Chapter 216. Xiao He, don't be obsessed with fighting. Charge! Yi Qinghan shouted. The dagger in his hand flickered, and a green saber wave that was more than a meter long was drawn. He didn't even release his aura and charged straight at the monster horde. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Qinghan's wrist moved quickly and the dagger constantly changed into different moves. The 1-meter-long green saber wave swayed with the dagger and suddenly turned into countless dazzling saber lights that enveloped the oncoming crocodile monsters. Crack, crack. The sound of gauze being torn apart by a sharp object could be heard, followed by a mist of blood. Then, more than 10 crocodile monsters were cut into pieces and fell heavily to the ground, smashing into the sand. How could it be so powerful? It can actually kill a group of monsters in seconds? Yi Qinghan was slightly startled, but he was ecstatic. He took large strides and rushed forward. The dagger in his hand quickly transformed and the 1-meter-long green saber wave kept swaying around him, turning into saber lights that shrouded the area in front of him. Ha! Boss, you're awesome. I spent a lot of effort to injure a few monsters, but you killed a group of them. Charge! 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 I'm going out to eat barbecue with you. Xiao He looked back and his eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He shouted and transmitted his voice before pouncing forward again. Crack, crack, following the sound of cloth being torn, the crocodile monsters turned into minced meat on the ground, and then were trampled by the monsters behind them. The monsters were endless and could never be killed. They fearlessly rushed towards Yi Qinghan and Xiao He like moths to a flame. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't that stupid. This wasn't the mansion battle where there was no reward for killing too many monsters. He couldn't be bothered to kill them, so he and Xiao He began to slowly rush towards the entrance of the passage. Hoo-hoo, 10 minutes later, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He finally broke through the encirclement and approached the translucent light shield at the entrance of the tunnel. Xiao He, Beast Fusion. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He created a few saber waves and slashed at the crocodile monsters nearby. Then, he shouted at Xiao He. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry before entering. Of course, Xiao He understood Yi Qinghan's meaning. He turned around, turned into a shadow, and burrowed into Yi Qinghan's chest. After feeling his battle chi increasing a bit, Yi Qinghan became more reassured. Xiao Chen moved like he was taking a leisurely stroll through the monster horde. He swung his hand, and countless saber lights shot out, easily getting close to the translucent light shield. As soon as he stepped in, the light shield suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light. The crocodile monsters around Yi Qinghan all cried out strangely and retreated in fear, not daring to take even half a step closer. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Without thinking too much, his body flashed and he walked into the white light shield. One step was like 1,000 miles away. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan found that the surrounding scenery had completely changed. He appeared in a valley with green mountains and rivers. There were mountains, rivers, trees, flowers, sunlight, and many low-level small animals in the valley. In the center of the valley, there was a huge black staircase. On the staircase, there was a black hole that flashed with a faint black light. Damn, the creator of the god-slaying mountain is too awesome. I'm speechless. The first thing that came to Yi Qinghan's mind was that the creator of the god-slaying mountain was too powerful. The power of a god-rank expert was indeed boundless and omnipotent. Once again bathed in the sunlight, once again smelling the fresh air, once again seeing the familiar flowers, trees, beasts, and the small pool, Yi Qinghan could not help but feel a surge of admiration for the creator of the god-slaying mountain. Xiao He, come out and play. We'll rest in this valley for 5 days. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He quickly summoned Xiao He, while he himself rushed to the small pool next to the valley. Crash! In mid-air, Yi Qinghan untied the golden leather armor on his body and took off the bag on his back. Wearing only a pair of shorts, he directly jumped into the small pool. The small valley was not big, and he could clearly see the situation inside at a glance. It was very safe here, so he completely let go of the tension that had been building up for more than a year. It had been more than a year since he entered the god-slaying mountain, and this was the first time he had entered a completely safe place. His mind was extremely relaxed and comfortable. Boss, this place is good. I like it, let's stay for a few more days. It's been more than a year, it's time to relax. Little Black dived directly into the pool and chirped happily. It dived in and out of the water, having a great time. All right. Let's rest for 10 days. I'll go kill a few small beasts, roast some meat, and then sleep for 3 to 5 days to relax. Yi Qinghan wiped the water off his face and grinned. Hee, I'll go. I'll go. Upon hearing this, Xiao He hurriedly jumped out of the water and flew directly to the other side of the valley. There were many small animals in the valley, but they were all herbivores. When they first saw Yi Qinghan enter, they had already burrowed into the grass and were too scared to come out. Squeak, squeak. A few animal cries came from the bushes. Not long after, Xiao He came out from the bushes, holding a fat rabbit that weighed at least 3 to 4 kilograms in its mouth. With a flick of its head, it threw the rabbit straight to the side of the small pond. He then burrowed into the grass again. After a while, Xiao He came back with a few fat rabbits. Yi Qinghan also came out of the water, naked except for a pair of underpants. He collected some dry firewood nearby. Yi Qinghan operated his battle aura and directly released a wave of air. The temperature of the battle aura was very high. After a while, the dry firewood on the ground was set ablaze. Picking up the blue dragon dagger, he cut open the fur of the fat rabbits, dug out their guts, and pierced them with a piece of wood. Yi Qinghan then began to roast the rabbits. When he was training in the barbaric mountains, Yi Qinghan had already learned how to roast meat. However, he had brought a flint with him at that time. Of course, he did not have it in his bag now, so he could only release his battle aura to ignite the fire. This battle aura to ignite the fire was something he had learned from plants on Nether Island. Without any condiments, the roast meat was certainly not delicious. However, Yi Qinghan enjoyed it very much. Although he had swallowed the 7 emotions fruit and was not hungry, he had not eaten for more than a year, so his taste buds had long become bland. At this moment, the fat rabbit had just been roasted. He tore open a thigh and ate it with relish. Boss, this thing looks very delicious. Xiao He was standing at the side with its 2 small eyes, watching Yi Qinghan eat with interest. It had not eaten any food since it was summoned. It had always relied on devouring demon crystals and directly absorbing the energy in Yi Qinghan's body to maintain the nutrients in its body. Try it. Although you are a holy beast and do not eat the food of mortals, and these low-level foods have weak energy and have impurities, at least they taste good. Yi Qinghan tore open the other half of the rabbit's thigh and passed it to Xiao He. He knew that Xiao He was a high-level beast, so it probably ate pure energy items. There were no impurities in its body, so of course its body would be very strong. However, he always felt that if he was deprived of the right to eat delicious food, then he did not want to be so strong. If there was no joy in life, then living for too long would be meaningless. Chapter 217. The taste is a little weird, but it seems pretty good. Xiao He hesitated for a while, then grabbed the rabbit's leg and opened his mouth to take a bite. He chewed faster and faster, and in a short while, the fat leg was completely devoured. Boss, it's delicious, give me some more. It was Xiao He's first time eating barbecued meat, and he seemed to want more. His eyes rolled around a few times, and he asked Yi Qinghan for more barbecued meat. Hee, I'll give it all to you. This one is almost done too. Yi Qinghan smiled, and gave all the rabbit heads in his hands to Xiao He. In his heart, Xiao He was no longer a beast, but like his own younger brother. Even if Xiao He wanted the stars in the sky, if he could pluck them, he would pluck them for him without hesitation. After eating a few rabbits, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He lazily lay on the grass beside the pool, enjoying the afternoon sun. It was already summer now, and the Yu clan's summer fire festival had already passed. The sun should be scorching hot. However, when the sunlight shone through the transparent barrier above the valley and shone on Yi Qinghan's body, he didn't feel a trace of heat or scorching heat. Instead, he felt a very warm feeling. Gradually, he started to close his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired. He hadn't had a good sleep for more than a year, and he hadn't slept peacefully without worry. At this moment, in this small valley, he finally let go of the vigilance in his heart, let go of the burden on his back, let go of everything, and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 2 days and 3 nights. Yi Qinghan slept comfortably and warmly. When he opened his eyes in a daze, he looked at the transparent light shield above his head, the resplendent starlight, and the silver-white full moon. He felt a little absent-minded. He squinted his eyes slightly, listening to Xiao He's heavy breathing, the rustling sounds of small animals nearby, and the sound of small animals drinking water by the pool. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and inexplicably flustered. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger, every festive occasion makes one think of one's family. I know from afar that when my brother ascends to a high place, there will be one less cornel planted everywhere. The fallen god mountain was a strange place, and he was a strange guest. Even the flame dragon continent was a strange guest. It was not a festive season, but there was a moon in the sky with stars twinkling beside it. In his previous life, he had no relatives, and in this life, his relatives were not by his side. He felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness and sorrow. This feeling came suddenly and inexplicably. This kind of feeling made him very sad, and he almost shed tears. He remembered what he had said to Yi Tianlong in front of the Yi family castle: I shouldn't have come to this world. This world doesn't belong to me. It was just that. He suddenly remembered that his name seemed to have been engraved in this world. There were already people he cared about and people he couldn't abandon. But where were those people now? What are they doing? Would she think of him? Then, he thought of Yi Qingyu. He thought of that soft and weak figure. After a moment of sadness and disappointment, his heart was occupied by pity and longing for Yi Qingyu. Was the most important woman in his heart saved? If she was saved, what kind of heartache and sorrow would she feel when she found out that he was trapped in the fallen god mountain? He did not know whether Yi Ruoxue would tell her that he was alive, but he knew that he missed her very much at this moment. Then, he thought of Yu Qingsheng. Had the holy maiden of the Yu family returned to the Yu family? Had she chosen another husband? Or was she waiting for him like Yu Yen'er waiting for his father? Would she still be wearing a tacky peach blossom dress with an even tacky peach blossom flower on it? He thought of Yi Qinggu, her pure and pretty face, and her full breasts. This girl, who was like Sora Aoi, had inexplicably taken up a part of his heart after they inexplicably had a relationship. Although he wanted to dance with her every night again. He thought of the big pink bed in Man's city, of the purple wind, of the flowers and plants, and of Long Sainan. He thought of Yao Kaka, of Man Gone, of many people, and of many things. As he thought about it, he felt that he could not think about it anymore. He should sleep again, completely forget this sadness, forget all the heartache, and have a good sleep. Tomorrow, he would continue his unfinished journey. He knew that longing was not a kind of dumpling, but a kind of disease, a disease that would spread like a plague. If he wanted to go out alive, then he could not get sick, and could not miss her. He could only forget everything and move forward bravely until he broke out of the mountain. Xue Wuhan was very excited, very excited. It had been more than a year, more than a year. He had been under house arrest in that small pavilion for more than a year. Today, he could finally see the light of day again. More than a year ago, to prove his loyalty to God's city, he planted a hidden worm on Yi Qinghan without hesitation and worked together with Yao Kaka and Man Gan to murder Yi Qinghan. In the end, he did not succeed. Tu Qianjun was imprisoned, and he was also under house arrest. The small pavilion's illusion realm was not bad, and he did not have to worry about food and drink. The massacre god guards arranged for scouts were also very attentive, and he could play with the maids in the pavilion as he pleased. However, he was in a bad mood. He was angry, conflicted, and panicked. He hated Yi Qinghan, hated Yao Kaka, and was very reckless. He even hated Tu Qianjun and the massacre god guards. He was afraid that one day, countless people would suddenly barge into his attic and tear him to pieces. He was afraid that the massacre god guards would sell him out to appease the big families and the demon and barbarian residences. He was afraid that the Shui clan would be exterminated because of him, but he was most afraid that Tu Qianjun and the massacre god guards would forget about him and lock him up for life, until half a year ago, he met that bald man. His bald head was shiny, and there was a strange tattoo on the back of his head. Most importantly, his eyes were actually double pupils like Shui Wuhan's. However, one was black and the other was red. It was terrifying and slightly sinister. He was summoned by God City's divine master, Tu Qianjun. More than a decade ago, he met Tu Qianjun and learned of a huge secret of the Fire Dragon continent. Therefore, he was constantly fantasizing about joining God City and using God City to break the shackles of the Fire Dragon continent for thousands of years. He would successfully escape from this dead well and soar into the vaster sky outside. On Tranquil Lake Island, Tu Qianjun had given him hope. On Netherworld Island, God City had given him a chance. However, even though he had finally entered God City after many years of hard work, he was still a prisoner. Half a year ago, he finally met the most powerful man in God City. Furthermore, this man had given him a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Furthermore, he had gotten rid of his prisoner status and given him the status of an emissary of God City. Shui Wuhan didn't like being shrouded in a golden robe all year round and not being able to show his face. However, he had immediately accepted it without any hesitation. Furthermore, he had knelt down in front of that man and wished that he could kiss the soles of his feet. I like people with double pupils. Meeting each other is fate, so I will give you a chance. As long as you can break through to the Imperial Realm before the heavenly path of the Fallen God Mountain opens and enter the Fallen God Mountain to obtain the Divine Sword, I can help you become a god and give you a chance to ascend to the heavens. Every time he recalled Divine Master Tu's words, Shui Wuhan's blood would boil uncontrollably, and his eyes, one gray and one black, would twinkle. If he didn't grasp the bliss that had come so suddenly, he wouldn't be Shui Wuhan. He began to cultivate day and night. With the support of the large number of spirit medicines and panaceas in God City, his cultivation began to grow rapidly. He believed that after a few years, he, Shui Wuhan, would appear in front of the world with an unprecedented status and strength. Chapter 218. After resting for 5 days in the small valley at the entrance of the passage, Yi Qinghan was ready to set off. It wasn't that he didn't like the peace and comfort of the small valley. On the contrary, he was a little afraid that if he immersed himself in this kind of comfort for too long, his courage to press forward would slowly be worn down, and he would become weak, losing the courage to charge forward. Just like how he forced himself not to think of the people he missed, some things, once he got used to it, would completely overflow until he was completely submerged, directly merging with his beast. Yi Qinghan packed everything. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. It was still the same golden leather armor, a bag, and a blue dragon dagger. However, there were a few dried meat jerkies in the bag. Stepping on the dark green stairs, he walked towards the dark cave entrance. The dark cave entrance emitted a faint green light. Yi Qinghan's figure flashed, and with a flash of brilliance, he appeared on a wide road. The road was very wide, at least a few 100 meters wide. There were trees, flowers, and small animals. Everything made Yi Qinghan feel as if he had been transported to the puppet passage for the first time. There was still a dark cave entrance 1,000 meters in front of him that flickered with green light. If it wasn't for the fact that this mountain path was slightly curved and different from the beginning of the teleportation to the puppet passage, Yi Qinghan would have really thought that he had been transported back. Ao. Ao. As expected, the angry roars of a group of monsters came from the back of the mountain path after a few minutes. Yi Qinghan turned around to look, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, forming an arc of a smile. Behind him was still the same group of magical beasts he had encountered last time, and in front of him was a fiery red python that was sticking out its scarlet tongue, quickly pouncing towards him. Buzz! Yi Qinghan smiled again and directly activated his aura, leisurely flashing towards the cave entrance in front of him. Things were different now. Half a year had passed, and Yi Qinghan's strength had greatly increased. His battle aura had reached the second level of the Marquis realm, and the Night Emperor's 7 forms had become the Night Emperor's 38 forms. His attack power had more than tripled. Of course, he didn't really care about such a low-level magical beast. However, he did not make a move to kill this group of magical beasts. Yi Ruoshui had told him that if he killed one wave of magical beasts in the puppet tunnel, a second wave would appear, and then a third wave. Furthermore, they would become more and more powerful. He was not that stupid. Walking on the mountain road leisurely, Yi Qinghan would casually release his battle chi to force back the demonic beasts in front of him. With the protection of his chi field, the long-range attacks of the demonic beasts could not hurt him at all. A few minutes later, he arrived at the top of the road. Taking 2 deep breaths, Yi Qinghan stepped into the cave without hesitation and was transported to the small space of the second test. This small space was a plateau. There was no fog, no yellow sand, and strangely, no monsters attacked him. Therefore, in half an hour, Yi Qinghan easily found the exit of the second test and also found the guardian beast of this test. The entrance of the second test was very strange. It was actually inside a cave. The cave was shining with a translucent light, and within the light was a dark green staircase that was very eye-catching. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally understood why the monster in the second test had attacked him. This was because there was only one monster in the second test, and this monster was very large. It was dozens of meters tall and more than 10 meters wide. It was like a small mountain sitting cross-legged outside the light. The monster had 6 human head-like eyes that were suffused with a blood-red light. Its mouth was relatively small, and the strangest thing was that this monster's body was covered with hands. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as tentacles. Dozens of tentacles that were dozens of meters long were constantly waving towards Yi Qinghan, as if warning Yi Qinghan not to go over, otherwise, these dozens of tentacles would strangle Yi Qinghan alive. The tentacles were very thick. Each one was as thick as Yi Qinghan's thigh. Moreover, the tentacles were covered with black spikes. Obviously, if he was hit or strangled, the consequences would definitely not be very comfortable. Without much hesitation, Yi Qinghan directly released his aura and fully ran his battle chi. Then, he started to slowly and tentatively walk forward. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, the octopus monster started to attack. Its 2 long tentacles were like 2 iron whips. One on the left, one on the right, one on the top, and one on the bottom. With a whistling sound, it fiercely swept towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan remained expressionless. He just quickly twisted his feet for a few times and flashed away, leaving the attacking range of the tentacles. Bang, bang. The 2 tentacles didn't touch Yi Qinghan's body. In the end, they heavily smashed on the ground. 2 deep grooves appeared on the ground. Whoosh. Yi Qinghan didn't stay for too long. He once again stepped forward. This time, he closed his aura. However, the dagger in his hand spat out a cyan chi wave, ready to attack at any time. After a few steps forward, he stopped and quietly waited for the octopus monster's tentacles to attack. A moment later, the 2 tentacles arrived as promised. Whoosh. Yi Qinghan's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the 2 tentacles that broke through the air. With a deep roar, his body flashed and he jumped into the air, dodging the attack of one of the tentacles. At the same time, the battle chi on his arm surged. The saber wave in his hand met the other tentacle in front of him and heavily chopped down. Crack. As Yi Qinghan expected, the tentacle was cut off. Yi Qinghan swayed in the air and retreated. Bang! After Yi Qinghan retreated, a small part of the tentacle heavily smashed on the ground, releasing a brown liquid. What was strange was that Yi Qinghan saw that the tentacle that was cut off and retreated slowly grew back. After a while, the broken tentacle slowly grew back again. Seeing this scene, Yi Qinghan smiled with satisfaction. In fact, he had a rough idea of the monster's strength in this level. Yi Ruoshui said that in fact, these 12 small caves, there were 12 small space checkpoints. They were divided into 3 levels of strength. The first, 5th, 9th, and last level were the most difficult. The other levels were relatively easy. Especially the last level, it was extremely abnormal. Every time people went to search for treasures, they would either be defeated or die at the 12th level. Without further testing, Yi Qinghan directly opened his aura. With the blue dragon dagger in his hand, his figure flashed and his speed skyrocketed. He directly rushed toward the transparent light shield behind the octopus monster. Whoosh, 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 the octopus monster let out strange cries again and again. The dozens of tentacles on its body were like an inescapable net, pouncing toward Yi Qinghan from all directions. It seemed like it wanted to firmly bind Yi Qinghan and strangle him into a pile of rotten meat. Break for me! With a loud roar, Yi Qinghan quickly swung his arm. The cyan saber wave at the tip of the dagger constantly left his body and transformed into saber lights. With Yi Qinghan as the center, they quickly shot out in all directions. Chapter 219. Bang! Bang! Countless cyan blade waves collided with the tentacles that swarmed over from all directions, directly cutting them off. For a time, brown liquid sprayed all over the sky, and broken limbs continued to fall to the ground. Yi Qinghan watched as the octopus monster's tentacles quickly retracted once they were cut off, then slowly regrown and continued to attack. He couldn't help but smile coldly. His body didn't speed up, instead, he slowly walked towards the octopus monster step by step. Humph, let's see if you grow faster or if I cut you faster. A blade light flashed, and a few tentacles were cut off. Another blade light flashed, and a few more tentacles were cut off. Yi Qinghan's face was cold and arrogant. He walked forward step by step. The octopus monster's tentacles became fewer and shorter. Finally, when Yi Qinghan approached the translucent light shield of the cave, all the tentacles were cut off, leaving only countless long tentacles, constantly waving and slowly growing. I don't have time to play with you, I want to break through 3 levels in a row. Yi Qinghan looked at the octopus monster that kept screaming, smiled faintly, waved his hand, and walked into the light shield. With a flash of white light, he was once again sent to a quiet small valley. This small valley was actually similar to the small valley where he rested for more than 10 days a few days ago. It was very quiet and very comfortable. He didn't stay for too long. After resting in the small valley for half an hour, he set off again. He decided to break through 3 levels in one go. After passing through the exit stairs, he once again appeared in the puppet tunnel. Without stopping, he directly entered the 3rd small cave. He was sent to a very large canyon. The canyon was about more than 10 meters wide, with many twists and turns, and he couldn't see the front or the back. Yi Qinghan touched his nose, a little confused. Should I go forward or backward? How long is this canyon? What kind of magical beasts or monsters are guarding it? Just as he was about to make up his mind to take a random path, the roars of magical beasts came from both the front and the back of the canyon. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless. He immediately merged with his beast and activated his qi. He stood up and leaned close to the side of the canyon, preparing for battle. It seemed as if Yi Qinghan's arrival had triggered some sort of mechanism here. At the 2 ends of the canyon, a dense horde of magical beasts appeared at the same time. As far as the eye could see, it was a black mass, with no end in sight. A magical beast of the 6th rank, Iron Wolf? Yi Qinghan recognized the name of the attacking demonic beast at a glance. This type of demonic beast was not rare in the Fire Dragon continent. There was a huge number of them in the misty forest. The iron wolves were pitch black in color, and their defense was higher than that of ordinary magical beasts of the 6th rank. It was just that their attack power was a bit lower. However, they usually appeared in packs, and each pack had at least tens of thousands of them. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief, but shook his head helplessly. The canyon was only so big. There was nowhere to hide, and nowhere to run. If he wanted to find the exit, he could only kill his way out. But, this black mass of wolves with no end in sight, when would he be able to kill them all? Releasing his chi, Yi Qinghan decided not to continue fighting. He directly leapt high into the air, randomly chose a direction, and rushed towards it. Sword waves swallowed and sword light flashed. Yi Qinghan completely relied on the defense of his chi. He didn't care about the wolves on his left and right, or behind him, as he rushed forward in a straight line. With great difficulty, he was completely submerged in the black mass of wolves. Half an hour later, his chi dissipated under the continuous attacks of the wolves. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to kill his way to the side of the canyon. With his back against the canyon wall, he began to defend himself. "Little Black, come out and help me block them. I need to take a rest to recover my battle chi. It will consume too much of my battle chi." Yi Qinghan forced a smile. Although his battle chi could support him to fight for several days and nights, if he continued like this, he would eventually run out of battle chi and die. He didn't know how many iron wolves were in front of him, or whether there were other powerful magical beasts. He decided to be steady and move forward slowly, maintaining his battle chi and physical strength. "Okay, boss, don't worry and recover. Xiao He, killing these level 6 beasts is as easy as cutting watermelons for me." Xiao He shouted excitedly. He turned into a black shadow and continuously rushed back and forth in 3 directions in front of Yi Qinghan. There was no doubt about the sharpness and hardness of Xiao He's claws and teeth. Once summoned, Xiao He's teeth could crush magical crystals. It was relatively terrifying. At this moment, facing a level 6 demon wolf, Xiao He's claws easily tore the heads of the iron wolves into pieces. Moreover, Xiao He was extremely fast. His small figure was actually jumping in 3 directions in front of Yi Qinghan, blocking and killing the iron wolves that were attacking from 3 directions. Yi Qinghan looked at the iron wolves that were falling under Xiao He's claws and teeth and nodded in relief. He immediately sat cross-legged and started to recover his physical strength and battle chi. 10 minutes later, after a few circulations, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and looked at the countless corpses of iron wolves in the 3 directions in front of him. He couldn't help but be speechless. "Xiao He, come back. You rest, it's my turn. I'll continue to take over later." Yang Ling smiled and shouted at Xiao He, who was killing merrily. Boss, I'm killing to my heart's content." Alright, I'll kill later." Xiao He chirped a few times and once again tore the waist of an iron wolf in front of him into pieces. Its stomach was full of internal organs and blood. Xiao He then turned into a black shadow and returned to Yi Qinghan's body. Phew. There are too many monsters and they don't give me any experience. It's not fun killing them. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly and thought of the online games in his previous life. He seemed to be in a game where monsters were everywhere. But then he remembered that this god-slaying mountain was originally a game created by that god-rank powerhouse, and he was only one of the players. There was no time to sigh. The countless iron wolves in front of him were stepping over the corpses of their own kind and rushing toward Yi Qinghan. His battle chi flashed and his aura was activated again. He continued to kill in the same direction as before. Just like that, he killed and stopped, constantly taking turns with Xiao He. After 5 hours of bloody fighting, Yi Qinghan finally killed his way to the end of the canyon. But when he reached the end of the canyon, Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded and started cursing in his heart. There was no road at the end of the canyon. It was completely sealed off. There was only a huge transmission array that continuously teleported the pitch-black, blood-red-eyed iron wolves. Yi Qinghan searched the surroundings but did not see any stairs or passageways. He had gone the wrong way. The exit was at the other end. F*CKU, Second Master. Why don't you use road signs? You can't do this. Yi Qinghan wanted to cry but had no tears. He cursed a few times and helplessly continued to kill his way back. In the end, it took him more than 10 hours to kill his way to the other end of the canyon and enter the passageway. The only fortunate thing was that there were only 2 transmission arrays at the front and back of the canyon. Iron wolves were constantly teleported out, and no other powerful magical beasts or monsters appeared. Chapter 220. Walking through the translucent light barrier, Yi Qinghan was once again transported to a small valley. This time, Yi Qinghan was more certain. It seemed that the entrance to every stage of the puppet channel was in a completely sealed small valley like this. This time, he rested for 3 whole days. More than 10 hours of continuous killing had left him physically and mentally exhausted. He was not a god, but a warrior of the Duke realm. He also needed to rest. 3 days later, he set off again and charged straight into the 4th level. The 4th level's magical beast was also not very strong. It was a level 6 magical beast, the white spider. Yi Qinghan had never seen this white spider before. He heard that it was a special product of the dark forest, one of the 3 most dangerous places on the continent. It was more than a meter tall and a meter wide, and had poisonous thorns on its feet. It could also spit out spider webs. The spider webs were not very strong, but they were very sticky, making it difficult for people to move. Yi Qinghan did not take the white spider seriously. It was a bit difficult to deal with, but it was easy to deal with if he spent some time. What gave Yi Qinghan a headache was the terrain of this level. The 4th level was also a canyon. It was just that, this canyon was different from the one in the previous stage. As they walked, there would be many forks in the canyon. Moreover, there were many forks in the canyon. Yi Qinghan would feel dizzy inside. This was a labyrinth. In the 3rd level, Yi Qinghan faced a steady stream of iron wolves, but it only took him a day to reach the exit. As for the 4th test, Yi Qinghan spent half a month in it and was still going in circles. The only thing that comforted him was that he actually found 3 spirit tools and a treasured tool armor after walking around the place. Yi Qinghu had once told him that there were countless treasures and spirit fruits on the god-slaying mountain. If he was lucky, he could even pick up a divine weapon. He had eaten a lot of spirit fruits. But this was the first time he had seen treasures, and he had actually picked up 5 in this level. This made him both happy and confused. Why hadn't he picked up anything in the previous levels and in the Land of Illusion? In fact, he was not sure. The treasures of the god-slaying mountain were randomly scattered the moment the heavenly road opened. Whether or not one could pick it up depended entirely on one's luck. When Yi Qinghan was sucked into the god-slaying mountain, it had already been a few years since the last time the heavens road opened. The treasures that were scattered the last time the heavens road opened had already been searched by the experts from the 3 prefectures and other mainland experts. As the terrain of this stage was too complicated and too huge, there were many places that no one had explored before, so he was lucky enough to pick up a few items. For example, the Saint artifact bronze ring he was wearing was a precious treasure that his father, Yi Dao, had obtained by accident. After wandering around blindly for more than 20 days, he finally found the entrance to the passage. After killing the few white spiders guarding the side, he was once again transported to the small valley. Passing 3 stages consecutively didn't bring Yi Qinghan much joy. After he was teleported to the small valley, he started to sit at the side and cultivate. Furthermore, he started to try to enter the state of soul stillness again and continue to deduce the 7 styles of the Night Emperor. This was because the 5th stage was before him. Yi Ruoxue had told him that the 159 stages and the last 12 stages were all very difficult stages. If he was not careful, he could very well lose his life. Therefore, he decided to cultivate and see if he could enter the state of soul stillness again, so that his Night Emperor 38 forms could turn into the Night Emperor 40 forms. Most importantly, in the state of soul stillness, his battle chi and soul cultivation would increase rapidly. He knew that if he wanted to pass easily, he had to be as strong and safe as possible. However, after cultivating for 3 days, he did not enter the state of soul stillness again. Feeling somewhat helpless, he took a bath and replaced the golden leather armor on his body with the precious artifact armor that he had obtained in the 4th stage. He once again entered the puppet passage and was transported to the 5th stage. With a flash of white light, the scenery around him changed. He felt as if he had arrived in the savage mountains. This was a jungle world. The dense foliage, thorns, vines, and so on made it very difficult to see if there was any danger in this place. Yi Qinghan immediately released his aura. With the blue dragon dagger in hand, he carefully explored his surroundings. This place was overgrown with vines and branches. He could not even tell which direction he was in, not to mention the magical beasts and monsters that might be hiding in here. There are too many vines in this godforsaken place. On the trees, on the ground, on the thorns, and everywhere. And there's such a thick one. How strange. I'll walk slowly and check the surroundings first before making a decision. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. He began to move slowly and his eyes swept around. His ears pricked up and he was highly focused, ready to receive the attacks of magical beasts and monsters at any time. However, unbeknownst to him, his feet suddenly stepped on a vine on the ground. Immediately, countless sharp sounds rang out in his surroundings, and the entire nearby forest seemed to have suddenly come to life. Chi-chi, the grass swayed, the ancient trees swayed, the thorns swayed, and even the ground shook. Not good, there's a monster attacking. No, it's vines. Yi Qinghan was shocked at the first moment. His expression changed greatly as he nervously looked around, thinking that some kind of monster had started to attack him. But a moment later, his expression suddenly changed, as if he had seen a ghost. Indeed, the surroundings were swaying. Countless vines were swaying. The tens of meters long vines on the ground suddenly shot towards Yi Qinghan. The vines that were wrapped around the trees also broke away from the trees and wrapped around Yi Qinghan. In an instant, hundreds of vines, thick and thin, long and short, covered the sky, from the ground, from the surroundings, and even from the soil. In an instant, Yi Qinghan was trapped in this vine prison. Countless vines intertwined into a green vine ball with a diameter of 10 meters, completely enveloping Yi Qinghan. What the hell is this? Yi Qinghan looked at the numerous layers of vines surrounding him outside the chi field. He suddenly panicked. He knew that there must be all kinds of monsters in the puppet passage. Moreover, he had also encountered monsters that he had never encountered before. But, the monster this time shocked him. It was actually a plant, and it was using such a brutal method to attack him. Swish! Regardless of the consequences, Yi Qinghan directly waved a saber wave towards the vines in front of him. Kacha, the saber wave directly broke through the vines, but Yi Qinghan discovered a tragic problem. There were simply too many vines surrounding the chi field. He didn't know how thick the vines were. The saber wave only broke through a few meters of the vines before dissipating powerlessly. There were still vines of unknown thickness outside. And the most important thing was that the vines that were cut actually grew again in a second and joined back together. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Qinghan didn't believe it. Once again, he unleashed 3 waves of saber waves, all of which were aimed at the same place. Chapter 221. Ka-chi, ka-chi, ka-chi. 3 saber waves broke out of his body and flew forward, separating the vines in front of him. This time, the saber waves advanced for more than 10 meters, but they still couldn't break through the encirclement of the vines. They still couldn't see the light outside. What the hell is this? Why are there so many vines? Forget it, I'll just hack and charge at the same time. Yi Qinghan's expression turned solemn. He didn't know how many layers of vines he was surrounded by. He could only try to hack in one direction and move forward to see if he could break through this vine prison. Xiao, after sending out a few saber waves, Yi Qinghan hurriedly flashed and rushed forward with the saber waves. At the same time, the dagger on his arm flashed and sent out a few more saber waves, breaking through the vines. Who? After a while, he finally saw a glimmer of light in front of him. He became spirited and hurriedly rushed forward. Chi, Chi. When Yi Qinghan broke through the vine prison and reappeared in the forest, the huge ball of vines behind him collapsed in an instant. Countless vines retracted and returned to the trees, the thorns, the grass, and the ground. After a while, the forest returned to its original state. It was quiet and there seemed to be a trace of danger. Run. This place is too strange. Yi Qinghan didn't think too much. After resting for a while, his battle aura surged under his feet and he madly ran outside. However, he didn't go more than 10 meters before countless chi sounds came from all directions. Countless vines swarmed over from all directions and surrounded him in a huge prison once again. Damn it, are you done yet? Yi Qinghan also hung his head dejectedly as he looked at the lush green vines around him. He had the urge to cry. He had stayed in this godforsaken place for 10 days. This place was filled with forests and vines. Every time he painstakingly broke out of the vine prison, he would feel a chill run down his spine. Every time he worked hard to break through the vine prison, he would be surrounded by vines again. Over the past 10 days, he had been imprisoned dozens of times. Although the vines were only imprisoning him, he had the protection of his force field, so the vines could not harm him. However, this feeling made him feel as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He pulled one foot out, and the other foot sank back into the quagmire, which drove him crazy. Most importantly, he had only advanced about 1,000 meters in the past 10 days. Moreover, he didn't know how wide the jungle terrain was. He didn't know when he would find the exit. If this place was tens of thousands of meters wide, then he would be trapped here until he died. Yi Ruoxue had told him that the 7 emotions fruit could only sustain his body for 3 years. If he couldn't break through the puppet passage in 3 years, he would starve to death and die of exhaustion. Moreover, after 3 years, the attacks of each stage would double. Even if they didn't starve to death, they would still be killed. It was only the 5th stage, but 7 or 8 months had already passed. One had to know that the checkpoints at the beginning were much easier. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. Moreover, he didn't know how long it would take for him to find the exit. Charge, charge, charge. Ignoring the exhaustion of his body and mind, Yi Qinghan started to move forward with difficulty in the quagmire. Turning around, there was a jungle. Walking over, there was a jungle. Taking a step forward, there were vines. Moving to the left, there were vines again. Yi Qinghan continued to live a tragic life. This kind of life made him go crazy, boring, and depressed compared to the desert terrain. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan had lived 2 lives. Moreover, he had spent more than 10 years in the Yi family's castle. Not long ago, he had spent more than half a year in the desert. His mental fortitude was very strong. If an ordinary person of his age was in such a situation, they would definitely go crazy. 3 months later, Yi Qinghan finally found the passageway after a long and arduous journey. Looking at the black staircase that was flickering with a faint green light, as well as the pitch-black cave entrance, Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling, as though he had found his comrade who had been separated from him for many years. He was a little excited, a little wronged, and a little sad. Damn it, I finally found you. Yi Qinghan's nose twitched a few times, but he walked straight forward. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. He had a feeling that this exit was not going to be easy, because he found that the jungle outside the exit was denser than anywhere else. The vines were thicker and darker than anywhere else. He decided to cultivate his body to its peak state and then rush through in one go. Half an hour later, he stood up and jumped high. His speed began to increase, and finally reached the peak of his speed. Chi! 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 As he expected, countless vines shot out from the sky and the ground, forming a vine cage in the air. Then, the cage expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan was wrapped in a super large vine cage with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Yi Qinghan did not care at first. He thought that as long as it was the original vines, it would not matter how big the cage was. It would just take him a little more effort to break it. However, with the faint green light emitted by the aura, he found that the vines this time were different from before. This time, the color was very dark, and there were some faint strange patterns. Swoosh! After observing for a while, Yi Qinghan did not hesitate too much. He directly waved a saber wave and slashed forward. Clang! Clang! The saber wave and the vines collided, making a sound of metal colliding. Hearing this sound, Yi Qinghan screamed in his heart, "Oh no!" Sure enough, when he looked over, he saw that there was only a shallow knife mark where he had just chopped. At most, he had cut off 1 or 2 vines, and the recovery speed of the vines was several times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Swish! 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 Yi Qinghan was anxious. He continuously sent out saber waves and slashed at the cracks. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding rang again. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes with the help of the saber wave. He found that this time, the saber wave had only cut off half a meter of the vines. It seemed that the vines could absorb the energy of the saber wave. The saber wave would become very weak after cutting off a vine, and it would no longer be able to cause damage to the vines behind. This was not the most important thing. As long as he could cut it off, it would not be a problem. Yi Qinghan could slowly move forward and eventually break out of the cage. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan found a very terrifying problem: the recovery speed of the vines. It was too fast. The cut was actually reconnected in just a second. With such a terrifying growth speed, Yi Qinghan did not dare to rush forward. If he squeezed in like this, his aura would be squeezed smaller and smaller by the rapidly growing vines. Eventually, it would cause his aura to disappear completely. His body would be completely bound by the vines, and by that time, it would be a dead end. Dead end? No way to escape.